primarily interested in supporting the pro-colonial Italian Communist Party, and the United States supporting Ethiopian claims to Eritrea. To help resolve their differences, the four powers created a commission of investigation to ascertain Eritrean opinion, which visited the colony from November 12, 1947, to January 3, 1948. The British administration had allowed political parties to form in early 1947 to organize public sentiment for the possible options of independence, union with Ethiopia or some form of trusteeship, generally Italian or British. These parties held rallies and presented petitions to the Four Powers Commission, several of which led to violence organized by pro-Ethiopian unionists, notably at Teramni in Sirte. In addition, 3,336 representatives of family and clan groupings were elected to present their people's views to the Commission. In the end, the Commission found Eritrean opinion quite divided, with about 45% supporting the pro-independence Muslim League and Liberal Progressive Party, 45% supporting the Unionist Party, and 10% various pro-Italy parties. The Four Powers Council of Ministers then used the Commission's report to support their own differing political positions on Eritrea's future, and when they could not reach agreement, on September 15, 1948, the Four Powers turned the matter over to the United Nations, as stipulated in the Paris Treaty. Funj, Alt, Fung. An empire founded around Sennar on the Blue Nile in the Sudan by the Funj dynasty during the early 1500s. The Funj expanded their tributary rule into the western lowlands of Eritrea during the late 1500s through the Nabtab clan of the Beni Amr, but they were overthrown in 1821 by a military expedition from Egypt. 226. France. French interest in Eritrea developed during the 19th century out of a combination of colonial rivalry with Britain, the interests of French Catholic missionaries of the Lazarist order, and individual French geographers and entrepreneurs who saw a port on Eritrea's coast as the means of gaining control over Ethiopia's foreign trade. After France had established a vice-consul at Massawa in 1840, various Ethiopian rulers saw the French as a possible alternative to the power of Britain or Egypt on the coast, an interest which the adventurers Diabate, Combes, and Lefebvre sought to promote. In 1842–43 the French attempted to purchase Anfile Bay on the Denkel coast, but were unsuccessful. In 1845 French agents purchased Ed from an Afar chief but never developed it. In 1859–60 the French supported Aga Negusi in his struggle with Emperor Tewodros, and the former ceded Zula Bay to the mission of Count Russell in exchange for arms, but Negusi's death ended the deal. During the 1860s the French, through their vice-consul Werner Munsinger, threatened to intervene to protect Eritrean Catholics from Tigrine persecution, but after 1884, the French concentrated on developing Djibouti as their main entrepot for trade with central Ethiopia. The French connection with Shua, central Ethiopia, via Djibouti, precluded further interest in Eritrea, which the French conceded to Italy. France supported Italian claims to Eritrea during the Four Powers negotiations of 1948. The government was uncritical of Haile Selassie's policies in Eritrea and remained silent about the DERG's policies as well until 1981, when some critical remarks led to the expulsion of much of the French mission in Ethiopia. Thereafter, the government remained circumspect, protecting its Djiboutian interests, until the EPLF victory in 1991, when the Eritrean leaders accused France, apparently incorrectly, of supporting Afar irredentism. This diplomatic dispute was resolved in bilateral talks in December 1992, and in 1993 a French diplomatic presence was established through the consul. 227. In Djibouti, followed in May 1994, by President Isaias Afwerki's state visit to France in which a cooperation agreement and 22 million franc aid package were signed. GAAS. A leading Afar family of northern Denkel, including the hereditary chiefs of Tio and parts of the Baray Peninsula. Sheikh Musa Gas, descendant of the patriarch Gas Asa Mohammed Nakuda, mobilized northern Denkel in support of the Muslim League during the 1940s, and members of the family supported the EPLF in Bahrain during the 1980s. Gash River See Marib River. Gash Seti. A former provincial-level administrative division in the southwestern corner of what is now the Gash-Barka region, extending from the northern drainages of the Gash River to the Seti River in the south, and comprising most of the lands of the Kunama and Nara peoples, as well as those of Beja and Tigray speakers along the Sudanese border in the west, and Tigrinya speakers along the border with the Adiabo district of Tigray in the east. The administrative division, with its headquarters at Barentu, was first created as a commissariat by the Italians in 1909, but returned to the control of Agordat in 1931, after which it remained a subdivision of the Western Province until 1975, when the DERG elevated it to a Raja status in an attempt to cement the loyalty of the Kunama people. The area saw the first battles of the armed struggle, and a number of Eritrean inter-ethnic clashes during the 1960s to 70s. The DERG drove out the ELF in 1978, and held the area until the mid-1980s, when the EPLF established itself throughout the region, gaining complete control in 1988. After liberation, Ibrahim Idris Todil was appointed governor, and a regional development association was formed. Much of Gash Seti's population fled as refugees to Sudan during the war, and the province is 228. Expected to absorb over 150,000 in the current repatriation process. Gash Seti has the richest farmland in Eritrea, including alluvial river valleys, the rain-fed plains between Gilaj and Hagar, and the irrigated cotton soil around Tessani and Ali Gaider. Pre-colonial agriculture was stifled by the widespread presence of malaria, but irrigated farming was begun in the 1920s by Italian colonists, and was extended to rain-fed tractor farming of sorghum and sesame along the Sudanese border in the late 1960s. Since liberation, the Ministry of Agriculture has focused its large-scale development projects on the province, including the Seti Dam and Tessani Ali Gaider projects. The Toko Mbia area also has an important livestock market. Gasparani, Jacopo. The first fascist governor of Eritrea, from 1923 to 28, Gasparani was responsible for the development of the irrigated plantations around Tessani, and remained president of the SIA Development Parastatal until his death in Asmara in 1941. Gebremeskel Woldu, Fitwari, 1907 to 1963. Early Eritrean political leader and president of the Mahaber Fikri Hagar from its founding in 1941 to November 1946, when he was dismissed by pro-Ethiopian unionist forces, led by Col. Nega Haile Selassie, because of his support for the compromise position of federation with Ethiopia advocated by Wolde Mariam at the Wa Bet Girgis. Gebremeskel was born in Accra, Senegal, in 1907 and served in the Italian colonial administration in Asmara, where he rose to the highest rank available to Eritreans in the municipal government, but in 1940 fled to Sudan and joined the British and Ethiopian forces, where he worked in the propaganda department, returning to Eritrea in 1941. He was appointed Secretary of the British administration's Native Affairs Office in 1943, and was given a lucrative position as agent for Malati Brewery from 1943 to 48, when he rejoined the Unionist Party's Hamaseen branch, rising to 229. Public office under the Federation and obtaining appointment as Chief Justice of the Eritrean High Court in 1958. Gabra Yohannes Tesfamariam, Dej. Unionist leader and later advocate of peace negotiations with the nationalist guerrillas, Gabra Yohannes was born in 1911, educated in Menfera and joined the Mahaber Fikri Hagar in 1941. He became secretary of the Hamaseen branch of the Unionist Party in 1946 and vice president in 1948. In 1951 he became editor of the newspaper Ethiopia and then director of the Eritrean government's press department and later Minister of Public Works until 1962, when he was transferred to Addis Ababa and given a position on Haile Selassie's advisory council. In 1970 he led a group of Eritrean notables who protested the Ona massacre and met with the emperor to propose peace negotiations with the ELF. In 1975 he resigned his position to protest the Hagar massacre, after which he was imprisoned by the DERG until 1982, when he retired to Asmara. Gabri, Tigran, tribute. A land tax in the Tigrinya-speaking highlands that was customarily due to the Emperor of Ethiopia or the ruler of Tigray, but was usually paid to their local appointees, Tigran, Mislini, or self-made lords, Shumgultai. Until the reign of Emperor Johannes IV, tribute was collected in kind, usually in grain, after which it was changed to cash. Gabri was assessed on the basis of Madri districts that included one or more Gultai sub-districts of several villages each. In most districts the village leaders, Shumagul, representing each Enda group, would meet at the Gultai and Madri level to decide the distribution of the tribute sum by village, and the Enda leaders would then divide their portion amongst their member families. Although this distribution was intended to be equitable according to soil fertility, abuses often occurred when powerful local lords arose, particularly in parts of Sirte and Hamasien. The system continued in a modified form. 230. Under Italian colonialism, and was revised by Haile Selassie I during the Federation, when he claimed traditional Gabri, but then commuted its payment. It did not end entirely until 1975, when the DERG and the Liberation Fronts abolished it, though the word is still often used for land taxes. Ge'ez. The liturgical language of the Orthodox Church and the name for the Tigrinya writing system. Ge'ez developed as the language of the Aksumite Empire, derived from the merger of a Semitic South Arabian language and one or more Cushitic languages, but there is some dispute as to whether it was the original root of all the Ethiopic Semitic languages, including Tigray, Tigrinya, and Amharic, or simply a regional dialect that acquired political predominance during the Aksumite period. In any case, during the Aksumite period Ge'ez formed the written language of the Eritrean region, utilizing a syllabary probably adapted from the monumental script of the South Arabian writing system between the 1st and 5th centuries AD, although some recent scholarship also points to earlier Nile Valley roots for the script. The earliest Ge'ez inscriptions date from the mid-2nd century at Matara and elsewhere in Akele Goze, which may be evidence for the theory that this was the homeland of the Ageazid people, who gave their name to the language. The Ageazid, Arab, emigrants, were probably a South Arabian group, who strongly influenced the Akele Goze Shimazana region from as early as the 5th century BC and maintained a tributary relationship with the rulers of Aksum, against whom they unsuccessfully rebelled in the 5th and 6th centuries AD. By the 6th century, Ge'ez had replaced Greek as the literary language of the empire, and as the Aksumites converted to Christianity it became the literary vehicle of the church. The Bible was translated into Ge'ez during the 5th-6th centuries and most of the literature produced in Eritrea before the 16th century was written in Ge'ez, including the lives of saints, Tigran, Gedli, Lit, struggles, and legal documents. 231. General Command, Elf, Sikiata Lama. Galeb, Sinhit. The main settlement of the Bet Abrahi branch of the Mensa people and the traditional seat of their Cantabai, Galeb is set in a high round valley whose shield-like shape gives its name. In 1873 missionaries from Sweden settled in Galeb with the permission of Cantabai Beamnet and developed a small Sem community including a school and clinic that distinguished Galeb further as the most important Mensa center through the Italian colonial period. The Sem built a junior high school during the 1940s, and the village had a mixed Muslim-Christian population of 2,000 before it was first attacked and burned by the Ethiopian army in late 1970. Much of its population fled to Karen, while those who remained supported the Elf. Galeb was again attacked by the Ethiopian army in March 1975 and in 1980, when many villagers were killed, after which most survivors fled to Sudan. In May 1988, at the time of the Sheeb massacre, Galeb was cluster-bombed and the last of its population fled, after which it was on the front line between the Derg and EPLA until the end of the war. In 1995 its population was 200. Ginda, Semhar. An important agricultural and transport center on the road between Asmara and Massawa, Ginda has the mild climate and 2 rainy seasons that distinguish the mid-elevations of the Semenawi Bari. The area was inhabited by Sao pastoralists before the Italians built a fort above the present town in 1889-90, establishing an administrative post on the key transport route that grew into the present town. The railroad reached Ginda in 1904, stimulating the growth of hotels and restaurants that still distinguish it, followed by Italian agricultural concessions that developed citrus and other crops, later expanded by Fratelli d'Unite. An elementary school and Catholic mission were built, and during the Italian invasion of Ethiopia a hospital and military rest camp was constructed below the town, which 232 were used by the British during the Second World War, but dismantled thereafter. In the 1960s an American evangelical mission hospital was built, which was reopened in 1994. During 1977-78 heavy fighting between the EPLF and the DERG occurred around the town, forcing much of its population to flee as refugees. In late 1978 Ginda was fortified as an Ethiopian garrison town, and although the EPLA overran Ginda on October 17, 1985, in a diversionary attack, it was unable to liberate the town before the end of the war. During February to May 1990 heavy fighting occurred above Dongolo, and thereafter the trenches below the town were known as the Ginda Front. On June 20, 1995, tens of thousands of Eritreans converged on the town for Martyrs' Day and the reburial of over 1,000 Eritrean fighters who died on the front. Today Ginda has a population of 15,000, including over 2,000 repatriated refugees, and is a growing light industrial and road transport center, with warehouse facilities and railroad reconstruction increasing its economic importance. Go to GUDIC Gundet. Government of the State of Eritrea. The Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, was superseded by Decree 37 of May 19, 1993, which created a 3-branch government to oversee Eritrea's transition to constitutional rule. The legislative branch was the new National Assembly, which elected Isaias Afwerki as state president on May 21 and on June 7 formed the executive branch or state council from the advisory council of the former PGE, while the judiciary remained the separate body formed in 1992, see Justice. After the EPLF's Third Congress, in March 1994, the State Council was reduced to the 16 government ministers appointed by the President, and the National Assembly was modified. Effective power remained in the hands of President Isaias and the EPLF/PFDJ leadership, who held the key ministerial portfolios and half the seats on the National Assembly. 233. Bly. This government is to remain in power until national elections are held in 1998 under Eritrea's new constitution. Gultai, Tigran, unit of communal tribute payment, land given in fief. A quasi-feudal system involving the right to collect tribute on land, Gabri, overlay the various land tenure systems in the Eritrean highlands until the Italian colonial period. The term Gultai, from Gwilat, founder or settler, covers both the smallest unit of communal tribute assessment, usually comprising several contiguous villages, and the quasi-feudal right to collect tribute on land. This right to Gabri was assigned to the local church and military aristocracy, in theory by the Emperor of Ethiopia, but often in fact by the lords of Tigray or the Bar Negashi. Gultai assignments are recorded from at least the 13th century to Orthodox Church establishments, and later to local lords who provided military service and sometimes a portion of the tribute to their rulers. Initially, most of the Gultai grants were held by monasteries, and the majority of the population paid its tribute directly to the local Shum Gultai, chief of the Gultai district. During the later 18th and early 19th centuries a number of Gultai districts in Sirte and Hamasien became permanent fiefs of local lords, who appropriated all tribute and began to form a hereditary caste known as Gultinya, Gultai holders. On the other hand, most of Akele Goze and the northern districts of Hamasien continued to pay their tribute directly to the representatives of the rulers of the Merab Melash, whether Eritrean or Tigrayan, through their Shumgultai and Shummidri. The Gultai system was complicated by continuous modification and restructuring by successive rulers, including the creation of a number of autonomous units, Risti Gultai, which paid tribute directly to the local governor. Gilaj, Gashseti. A market town and administrative post on the road between Tessani and Hagar, Gilaj was 234. Founded as an Italian police post and developed into a town of several thousand during the tractor farming boom of the 1960s. Its mixed population of Arabic and Tigray-speaking merchants and Nara, Kunama, and Tigrinya farmers largely supported the ELF during this period, and in 1967 the town was burned by the Ethiopian military, forcing most of the population to flee over the border into Sudan as refugees. The town was completely abandoned in 1975, except for a small Kunama and Nara settlement on its outskirts. Today the town center is still in ruins, but Gilaj has a population of over 2,000, most of whom are repatriated refugees seeking work in the reviving agricultural economy of the southern Gashseti Plains. Gundet, Sire. The district along the Marab River Valley between Adi Kwala and the border of Tigray. During the 17th through 19th centuries, successive Ethiopian and Tigrayan rulers settled military colonies in the district to protect their border and assure control of the route to the Eritrean coast, giving rise to a Tigrinya-speaking population of mixed ancestry. The village of Goda Gudi in Gundet was fortified by Egypt during its first invasion of the Eritrean highlands, and there on November 16 to 17, 1875, an Egyptian army of about 3,000, commanded by the Danish Col. Arondrup was defeated by a larger Tigrayan army led by Johannes IV and Shaleka Alula, and aided by the Eritrean forces of Wolde Mikael Salamun. Gura, Akele Goze. Situated in a wide valley 9 kilometers southeast of Diekmher, the village of Gura was an important market center on the trade route from Misawa via the Eliad River to the Marab River during the 17th to 19th centuries. It was the principal village of Igelahames district, and its settlers traced their origins to the Agni family of neighboring Korbaria. Several Tigrayan rulers and Bar Negashis made Gura their temporary capital during expeditions in the highlands, and it was the site of two of the most important. 235. Battles in recent Eritrean history. In 1876 an Egyptian army of 15,000, commanded by an American general and the son of Khedive Ismail, encamped at Gura during their second attempt to invade the highlands. On 7–9 March they were defeated by the larger Tigrayan army of Johannes IV and Shaleka, later Ras, Alula, who forced the Egyptians to withdraw to the coast, ending their ambitions of controlling the highlands. Gura was then used by Ras Alula as his headquarters when he became military governor of the Marab Melash, and it was occupied by the Bunda of Bada Hagos, representing Italian colonialism, in 1889. The Italians left the village untouched until 1935, when they destroyed many houses and confiscated much of its prime land, Galgalhames, for a military airport that was their main air base during the invasion of Ethiopia. The air base was converted into an Anglo-American aircraft repair and assembly center during 1942–43, when the United States Company of Johnson, Drake, and Piper employed 2,000 Americans and an equal number of Eritrean and Italian workers. During 1944–45 the British dismantled the base, leaving only its concrete runway, which was used by U.S. aerial reconnaissance flights in the 1960s. On May 20, 1991, the final battle on the Diekmher front crossed the Gura Plain, where the EPLA defeated the DERG's forces in a violent tank battle. H. Habab. The most important of the three branches of the Bet Asked, founded by Habtiyasu, Habts, during the late 17th century. By the 1950s the Habab numbered some 25,000 pastoralists living in the Rora Habab of Sahel and migrating with their herds to the lower Barka Valley and coastal plains during the winter. Before colonial rule the Habab had an autonomous tribal government led by a Kantabai from the family of Habtiyasu, who enforced the power of the Shemagul class over their more numerous Tigray-speaking Muslim serfs until the colonial period. The 236 Shemagul were originally Christian, but converted to Islam in the early 19th century under the influence of the Ad Sheikh clan and later Egyptian governors, to whom the Habab paid tribute in return for military protection after 1865. In 1887 Cantabay Hamid put his people under Italian protection, but he and his brother were later arrested and died in prison, prompting his son, Cantabay Mahmud, to lead the tribe over the border to Tokar, Sudan, during 1891–92. After their return in 1892, the Italians allowed the Shemagul to retain their privileges, but during the 1940s the anti-serf movement led by Ibrahim Sultan Ali eroded these, leading some of the Shemagul to support Haile Selassie's rule, which promised to restore them. By the 1970s much of the tribe had fled to Sudan, and from 1979 to 88 some of the most devastating fighting of the armed struggle occurred on Habab land. The consequence of war, famines, and the flight of refugees was a leveling of the old social and economic divisions among the Habab, which accelerated in the Rohra Habab under EPLF rule, as the area became a pilot project for rural reform and social restructuring, including women's property rights and literacy projects, an anti-female circumcision campaign, a 460-hectare forestry project, and experiments in rotational grazing. By 1994 there were 11,000 Habab living on their mountain plateau above Nakfa. Habesha, Tigran, Abyssinian. A self-descriptive cultural definition today applied to members of the Tigrinya ethno-linguistic group, as well as Tigrinya and Amharic-speaking Christians in Ethiopia. Habesha defines the culture that was produced by the fusion of Semitic and Cushitic elements in the Eritrean Tigrine highlands and which flowered as an original civilization during the Aksumite period. The derivation of the word is disputed, but it was clearly used in ancient South Arabia to describe the people of the Eritrean Tigrine region. It is not the name of any known South Arabian tribal group, Conti Rossini notwithstanding, nor of any 237 known group that existed on the African side of the Red Sea. The name occurs in Sabaean inscriptions describing people from the Eritrea-Tigray region as early as the 1st century AD, and South Arabian sources refer to the Aksumite Empire as the Kingdom of the Hafshat, a usage that continues into medieval Arabic texts describing the Eritrean Ethiopian region, from which the English appellation Abyssinia derives. Hadis River. A major drainage of eastern Akele Goze, running down a deep canyon from the Adi-Ikea area to the Gulf of Zula. The river was dammed at Foro in the 1960s, and the EPLF built a temporary road up the canyon during 1990 to serve the Diekmhair front. Hayden Dawasi Beja, Beni Amer, Hidareb. Haju Ambessa Cad Tekelsen. Hagar Nagran. Site of an Orthodox Church monastery founded in the 6th century, according to legend, by refugees from the massacre of Christians at Nagran, 523 AD, in South Arabia. Hagar Nagran is located in the extreme north of the Sahel Mountains on the border with Sudan, near the plateaus of Hagar Nish and Hagar Abai. The monastery prospered on the pilgrimage route to Suwakin until the 16th century, when Turkish rule and the rise of Islam in the area led to its abandonment. Today the few remaining stones are used for grinding by the Bet Askid and others. Hagaz, Sinhit. A village on the highway between Karen and Agordat with a mixed Tigray and Bilan population. Hagaz was the site of numerous guerrilla attacks and several civilian massacres during the armed struggle. It was held by the ELF during 1977–78, and by the EPLF after 1988. On April 24, 1978, the ELF and EPLF agreed to form a joint administration in a meeting there. Today it is a growing market and transport center with an agricultural development project nearby and a population 238 of over 5,000, including many repatriated refugees. Haile Menkrios. Currently Eritrean ambassador to Ethiopia, Haile Menkrios is one of the inner circle of original EPLF leaders. Born in Hamasien, Haile is a contemporary of Isaias Afwerki, with whom he studied at Addis Ababa University, after which he attended Brandeis and Harvard in the U.S., obtaining a doctorate in education before joining the EPLF in the field in 1974. He was elected to the first EPLF Central Committee and all succeeding ones. He was appointed PGE representative to Ethiopia in May 1991, becoming ambassador in 1993. Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, 1930–74. Born Taferi Makonnen in 1892, Haile Selassie was responsible for uniting Eritrea with Ethiopia and Ethiopian policies which led directly to the armed struggle for Eritrean independence. Although his activities in pursuit of Ethiopian sovereignty over Eritrea were largely carried out through others, his ideas and decisions guided every aspect of Ethiopian policy concerning Eritrea from May 1941, when he encouraged Eritreans residing in Addis Ababa, including the 500 he employed in his government, to found the Ethiopia Hamasien Society, dedicated to uniting Eritrea with what the society called its mother Ethiopia. Britain had used Haile Selassie's name and prestige among Christian Eritreans in their war effort against Italy, and had made some vague promises concerning Eritrea's future links with Ethiopia which were recalled by Ethiopians and their Eritrean supporters in the Mahaber Fikri Hager, MFH, to buttress their position, and during 1941–42 the Ethiopian government financed a growing unity movement within the MFH. The emperor used every strategy available to mobilize Christian Eritreans in support of unification, see Unionist Party, including the Orthodox Church, anti-Muslim chauvinism, anti-Italian racism, and the strong anti-colonialism of Eritrean intellectuals, such as Gebremeskel Woldu and Tidla Beru, who believed 239. That Ethiopian rule would mean freedom for both personal and societal advancement after years of European oppression. The Ethiopian campaign, which included a Tigrinya newspaper, was particularly successful among the Eritrean police, and other government employees. In March 1946 the emperor sent Col. Nega Haile Selassie to act as his liaison officer in Eritrea. Using Ethiopian funds, he set about organizing the pro-Ethiopian wing of the MFH into the Unionist Party. During 1947–50, when successive international commissions of investigation toured Eritrea, the emperor's agents organized a campaign of anti-independence, anti-Italian, and anti-Muslim violence, that was intended to coerce Eritreans into supporting union and demonstrate to the outside world that only Ethiopian rule would be accepted by the people, see Ondinet, Shifta. On the diplomatic front, the Ethiopian foreign minister, Aklilu Habwold, worked tirelessly to convince the emperor's Western patrons, Britain and the United States, to support Ethiopia's claims, but he was disappointed by the Bevan Sforza plan and other deals which were made with no reference to Ethiopian wishes. By 1949 it was clear that pro-independence sentiments were growing among Eritreans, and the Ethiopian campaign of violence and assassination was stepped up, culminating in the intercommunal rioting in Asmara of February, 1950. In late 1950 the emperor's strategy prevailed in the UN, as Ethiopian support of the United States in Korea, combined with destabilization in Eritrea and the rising importance of Kagnu Station, induced the US to push through Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia. The emperor was not satisfied with an autonomous Eritrean state, which he saw as a potential challenge to his autocratic power, and in negotiations with Ans Mashenso over the composition of the federation, Aklilu Habwold continually attempted to weaken Eritrea's autonomous institutions. The emperor's representative in Eritrea, Andergachu Mesai, and vice representative, Asfaha Wolde Mikael, did everything they could to ensure that Eritrea's institutions would come 240 under Ethiopian control during federation, and after 1955 the emperor's campaign for complete unification moved with increasing speed, culminating in annexation in 1962. After 1952, Haile Selassie visited Eritrea each January, dedicating new Orthodox churches, dispensing honors, accepting petitions and meeting with Italian entrepreneurs, in whose businesses the imperial family held important interests. The emperor's Eritrean policy during the 1960s, carried out by Abiy Abeba and Ashrate Kassa, concentrated on appeasing the Christian population in hopes of dividing them from their Muslim compatriots, who already largely supported the armed struggle for independence. In 1970 a harsher policy of repression began, advocated by Akhlaluhabwold and the military. This further alienated the Christian community, and by the time the emperor was deposed, in September 1974, the great majority Eritreans were united against Ethiopian rule. Thus, Haile Selassie's Eritrean policy, which he regarded as one of the great accomplishments of his reign, was completely discredited. Haile Woldetensai, Dirui. Currently Minister of Foreign Affairs, Haile Mariam Woldetensai, Alt, Woldens, is one of the inner circle of original EPLF leaders and one of their leading ideologues. He was born in Hamasien in 1946 and attended Prince Makonnen Secondary School in Asmara until 1965, when he went with Isaias Afwerki to study engineering at Addis Ababa University. In 1966 he left with Isaias to join the ELF, where he was a member of the Tripartite Unity Forces and later the Allah Group of the ELF-PLF. He headed the Political Education Department of the EPLF from June 1974 and sat on the Front's Central Committee and Political Bureau from their inception. During the 1980s he headed the Cotter School and Political Affairs Department of the Front, and in September 1991 he was appointed to the Key Department of Economic Planning and Coordination, later transformed into the Ministry of Finance and Development, which he headed until June 1997. 241. Hailesi Digsa. Hailanksa. A Baja-speaking ethnic group in northwestern Eritrea, said to have migrated originally from Sirte. Halhal, Sinhit. A high plateau in northern Sinhit, located between the Ansaba Valley and the eastern drainages of the Barka, and forming a strategic massif guarding the southern approaches of the Sahel Highlands. The area was on the ancient Christian pilgrimage routes and contains Aksumite and early Christian ruins around Aretuk. Today Halhal is the northernmost settlement of the Bilan subtribe of Betok, who moved into the area before the 15th century. Catholic missionaries visited Halhal from the 1850s through 1872, when it came under the rule of Egypt. During the period of Italian colonialism, a Catholic church and administrative post were founded on the sloping plateau of Halhal Fisho, official, followed by an agricultural concession and the growth of a small village and market center. By the 1960s the population was about 95% Muslim and 5% Christian. The early ELF commander, Omer Eziazi, a native of Halhal, raided its police post several times and in 1967 a unit of commandos was stationed in the village. On September 5, 1968, Omer Ezaz's unit attacked the commando base and suffered the worst ELF defeat of the 1960s, losing about 70 fighters including Omer and his lieutenant. The following day the Ethiopian army killed 30 villagers, stole most of their livestock and took the fighters' corpses to Karen for public display. In 1970 the commandos were withdrawn and the ELF controlled Halhal until 1981, redistributing land from the Italian concession and forming a committee of elders. In 1981 the last fighting of the Second Civil War occurred in the area, after which the EPLF took over the administration, although their nearest military units were stationed at Molebzo and Mywalad. 242. From 1982 to 1991 Halhal was the scene of some of the heaviest fighting of the war, beginning with the Red Star Campaign and the 1983 military occupation of Fisho, which the DERG transformed into an Army Corps base. During the Afabet battle the EPLA attacked the base and captured it in early April 1988, as part of its attempt to liberate Karen. The Derg retook Halhal Fisho in May, and by 1991 soldiers had completely stripped the area. During 1993 to 94 Halhal was rebuilt as an administrative and market center. The road to Karen was reconstructed, the Catholic Secretariat built a clinic, school, and church, returning refugees built a mosque and shops, and a small reservoir was completed. Hal Haley, Sire. A fertile plain and village between Deberwe and Teramna, watered by the Makakolo Mountains, which provided with year-round grazing. From medieval times part of the plain was under Ethiopian imperial control or that of their Eritrean governors, who used it to pasture their livestock, and in the mid-18th century it was transferred to the Naib of Hirgigo by Michael Suhul. The upper portions of the plain were farmed by the villagers of Adi Geta, but in 1892 the Italians confiscated the entire plain as state land, and in the early 1900s agricultural concessions were established, fencing off the villagers' former lands and forcing them to work on Italian estates. In 1938 the Hal Haley concession was acquired by Viscount Stefano Marazzini, who developed it as a modern, irrigated farm. During the 1940s the Marazzini concession became the most productive dairy farm in Eritrea, supplying most of Asmara's milk products through the mid-1970s. Marazzini kept the concession until his death in the late 1960s, when his widow leased it to an Asmara lawyer, Gaetano Latilla. Latilla abandoned Hal Haley in late 1974, when the ELF allowed farmers from Adi Geta to take over the concession. In 1977 the front decided to operate it as a state farm using captured tractors, sparking a protest which led to the imprisonment of 20 villagers. The ELF lost the area in mid-1978, and the DERG Redes. 243. Tribute the land to the villagers, retaining the roadside property as a military post and tree farm. After liberation, in 1993 the Eritrean government declared the former concession state property and attempted to repossess it for large-scale agricultural development, but met with serious protests from the 400 families farming it. Today the government plans to develop a village-based cooperative to utilize its irrigation and dairy potential. Hamsi Debra Libanos of Shimazana. Hamasine. Until 1995 the northernmost province of the Central Highlands, now largely part of the Nusabamakal, Central Region, Hamasine contains Asmara and the historical districts of Dambezan, Deqi Teshim, Karnashem, the fertile slopes of the Semenawi Bari and the important villages of Adi Rezai, Adi Nafaz, Adi Tekelzan, Mbaderho, Hazaga, Himberti, Kwazian, Shaikti, Tsazaga, Woki Duba, and Zagar, among others. Historically, the name Hamasine was used to describe much of present-day Syria as well, but by the 19th century the province's boundary was set at the Makakolo Mountains, northwest of Deberwe. A Portuguese map from 1630 refers to the highlands as the Republic of Hamasine, indicating its independent political status under the House of Tsazaga, which dominated the province until the 1870s. Because of its central location on trade routes from the coast and the Ansaba Valley, Hamasine's ruling families were the most powerful in Eritrea, and succeeding Tigrine and Italian rulers established their capital at Asmara. With the growth of the city, the history of Hamasine has largely become the history of Asmara, as outlying villages have been drawn into the urban economy and villagers have settled in the city. Italian entrepreneurs established industries and truck farms throughout the province to serve the metropolis, and today Hamasine contains about 80% of Eritrea's modern industries. Hamasine is also at the center of modern Eritrean politics and its dominant Tigrinya culture, and much of the leadership of the present government. 244. Beginning with President Isaias Afwerki, come from the province. Hamid Idris Awad, 1911–1962. As the man who fired the first shots of the armed struggle, Hamid Idris Awad has been claimed by all Eritrea's liberation movements, but a complete account of his actions in 1960–62 has yet to be published. Hamid was born in 1911 to the Hafara clan of Tigray-speaking agriculturists, a people of Nilotic origin settled east of Tessani and related to the Aljadan, Bidhama, Ilit, and Sabdarat, but linked politically to the Beni Amr. Hamid's mother was said to be Nara. Hamid joined the Italian colonial army as an askari in the early 1930s, where he became literate in Italian. He deserted after the Italian defeat in the Western Lowlands in early 1941, and in 1942 he joined the Shifta band of Ali Mumtaz, Ali Mohammed Idris, in cattle raiding and border warfare between the Beni Amr and the Sudanese Hadendawa and later the Walkadi of Tigray. He surrendered to the British administration in 1951, and retired to Gusset to farm, where he was a respected community leader and poet. During 1960, both the Elm and Idris Mohammed Adem were interested in Hamid Idris as a potential military leader. But it was Sayyidina Mohammed ibn Dawd ibn Mustafa, who actually met him in April 1961 near Jerset and asked him to lead an elf cell and consider organizing a guerrilla force. Hamid was interested in the proposal, but told Sayyidina Mohammed the elf first needed a strong organization and modern arms. Nonetheless, Hamid went to Agordat and requested that the provincial administration supply him with arms to fight Walkadi cattle raiders. In August 1961, as the Elf and Elm were waging a propaganda battle against each other, the Eritrean police began to suspect him of anti-government activities. A Tigrinya Christian friend of Hamid's in police intelligence informed him of an impending raid on his home, and he gathered up his followers and fled to Mount Adal, between Agordat and Tessani, where he was pursued by a police anti-Shifta unit and involved in a gun. 245. Battle on September 1, 1961. Hamid Idris's small band of 11 men armed with old Italian rifles grew during late 1961 to early 1962, as several Eritrean members of the Sudan Defense Force, SDF, joined him, forming the core of what became the Elf Army. But Hamid Idris took ill and died near Haikata in June 1962. His remains were reburied at Haikata and a statue erected in his honor on September 1, 1994 in a ceremony attended by about 10,000 people. Hanish Islands. An uninhabited archipelago lying 60 miles off the Eritrean coast and 25 miles from Yemen, whose sovereignty was never settled after it was relinquished by Turkey in 1923. The Italian colonial government administered the islands from Missawa until 1941, after which Britain maintained lighthouses on them from Aden until 1967. Both Yemen and Ethiopia claimed them in the 1970s, when Eritrean fighters used them as a base. This led both Yemen and Eritrea to claim them, along with the neighboring Zucker Islands, in 1995. The competing claims escalated into an armed conflict during December 15 to 18, when the Eritrean army gained control of Hanish Kabir. On June 21, 1996, both nations agreed to arbitrate the dispute under the supervision of the United Nations and World Court. In October they agreed on procedures for selecting arbitrators, who began proceedings in London in April 1997. Harakat see Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM. Hargat Abai, Alt, Abai. A leading unionist politician and mayor of Asmara, Hargat was born in Asmara in 1909 to Barnegashi Abai Haptazian, the chief of Asmara's native quarter. He was educated in Menfera and served the Italian government in Asmara from 1924 to 41, after which he joined the Mahaber Fikri Hager and founded a bus company that eventually dominated city transport. He was an assistant secretary of the Unionist Party, vice president of its Hamaseen branch, and was elected to the First Assembly in 1952, rising to 246. Head the Department of Law and Justice in the Eritrean government in 1954. In 1962 he became mayor of Asmara and presided over the paving of the Mai Bella sewer and other public works projects. He later became Minister of State for Eritrea in the Ethiopian Prime Minister's office. During the 1940s, Hargat was administrator of the main Orthodox Church in Asmara, Kiddusti Mariam, and oversaw much of its contemporary architecture. Hargat's son, Seum, was educated in Addis Ababa and rose to prominence in the government of Haile Selassie, becoming a full cabinet minister in 1969. The family lost their positions during the Ethiopian Revolution. Haso, Alt, Hazu. A Saho tribe inhabiting the eastern foothills of Akele Goze from Irafale south to the Ethiopian border. They are pastoralists who have traditionally fought to protect their pastures from the neighboring Afar and Ethiopian, Saho-speaking, Arab. They are divided into 10 historical clans under a tribal chief or Ona. Halutwald-Methan, Dej. c. 1805-77. Last ruler of the House of Tsaziga, Dej. Halu's career epitomized the unstable, personalized politics of the Eritrean highlands in the 19th century. Halu deposed his father in 1832-33 as Lord of the Merab Melash, but submitted to Dej. Wube in 1835, who recognized him in his position as ruler of the highlands until 1840, when he imprisoned him for 15 years on Ambotazen in Tigray, substituting his more malleable brother, Ait Alula, as governor of Merab Melash. Emperor Tewodros freed Halu in 1855 and reinstated him as governor of Hamasien. He fought off a challenge from his arch-rival and nemesis, Wolde Mikael Solomon of Haziga, in 1857, and the attempt of Aga Negusi to control the highlands in 1858-60. Halu retained his position, but once again fought Wolde Mikael in 1865-66, and in 186,869 failed to acknowledge the rise of Johannes IV, Kassa Mertcha, in time to avoid his arrest and brief replacement by Wolde Mikael, after which both he and his rival were 247. Given alternating positions of power and enforced residence at the imperial court. When Wolde Mikael joined the Egyptians in late 1875, Halu returned to full power, which he held until his rival killed him at Woki Duba in 1877. Haz, Asmara. A red hill in northern Asmara, comprising the colonial Ambagaliano district. Following the Battle of Bet Makkah in 1878, where Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon defeated Ras Beru, the latter's soldiers were captured on the hill, hence its name, Tigran, Kach. Haz was the site of an Italian officers' club and military clinic that was converted to a police station and women's prison under the DERG. Today the women's prison has been converted to a maternity hospital. Hazamo. The arid plains along the middle Merab River Valley, separating Akele Goze from Sire. The area has been a grazing ground for Saho pastoralists and Tigrinya farmers from Shimazana for many centuries, and occasional disputes over grazing lands have provoked numerous armed clashes in the area, leading to inter-ethnic fighting in the 1940s and clashes between ELF-supported Saho and Ethiopian-supported Tigrinya Bandas in the 1960s. The area was held by the ELF through August 1978, when the DERG sent a mechanized column from Tigray through Hazamo, Mayani. The EPLF occupied the area during 1980-81, and in 1982 instituted land reform benefiting poor farmers. Tsorana, on the road to Tigray, developed as an important EPLF administrative center and was bombed in 1990. Since liberation, new schools and clinics have been built in the formerly remote area. Haziga, Hamasien. Together with Tsaziga, Haziga is home to one of the two branches of the descendants of Tesphasian who formed the hereditary ruling dynasty of Hamasien and most of the Merab Melash until 1879. Located in Deqi Teshim, Haziga was the native village of Tesphasian, descendant of the legendary Ait Shum, who 248 ruled Hamasien in the 1630s. Tesphasian's elder sons remained in Haziga and his two younger sons founded Tsaziga. After their father's death the junior branch rose to power, but the senior branch always retained a claim to the governorship of Hamasien. Too weak to enforce their claim themselves, the house, Enda, of Haziga turned to outside powers for support, beginning with Cantabai Kalata's bid for support from Ras Mikael Suhul of Tigray, who briefly put him in power, 1768-70, followed by his nephew Cantabai Zire and Ait Solomon, who contested for power with the rulers of Tsaziga in an increasingly bitter blood feud that culminated in the rise of Haziga's Wolde Mikael Solomon. Ras Wolde Mikael's brief success ended with the fall of both houses, first to Tigrine rule, and then to the Italians. Today Hasaga is a small village of about 2,000, it was held by the ELF during 1974-77 and by the EPLF in 1978, when the DERG broke through Eritrean lines at neighboring Adi Yakob. Healthcare. Traditional Eritrean healthcare practices varied among ethnic groups, but they generally included three types: household or village common knowledge concerning wounds and illnesses that involved bone setting, wound binding and herbal remedies; more specialized and often spiritually medicated healing involving practitioners who burned, cut, and prescribed herbal and magical remedies for their clients, and specialized women who served as midwives. Although this traditional medicine was often effective, it was also at times counterproductive, and the common belief in the efficacy of cutting and burning treatments was, and still is, widespread among much of the population. Western medicine was largely introduced by European missionaries in the late 19th century, and by Italian colonialism in the early 20th. Although most Italian medical facilities were intended to serve the European population, clinics were also opened for the Eritrean population, beginning with ASCARIs and colonial civil servants, and spreading by the 1930s to the main towns. During the invasion of Ethiopia and the Italian 249 immigration that followed it, both military and civilian hospitals were expanded in Massawa, Ginda, and Asmara, where a private Italian community hospital was also built. After the Second World War, the British administration's health department closed military hospitals at Massawa and Ginda, but upgraded some Eritrean clinics. An Eritrean health department was created in 1952, and took over operation of the rudimentary colonial urban-based health system. During the 1950s, the first Eritrean doctors received medical training overseas, and in the 1960s a number of Eritreans graduated from the medical school in Addis Ababa. In 1965 an Eritrean nurse/dresser training facility was opened in Asmara with aid from the Point 4 program of the United States. In the 1960s a number of clinics were opened in smaller towns, staffed by Eritrean dressers or foreign missionaries, such as the American Evangelical Hospital in Ginda, 1966, and the Lalmba Hospital in Karen, 1970. During the 1970s healthcare services moved into rural Eritrea on a limited scale under both the DERG and, particularly, the EPLF. The EPLF healthcare system made the first attempt to integrate Eritrean traditional medicine with Western medicine, and trained hundreds of barefoot doctors to serve the rural population of the liberated areas. The health department was established in 1975 under Dr. Nereo Tekel Mikael, Sierra, and focused on training village health workers and traditional birth attendants, TBAs. Mobile clinics were established, and in 1976 a central hospital was created at Orita. The difficulty and expense of acquiring medicines abroad led to the construction of small-scale pharmaceutical plants in the 1980s, beginning with an intravenous solution plant built with Belgian help in 1983. By the mid-1980s there were over 1,000 barefoot doctors, and scores of highly trained surgeons, doctors, nurses and technicians staffing 6 regional hospitals as well as the Central Hospital Laboratory Complex, where in 1984 open heart surgery was performed. In the same period an eye surgery and lens implant unit was created with Australian aid. War injuries. 250. Also necessitated the creation of an artificial limb factory at Arareb, and rehabilitation facilities, which were situated at the EPLF rear base in Port Sudan. In 1991 the EPLF Health Department took over the entire Eritrean healthcare system, including the decrepit facilities under Ethiopian control, which had been used primarily as military hospitals. Excluding the EPLF field hospitals, which were dismantled, the health system contained 8 hospitals, 4 health centers, clinics, and 45 health stations, dispensaries. This system was in disrepair, understaffed, 1 doctor to 48,000 people, and in addition to famine victims it had to care for 60,000 war disabled. The EPLF developed rehabilitation facilities for 12,000 disabled fighters in Asmara and at Mai Habar, and moved to integrate the Ethiopian and EPLF healthcare systems in a new National Ministry of Health, led by Dr. Haile Mitzun. The task of integration was difficult and further complicated by the ministry's takeover of a number of private hospitals. By 1994 the ministry was responsible for 17 hospitals, including 4 main hospitals in Asmara which receive countrywide referrals, 32 health centers and 120 health stations. In 1992 the nurse training program was reopened and graduated its first class, but Eritrea remained underserved, with a ratio of 1 doctor per 28,000 and 1 nurse per 8,393. Health statistics reflect this, with infant mortality estimated in 1991 at 135 per 1,000 live births, life expectancy 46 years, and a frightening increase in AIDS cases, which had spread primarily through prostitution during the Derg period and infected a confirmed 1,732 people by 1995, with an estimated 60,000 HIV carriers, 80% of whom reside in Asmara. Sebat Ephraim served temporarily as Minister of Health in 1994-95 to improve the ministry's performance, and in June 1997 Saleh Maki was appointed minister. Hedareb. One of Eritrea's 9 linguistically defined nationalities, the Hedareb include those sub-tribes of the Beni Amer people who have retained use of the Beja language, Tibadai, also known as Hedareb. They 251 include those sub-tribes related to the Sudanese Hadendawa, such as the Hashish, the Labat, and Halanksa, and smaller groups like the Ad Ali, Ad Nazi, Ad Salah, Ad Ta'al, Hassel, Shinab, and Sinkat Kanab. Today the Hedareb nationality is a somewhat artificial concept, as most Tibadai speakers are bilingual in Tigray, and many men also speak Arabic. The Beja elements of their culture are shared by most Beni Amer, although the Hedareb groups have historically been more resistant to Islamic orthodoxy. Herui Tidlaberu, Alt, Hiroi. Son of the first Eritrean chief executive, Tidlaberu, Herui was a leading figure in the radical wing of the ELF during the 1970s. He attended university in London during the 1960s and was recruited into the ELF in 1969, where he joined the Labour Party. Following in his father's footsteps, he was elected vice-chairman of the Revolutionary Council in 1971, in a move designed by Muslim leaders to placate the growing Tigrinya/Christian element within the front. Herui participated in the decision to liquidate the EPLF in 1972, but represented the socially progressive ideas and ethnically defined Tigrinya/Christian constituency which remained in the ELF during the First Civil War. He lost his vice-chairmanship in 1975, however, after he attempted to broker a unity agreement with the EPLF. Thereafter, he led the increasingly alienated Tigrinya/Christian elements that produced the Falul movement. He never reconciled himself with the EPLF, however, and after leaving the ELF in June 1977, he founded his own Eritrean Democratic Movement, EDM, which received support from Iraq in 1979. Herui attempted to form an umbrella nationalist organization modeled on the PLO, which would unite all the nationalist fronts, but his group was increasingly marginalized, SEELF factions, receiving TPLF support during the late 1980s and joining forces with the anti-EPLF elements of SIGAM after 1990. Herui left the EDM and returned to Eritrea after liberation. 252. Hezbollah Gunbar, Tigran, People's Front, see Eritrean People's Liberation Front and People's Front for Democracy and Justice. Hezbollah Sarawit, Tigran, People's Army, see Eritrean People's Liberation Army. Hewitt Treaty, 1884. Signed between Emperor Johannes IV of Ethiopia and Admiral Sir William Hewitt, representing Britain, on June 3, 1884 at ADWA in Tigray. This treaty gave British recognition to Johannes's claim to sovereignty over most of present-day Eritrea, with the exception of Massawa, which the British undertook to occupy as a free port. British recognition was exchanged for Johannes's military aid against the Sudanese Mahdaists, particularly to enable an Egyptian garrison to evacuate Kassala. Although the garrison surrendered before it could be relieved, the treaty did produce Ras Alula's 1885 expedition into western Eritrea. The British, however, allowed Italy to occupy Missawa, abrogating the treaty, in the same year. Hirgigo, Semhar, Alt, Harkiko, Harjigo, etc. Located on the mainland southwest of Missawa, Hirgigo was founded in the 15th century by Balu immigrants whose leading family formed the dynasty of the Naibs. Hirgigo became the seaward terminus of the Eritrean caravan trade, with a flourishing market and a heterogeneous population of Tigray speakers, Asawarda Sahos, Arabic-speaking merchants, and others. Because of its location at the foot of the mountains, Hirgigo supplied Missawa with most of its drinking water, and due to its fresher climate many merchants located their permanent homes there. The town suffered from the decline in the Naib's power during the 19th century, as it was sacked by Daesh Wube in 1843-44, then by the Egyptians, who burned it in 1847, and seized and fortified it in 1865. The Italians took it in 1885, and its commercial importance declined with the development of the railroad to as 253 Mara. But Hirgigo remained the seat of the Muslim coastal elite into the 20th century, and during the 1940s its Kekiya Secondary School was an intellectual center of the emerging nationalist movement, producing some of the leading figures of the armed struggle, including Ibrahim Offa, Osman Saleh Sab and Ramadan Mohammed Nur. Consequently, the DERG targeted the town, beginning with a terrible massacre in 1975, which forced most of its surviving population to flee as refugees, and ending with its total destruction in 1976. The site was abandoned until liberation, and in 1994 a master plan for rebuilding the town was created, including ambitious plans for a fishing school and marine research center. In 1997 construction of a major power plant was begun near the town. Hadmo, PL Hadamua. The traditional house of the Tigrinya Highlands. Rectangular, built on a post and beam frame of tree trunks, with stone walls and earth roof. The first row of posts forms a porch, the entry room is an animal barn, separated from the living quarters by an interior wall. The living quarters are often further partitioned and plastered in mud with built-in seats, cupboards, and a wood stove. Humd Mohammed Kari Kari. The highest ranking Afar in the EPLF, Humd, a native of Pseudo Haila, served on the Central Committee and commanded the Eritrean Navy during the war. He was governor of Denkel during 1994-95 and in October 1996 was reappointed commander of the Navy. Ibrahim Offa, d. 1985. Born the son of a poor water seller in Hirgigo, Ibrahim Offa rose to become the military leader of the EPLF. He attended Kekiya school until the 8th grade, when he left to join the Ethiopian Navy. He rose to be a non-commissioned officer in the Marine Commandos before deserting to join the ELF in 254. 1967 he went to Cuba for further military training in 1968, after which he became a unit leader in Zone 4, where he sided with the tripartite unity forces and joined the PLF faction led by Ramadan Mohammed Nur. Like Ramadan, Ibrahim supported Isaias Afwerki's leadership of the emerging EPLF during the struggles of the early 1970s, and emerged as the front's leading military commander by 1975, when he was appointed to the three-person military committee, acting as its de facto chief of staff until his death. He was elected to both the Central Committee and Political Committee of the EPLF at its first Congress. Ibrahim Offa was killed in an Ethiopian counterattack in night fighting around Barentu in 1985, but his death was so demoralizing that the EPLF refused to acknowledge it until the Second and Unity Congress of 1987. Because of this silence, a number of rumors were circulated by the enemies of the EPLF that Ibrahim had been removed in an internal purge, but this could not be farther from the truth. He was perhaps Isaias's most trusted comrade, and one of the few times Isaias was ever seen to cry was when he received news of Ibrahim's untimely death. Ibrahim Idris Total. A leading figure in the ELF and the Unity movement of the 1980s, Ibrahim Total was born to a Nahra family in the late 1940s and attended secondary school in Sudan, where he joined the ELF in 1967. He served as a political organizer in the Front's offices in Kassala and Wad Medani, and was one of the founding members of the Marxist-oriented Labour Party. In 1971 he was elected to the Executive Committee, where he emerged, with Azian Yassin, as a leading ideologue of the secular left within the mainstream ELF. After the Second Civil War, his secularism led him to clash with Abdullah Idris, who briefly arrested him in 1982, and in 1983 Total joined the SIGAM movement, forming the ELF Central Leadership in 1985, which merged completely with the EPLF in 1987. Total served in the Front's political department until liberation, when he was appointed 255 Governor of Semhar Province, making the transition to administrator of the Northern Red Sea region in 1995. Ibrahim Sultan Ali, 1909 to 1987. Leading nationalist politician of the 1940s to 50s and founder of the Muslim League. Ibrahim Sultan was born in Keren, where he studied in Islamic and Italian colonial schools, joining the Eritrean Railroad where he worked as a chief conductor during 1922 to 26. He served the Italian administration in its Muslim Native Affairs section from 1926 to 41, rising to head its Eritrean staff, and continued in this position under the British administration until 1943, when his critiques of European racism forced his retirement to Thessaloniki, where he founded a creamery. His involvement in politics began with his founding role in the Mahaber Fikri Hagar, MFH, in 1941, and during 1943 to 45 he organized the revolt of Tigray serfs against their Shamagal lords, laying the foundation for a new political movement, the Muslim League, which elected him Secretary General in December, 1946. As head of the Muslim League, Ibrahim worked with the British to see all the serfs emancipated by 1949, and he presented the views of Muslim Eritreans to the Commissions of Investigation of the Four Powers and United Nations, attending the Lake Success session of the UN in 1949, where he was instrumental in forming the Independence Bloc together with Woldemariam and others. Ibrahim attempted to dominate Muslim politics, however, incurring the animosity of other aspiring leaders and contributing to the destruction of the League in 1950, when Ali Mohammed Musaradeh led most of the Beni Amr and other Western tribes out of the organization and into the Muslim League of the Western Province. Unlike Ali Musa and others, Ibrahim refused to compromise on either the territorial integrity of Eritrea or its future independence, but he accepted the federation when it came, and was elected to the First Assembly in 1952, where he led the opposition to Tidla Barrow's Unionist Party, conspiring with pro-Ethiopian forces to bring Tidla's fall in 1955. This move, however, brought 256 Ethiopian control and Ibrahim's exclusion from the Second Assembly in 1956, after which he participated in efforts to re-involve the UN in Eritrea's affairs to block Ethiopian annexation. Ibrahim left Eritrea in 1959 for Cairo, where he joined the growing exile group. But his attempts to dominate exile politics failed, and though he remained a symbolic figure and made numerous speeches and petitions on behalf of the Eritrean cause, he alienated many of his potential colleagues in both the ELM and ELF. After initially failing to work with either Woldeb or the ELM, in 1962 he helped them petition the UN in New York, and eventually joined the opposition unity movement in the late 1960s. By the 1970s he was completely marginalized, but his status was rehabilitated after 1982, when he joined the EPLF's call for a national united front, sending a taped message that was played at the EPLF's Second Congress in 1987. He died shortly thereafter, on September 1, 1987, and was eulogized by Woldeb, with whom he has taken his place as one of the father figures of the Eritrean nation. Idris Mohammed Adem. Leading figure in the early nationalist movement and founder of the ELF, Idris Mohammed Adem was born into the Daga subtribe of the Beni Amr in Agordat in 1921. He attended an Arabic secondary school in Gdaref, Sudan, and returned to Agordat with the British administration in 1941 to serve as official secretary for the Beni Amr Diglal. Idris Adem wrote for the Arabic language edition of the Eritrean Weekly News, and his early politics favored the partition schemes of the British and, later, the Muslim League of the Western Province. He was elected to the Eritrean Assembly in 1952, and in 1955 joined forces with Ibrahim Sultan Ali and others to secure the ouster of Tidla Beru and Ali Mohammed Musaradeh, replacing the latter as president of the Assembly on July 26. After this, Idris Adem became an increasingly militant nationalist leader, fighting for an independent 257 Electoral Commission, which led to his removal from office in June 1956, and petitioning the United Nations, which led to his house arrest in 1957. In March 1959, together with Ibrahim Sultan, Idris fled to Sudan, but not after first establishing contacts with Hamid Idris Awad, Sayyidina Mohammed Ibn Dawd Ibn Mustafa and others who later formed the ELF network in western Eritrea. In Cairo, Idris canvassed support for the idea of starting an armed rebellion against Ethiopian rule. He distrusted the already existing Eritrean liberation movement, particularly because of its socialist and secular ideology, and he derided the strategies of Ibrahim Woldemariam and others who focused on the UN. Instead, Idris worked with student activists and fellow Muslims from Western Eritrea to form the core of a new movement, the Eritrean Liberation Front. Even after Osman Saleh Sab joined the front, Idris remained the leading figure on its Supreme Council. As the front grew, he became the patron of its Beni Amr and Western units, coalesced into Zone 1, providing them with arms and supplies through his connections in the Arab world. Idris maintained his power even after internal dissent began in 1967, and in 1971 he was elected chairman of the Revolutionary Council. But his drive for personal control, and his hard-line stance against leftist and Christian dissidents led directly to the outbreak of civil war in 1972. With the rise of a new generation of leaders, Idris was increasingly isolated, and he was not re-elected in 1975, although his son Ibrahim led an Islamist faction in the younger leadership. Idris continued to work as a fundraiser in the Arab world, and was involved in the many attempts by Saudi Arabia to build an Islamist organization among the more conservative ELF factions during 1982–85. As of 1996, he continues to live in Jeddah. Idris Osman Galadouas. Founding member and one of three original leaders of the ELF Supreme Council, Idris Galadouas was born in 1934 at Hami El Mal near 258. Karen to a merchant family of Bet-Juk origin. In 1938 his father moved to Ali Gaider, where Idris attended the Arabic elementary school, moving to Karen for middle school. In 1951 he went to Cairo on a secondary school scholarship, entering Cairo University in 1956, where he studied law through 1962. In 1959 he participated in founding the Eritrean Student Union, and was involved in discussions with the ELM. With several other students he formulated an alternative political strategy calling for immediate armed struggle in Eritrea, and in 1960 he helped Idris Mohammed Adem form the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Galadouas was elected secretary of the ELF by its founding group, and in 1962 joined the Supreme Council. As the ELF split along ethnic lines during the mid-1960s, Galadouas became the patron of Omar Ezaz's Bilan faction, based in Zone 2. He also sponsored the creation of Zone 5, recognizing the political importance of the Christian Highlanders. With the breakup of the zonal commands his power declined, although he was elected to the Revolutionary Council in 1971. He was not re-elected in 1975, but he continued to serve as ELF representative in Cairo through 1981, and attempted to reunite the ELF factions in the 1980s, serving in the leadership of the United Organization, LFUO, after 1986. In 1992 he led the LFUO back to Eritrea, where he served as a referendum commissioner and then on the Constitutional Commission. Ilni Hagos, c. 1805-51. An important figure in the history of Haziga, Ilni was the daughter of Ite Hagos, Cantabai of Zigar, and married Solomon Twildamtin, Cantabai of Haziga around 1815-20. She is remembered as a woman with a strong but vengeful personality, whose tragic story epitomizes the 19th-century blood feuds of the Tigrinya highlands. She was the mother of Wolde Mikael Solomon, and on the death of her husband in 1837-38 she was left to defend her son's political rights to the Shumat of Hamasien. In 1840, when Dej Halutwild Methin of Tsaziga was 259. Imprisoned by WUBE, her agent went to the ruler of Tigray and successfully argued for the Shumat to be restored to her young son. Dej Halu's son was deposed and Ilni served as her son's regent. Rule by a woman was unprecedented in the Kabesa, and sparked widespread opposition, but Wub's Tigrine military governor helped impose Ilni's authority. In 1841 Wub's troops left and a war broke out between Ilni and the House of Tsaziga, led by Ite Alula. Haziga was defeated, but Alula allowed Ilni to rule Minabizire. She became unpopular, however, due to her onerous taxes and an ongoing quarrel with Cantabai Woldegaber of Dambezan. In 1842-43 she was deposed by Ite Gabre, brother-in-law of Woldegaber, and in 1850-51, Ilni took revenge on Woldegaber when he inadvertently appeared in Haziga and was murdered by her sons, who fled to Tigray, leaving their mother and their own infant sons with their relative, the Cantabai of Karnashem. But the forces of Tsaziga and Haziga marched on Karnashem and took Ilni and her grandchildren to the new Cantabai of Dambezan, Woldegaber's brother Jilwet, who tortured and murdered them. Ilni's sons then returned, killed Jilwet and burned Ad Tekelson in 1855. The blood feud was finally ended by the marriage of Wolde Mikael's daughter, Teru, with the nephew of Cantabai Jilwet. Ilit. A small Nilotic-speaking group related to the Kunama, living in western Gash Seti. Independence Bloc, 1949-50. A united front of pro-independence Eritrean political parties was formed at the United Nations by representatives of the Muslim League, Pro-Italy, and Italo-Eritrean parties in May 1949. The group came together with the support of Italy in the aftermath of the defeat of the Bevan Sforza plan. When they returned to Eritrea, on June 26, they formed the Independence Bloc together with the Liberal Progressive Party, LPP, and Wolde Mariam's Independent Eritrea Party. The bloc called for immediate 260 independence, and represented a clear majority of the Eritrean population, as many previous Unionist Party supporters defected to it. The power of the bloc alarmed Haile Selassie I, and his Unionist organization unleashed a terrorist campaign against the bloc, culminating in the Asmara riots of February, 1950. After this the bloc disintegrated, due to the manipulations of the Ethiopians and British administration, as well as the unpopularity in the highlands of overt Italian support for the bloc. It was dissolved in December 1950, but most of its members from the remnants of the original Muslim League and LPP together with the smaller parties, formed the Eritrean Democratic Front in January 1951 and contested the elections for the first assembly, where they continued to form a loose anti-unionist coalition, the Independent Federalists, through 1956. Industry. Traditional Eritrean industries included small-scale mining, metal production, woodworking, and weaving, but it was not until the advent of Italian colonialism that modern industries developed. Outside the salt mining, energy, and transport sectors, where industrial production began in the mid-1900s, the first Italian industries were established in the 1920s to process raw materials for export, such as the Dumpom button factory in Karen and several tanneries. With the massive influx of Italian nationals after 1935, demand for local food and beverage manufacture, metal fabrication and repair, construction materials and other small industries increased tremendously, and Italian entrepreneurs opened numerous small factories and workshops, particularly to serve the military and road transport sectors in Asmara, Diekmaar, and Misawa. Industrialization received another boost during 1941–44, when the British administration encouraged local self-sufficiency and regional export production, and Italian entrepreneurs responded by opening food processing, chemical, glass, ceramic and shoe factories to supply local markets, Ethiopia and the Red Sea region. Almost all. 261. These new industries were located in Asmara, and this concentration only increased over the next 40 years. The 1942–45 war boom created modern Eritrea's industrial base, but after 1946 regional markets were lost to overseas competition, while political insecurity, combined with Italian emigration, produced a prolonged depression. After 1952 new industries were developed, principally by the Italian population, to serve the markets of Ethiopia, including meat, fruit, and vegetable canning, particularly on the Danate estates, and textile production in Asmara, beginning with the Barattolo factory in 1956, and Ethio Textiles Share Company in the 1960s. Already established Italian industries, such as the Malati Brewery, Sava Glass Company and many others continued and even expanded their production. But all these industries failed to offset the decline in other sectors of the manufacturing and transport economy, as many factories closed or were moved to Addis Ababa and Kenya. In 1975 all large and medium-scale industries, including all those owned by foreigners and the imperial family, were nationalized by the DERG. Industrial production declined dramatically as the armed struggle intensified around the main industrial towns and industrial infrastructure was destroyed or removed by both the Ethiopian military and nationalist forces. Although some workshops were reconstructed in EPLF-held areas of Sahel, the Derg held the industrial towns, and during 198,185 made some attempt to revive Eritrean industries, particularly to serve the war effort. But sabotage, lack of spare parts and raw materials shortages led to a continuing decline, which reached bottom in 1990, when industrial production virtually ceased and some factories were stripped for removal to Ethiopia. In 1991 the Provisional Government of Eritrea took over 42 large to medium-sized state industries, 90% in Asmara, including the Asmara Brewery, formerly Malati, Asmara Textiles, formerly Barattolo, and Red Sea Textiles, Lalmba Sack Factory, AMAP Match and Chemical Factory, Deluxe Shoes, the 262. Ceramic Factory, formerly Tabaki, and Glass Factory, formerly Sava, as well as several sweater knitting and soap factories, the salt works in Misawa and Asab, and the petroleum refinery. Some 644 small private workshops also existed, and 2 EPLF factories were transferred to Asmara and Menfera. In 1992–93 the government undertook a program to privatize many state industries, but the initial investment code, combined with decrepit and outdated equipment, failed to attract capital. A revised investment code and improvements in some enterprises are hoped to lead to the privatization of about one-third of state factories before the end of the 1990s. A few industries, including the brewery, match factory, and glass factory, have seen great rises in productivity as demand in local and regional markets has increased, and in 1997 soap and shoe factories were sold to private investors. Plans for attracting electronics and other light industries are also underway in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, directed since June 1997 by Ali Said Abdallah. Irafale. Located at the base of the Gulf of Zula, Irafale is the administrative center for the sub-province of the same name, which includes the coastal lowlands from the mountains of Alad to Bieta. Originally part of Akele Goze, this division was included in the Northern Red Sea Administrative Region in 1995. Irafale's name, meaning elephant pasture in Saho, signifies the wildlife that abounded in this area before the 20th century. Today about 27,000 Saho and Afar pastoralists live in the sub-province, and the village boasts a new clinic and administrative center. Iraq. After the Ba'athist coup of 1968, Iraq began supplying small-scale military assistance and training to the ELF, but never approached the aid levels of Syria. Iraqi agents, however, attempted to meddle in the internal affairs of the Eritrean nationalist movement on numerous occasions, beginning in 1969 when they tried to build a base of support for a Ba'athist pan-Arabist movement in 263. The ELF as a corollary to a similar attempt within the Sudanese military. Iraq contacted former Syrian and Iraqi trainees in the ELF and supported their moves against the Qiyadah al-Ama in 1970, helping to precipitate the split of Osman Salih Sab and the ELF-PLF forces from the ELF. During the ensuing civil war, Iraq apparently sent discreet military aid to both sides, and this dual policy continued in the mid-1970s, with ELF chairman Ahmed Nasser visiting Baghdad in 1976 and Iraqi observers attending the EPLF First Congress in 1977. The EPLF maintained an office in Baghdad, but relations became increasingly strained as Iraq tried to broker a unity agreement between Sab's rump ELF-PLF and the ELF during 1978-79. In 1979, Iraq encouraged a rift in the ELF-PLF, leading to the formation of the ELF-PLF Revolutionary Command, and after 1981 maneuvered among the various ELF factions, eventually supporting the ELF-RC. The Gulf War, followed by the EPLF victory, ended Iraqi influence in Eritrea. As of 1996, no ambassadors have been exchanged, although Iraq has recognized Eritrea and informal contacts are common. Isaias Afwerki, President of Eritrea and leader of the EPLF since its inception, Isaias' political vision has dominated the Eritrean nationalist movement and the new state since the 1970s. Isaias Afwerki was born January 2, 1946, in the Abashiaul district of Asmara. His father, whose native village was Salat, just outside the city, was a minor functionary in the state tobacco monopoly. His mother was descended from Tigrine immigrants from the Enderta area. Isaias attended Prince Makanan Secondary School, where he was involved in militantly nationalist student organizations in the early 1960s. He graduated in 1965 and began studying engineering at Shi University in Addis Ababa during 1965-66. In September 1966, Isaias left university to join the ELF, traveling through Asmara to Sudan. In 1967 he was sent to China, and in 1968 he became Deputy Division Commander with political responsibilities for Zone 5, comprising his native Hamaseen. He was a leading figure. 264. In the Eslah reform movement, the Tripartite Unity Forces and the Tigrinya/Christian group which withdrew to Allah in 1970, where Isaias drafted a scathing critique of the ELF leadership in his 1971 Statement of Purpose, We and Our Objectives, which formed the charter of the emerging EPLF. Isaias led his group into an alliance of convenience with Osman Salih Sab's ELF-PLF, but remained critical of Sab, eventually breaking with him to form the EPLF in 1975. Together with a tight-knit group of associates, including Ali Said Abdallah, Ibrahim Afa, Petros Solomon, Ramadan Mohammed Nur and others, Isaias staved off attacks from the left, Semenka, and right during the First Civil War, and led the formation of the EPLF in 1974-75. He served on both the political and military committees of the EPLF, but he preferred a collective to a personalist leadership style, and was elected Vice Secretary General at the EPLF's First Congress in 1977. In 1987 his preeminent role was publicly acknowledged when he was elected Secretary General, and in 1991 Isaias became Secretary General of the Provisional Government of Eritrea. In April 1993, he assumed the office of President, and in 1994 he was elected Secretary General of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. Although Isaias was an unpretentious leader, Sharing the Spartan life of other fighters in the Sahel, he proved an effective international diplomat, beginning with a tour of Europe and the United States in 1989. In his 1993 speeches to the Organization of African Unity, June 28, and United Nations, September 30, his emphasis on self-reliance and blunt criticism of corruption in Africa marked him as a new voice in international politics. As of 1997, Isaiah's political position is unassailable, as he combines the powers of Chief Executive and Secretary General of the only legal political party. He is at the center of most government decision-making, but has also tried to make himself available to the public on a routine basis, although his political style is not that of a populist. His intellectual brilliance, forthrightness, mastery of 265. Detail and unswerving dedication to social justice and national unity mark him as a remarkable leader both in Eritrea and abroad. Isaiah's relative youth and good health, despite a 1993 relapse of cerebral malaria, see Israel, indicate that he will dominate Eritrean politics for many years to come. Islam. The Eritrean region has been associated with the Muslim religion since the days of Muhammad, when some of his earliest followers took refuge in the Aksumite Empire. But Islam only developed as an indigenous religion in the 9th century, when Arab merchants and immigrants introduced it to the Dahlak Islands and coastal areas, where it began to spread amongst the Afar and Shaho peoples by the 11th century, and among the Beja and Balu by the 13th. The number of Muslims among Eritrea's ethnic groups greatly increased during the 1530s, when Imam Ahmed al-Ghazali, Gran, ruled the region and actively persecuted Christians. During this period the Djibarti communities of the highlands took shape, and under the succeeding period of Turkish rule over the coastal lowlands Islam continued to spread among Tigray and Beja-speaking people. But for many previously animist peoples, conversion to Islam was quite nominal before the 19th century, and a syncretistic blend of traditional beliefs and a much debased Islam remained common among many Beni Amr and other tribes. Beginning with Sheikh Al-Amin ibn Hamid, Cad Sheikh, in the early 19th century, and continuing with the Mirghani Sufi order, a series of religious reformers purified Islamic practices and converted new groups among lowland Eritreans. Reform efforts were furthered by the rule of Egypt from the 1840s through 1885, by which time almost all non-Kabesa ethnic groups had converted to Islam with the exception of the Kunama and some Bilan. Centers of Islamic study developed during this period around Agordat, Keren, and Misawa, and Eritrean students began to travel to Cairo to study at Al-Azhar University. During the 1880s/90s, Eritrean 266 Muslims, organized by the pro-Egyptian Mirghani order and other local sects, fought against the Sudanese Mahdiyya, and Italian colonialists consequently viewed Eritrean Islam as an ally in their wars against both Mahdiyyists and Ethiopian Christians. The Muslim lowland peoples generally accepted Italian rule, and in return the Italians supported Muslim traditional ruling families and Islamic institutions with monetary subventions and political privileges. The Sharia courts of Misawa were funded and upgraded in the 1890s, and in 1900 the Asmara Friday Mosque and an adjoining Islamic institution were built, with the latter housing Sharia courts and the offices of the Beni Akaf, responsible for collecting and distributing Islamic charity. The office of Mufti was created to supervise these institutions, further integrating them into the state apparatus. In 1940 Sheikh Ibrahim el-Muhtar Ahmed ibn Omar, who studied at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, was appointed Mufti, but on his death in 1969 Governor Ashrate Kassa refused to appoint any of the Muslim community's nominees for Mufti, and this policy continued under the DERG. Under the British administration, Sheikh Ibrahim was instrumental in expanding institutions of Islamic education, helping found the Egyptian-funded King Farouk School in Asmara in 1943, as well as other schools in Menfera, Misawa, and Keren. Until 1952, the policies of both Italian and British administrations facilitated the spread of Islamic schools with Arabic curriculums, and allowed Muslims to rise in both business and state employment. Consequently, Islam, and the Mirganiyat order in particular, became a bulwark of colonial rule. The number of Muslims increased from about 175,000 in 1905 to 312,000 in 1931 and 528,000 in 1948, and they were consistently a narrow majority of the Eritrean population before 1952. The position of Islam in Eritrea suffered a decline under Ethiopian rule, as the new administration favored Christian Unionists. This discrimination increased as the armed struggle developed with an initial base of primarily Muslim support, and Muslims made up the majority. 267 of Eritreans who fled the country as refugees. Since liberation, the government has re-established Muslim institutions, including the Office of Mufti, Sharia courts, and regional Islamic councils, Mejli al-Awqaf. Census data on religious affiliation is currently unavailable, but observation and refugee statistics seem to indicate that Muslims no longer comprise a majority of the population inside the country, although this may change if full refugee repatriation is achieved. This perception, when combined with the history of divisive colonial religious policies and the rise of a militant Islamist movement in the region, has produced distrust of government policies among some of the Muslim refugee population. Islamic Jihad movement. See Jihad. Islamist movements, Pan-Islamism. Islamist ideology, which favors the creation of a state based on Islamic law and institutions, such as exists in Iran, is a recent development in Eritrean politics, but its political roots can be traced back to the Pan-Arabism and Muslim-oriented propaganda of Idris Mohammed Adem and Osman Salih Sab in the ELF during the 1960s. With the emergence of a powerful Christian element in the nationalist movement during the early 1970s, a reactionary Muslim group in the ELF began to espouse an increasingly anti-Christian, Islamist political program, influenced no doubt by the rise of Islamism in the Arab world and Iran. The leading figure in this group was Ibrahim, son of Idris M. Adam, who was imprisoned in 1978 by the mainstream leadership. Islamism re-emerged with greater force after the ELF defeat in 1981, when Saudi Arabia moved to support an Islamist program to reunite the more conservative ELF factions. Out of this developed the Jihad movement, with its specifically Islamist political program. Since the seizure of the Sudanese state by Islamist forces in 1989, Islamism has developed as an increasingly threatening opposition ideology to the secular nationalist program of the current Eritrean government. Its appeal among Eritrean Muslims outside of the refugee communities of 268 Sudan and some Arab states appears to be limited, but a few Islamist religious figures were arrested in the lowland areas during 1995, following guerrilla actions by the Jihad movement. Israel has been deeply involved in Eritrean affairs since the beginning of the armed struggle, during which Israel consistently supported Ethiopian control over Eritrea with arms and military training. Israel and Ethiopia shared a common fear of Pan-Arabism, and in 1965 the United States encouraged Israel to begin training Ethiopian security forces and the Eritrean commandos. By 1966 the Israeli military team numbered about 100. Israel also invested in the Eritrean economy, setting up Eritrea's largest meat canning operation under its parastatal Encode company, as well as textiles, fishing, and other industries. Following the Ethiopian Revolution, Israeli military aid continued, with Israeli instructors training the DERG's first new divisions. Even after the Derg broke with the U.S., recognized the PLO and established ties with radical Arab states, secret Israeli aid continued because both governments shared an interest in suppressing Eritrean nationalism. In 1983 Israeli aid increased as the Ethiopians tied the emigration of their Jewish population, the Falashas, to obtaining $20 million in military aid, including napalm and cluster bombs. These supplies continued intermittently through 1991, and were greatly expanded in the last days of the war, as Israel arranged the airlift of 14,000 remaining Falashas from Addis Ababa. The Derg attempted to turn over the Dahlak Island naval base to Israel in April, but the end of the war came before this was arranged. Despite this history, following liberation Israel moved quickly to shore up its position in Eritrea, once again with U.S. help. On February 5, 1992, the Israeli ambassador to Ethiopia visited Asmara to discuss relations, returning again in August. As the Eritrean government grew increasingly concerned about relations with the Sudan and Islamist political opponents, an opening to 269. Israel was arranged, culminating in President Isaias Afwerki being airlifted to Israel by a U.S. military plane on January 6, 1993, for treatment of cerebral malaria. Isaias stayed through January 15, and some political negotiations seem to have taken place because an Israeli representative appeared in Asmara in February. These moves caused consternation among many Arab countries, but were not unpopular in Eritrea. Full diplomatic relations were established following the referendum, and on October 28, 1993, an Israeli ambassador arrived to open an official embassy. By this time several technical aid programs were underway, and these have been expanded in the field of agriculture, where Israel provides over 40 technicians and material assistance for water conservation and irrigation projects. Italian colonialism, 1882 to 1941. Italy created the modern territorial entity of Eritrea through a period of colonial rule spanning 60 years. This rule may be divided into three phases: 1. Territorial expansion from 1882 to 96, 2. Consolidation from 1897 to 1931, in which Italian rule was modeled on the classical European colonial empires of the period, 3. Fascist expansion from 1932 to 41, in which Eritrea became the main base for Italian conquest and exploitation of Ethiopia. Beginning with Italian attempts to acquire territory around Assab in 1869, Italy's interest in Eritrea was focused on dominating the trade of Ethiopia, first by controlling its coastal entrepots, then by expanding into the northern highlands. Italian activities were encouraged by Britain, which hoped Italy would prove a cooperative sub-imperial power capable of filling the political vacuum occasioned by Egypt's withdrawal from the region. The first Italian colonial administration was established at Assab in 1882, and on February 5, 1885, the Italian navy seized Missawa. Over the next year they occupied the central coast and extended treaties of protection to many lowland tribes including the Beni Amr, Bilan, and Habab. Italian occupation was generally welcomed by Muslim lowlanders, who saw it as a form of protection. 270. From Tigrine raids and the expansionist policies of Johannes IV. Many Tigrinya/Christian military leaders also saw the Italians as allies against Tigrine rule, including Abarakasa, Batahagos, Hajuambesa, Brimbras Kafliesis, and others, who joined the Italians as leaders of irregular soldiers in Bunda units that were armed and paid by Italy. Johannes IV refused to accept the Italian occupation, and in January 1887 attacked their fort at Saati, destroying an Italian column at Dogali. This defeat ironically propelled further Italian expansion, fueled by domestic calls for revenge. War was declared, 20,000 troops were dispatched to Eritrea, and diplomatic initiatives were launched to secure an alliance with Menelik of Shua, see Ethiopia. In May 1888, General Baldi Sara took command, and in 1889 Italy signed the Treaty of Wikil with Menelik, now Emperor of Ethiopia, which recognized Italian possession of most of eastern Eritrea. In August, Baldi Sara occupied Asmara, and Italian rule was quickly extended to the Marib-Bellissimi-Muna line in the highlands, see borders. On January 1, 1890, the Italian government created the colony of Eritrea, and set about securing their regime against attacks from Tigrines, Sudanese Mahdaists and internal rebellion. A dispute over the Treaty of Wikil led to a falling out with Menelik, which the Italians countered with an attempt to win Tigrine support in 1891, See Tigray. For the next 5 years the Italian government, led by Crispi, pursued a policy of demographic colonization in the highlands, while fighting a series of wars against the Mahdaists to secure the western lowlands, see Agordat. Crispi hoped to settle thousands of Italian peasants in agricultural colonies that would redirect Italian emigration to Italian-controlled territory. But colonial seizure of Cabeza lands, many of which had been depopulated by famine, combined with the arrest of Highland Bunda leaders, produced Botahago's revolt in 1895, followed by a Tigrine invasion and the events leading up to the Battle of Adwa in March 1896, where Italian ambitions to conquer northern Ethiopia were crushed. Many, 271, of the colonists who had settled in Eritrea fled, and plans for agricultural colonization of the highlands were largely abandoned. After the Treaty of Addis Ababa ended war with Ethiopia, Italian colonial policy entered a phase of consolidation, which lasted roughly until 1932, and was marked by an emphasis on developing Eritrea as a stable base for the economic exploitation of northern Ethiopian commerce, recruitment of colonial soldiers, see askari, and the development of plantation agriculture in the lowlands, see Ali Gider, Kashani, Darasi, Tessani. Colonial borders were delimited with neighboring states, a system of direct rule was imposed in the highlands, replacing local notables with salaried colonial chiefs, Tigran, Mislini, while in the lowlands indirect rule was maintained through the retention of the tribal ruling classes, Sinabtab, Shumagal, as salaried chiefs and the subvention of Islamic legal institutions. A series of administrative divisions were created, including provincial divisions, commissariata, and smaller districts, residents. Most of these institutions and policies were implemented during the governorship of Ferdinando Martini, 1897 to 1907, and they continued in effect after the fascists came to power in 1922. They produced a dependent colonial economy closely linked to Italy, see commerce, while Italian colonial expenditures, which generally exceeded Eritrea's revenue, financed administrative and economic infrastructure, including the railroad, road transport, and lowland irrigation, and rudimentary social services. Although this infrastructure was intended to serve Italian settlers and capital, it nonetheless laid the foundations for the integration of the modern Eritrean nation, despite the fact that few opportunities were available to Eritreans, with their access to modern education severely restricted, and only the lowest levels of the colonial civil service available to a few former soldiers. Until the 1930s, Italian policy essentially froze in place existing Eritrean social structures, imposing over them a colonial superstructure in which Eritreans participated. 272. Primarily as soldiers, see askari. But tax burdens were not onerous, the population grew significantly and a local, almost entirely Muslim, merchant class developed. This situation changed in 1932, when Mussolini's fascist government began to plan the invasion of Ethiopia, using Eritrea as its primary base. The resurgence of Italian imperialism harked back to the first phase of Italian colonialism, including Mussolini's call for revenge for the humiliating Adwa debacle of 1896, and a renewed emphasis on demographic colonization of the Eritrean and Ethiopian highlands. Transport and military infrastructure were upgraded, Eritrean military conscription was introduced, new administrative divisions were created to merge smaller ethnic groups in a more rationalized bureaucracy, and Protestant missionaries were expelled because of their supposed Ethiopian sympathies. These projects all accelerated tremendously in January 1935, when the fascist general and minister of colonies, Emilio de Bono, 1866–1944, was appointed High Commissioner of Italian East Africa to oversee whirlwind preparations for the invasion of Ethiopia, including modern motor roads, the creation of the new town of Deekmhere and the world's longest aerial cableway, Teleferica, from Massawa to Asmara. In October, de Bono led the invasion of Ethiopia, but in November he was replaced by Marshal Bataglio, who captured Addis Ababa in May, 1936. Eritrea's borders were expanded to include Tigray, and the Italian population mushroomed as tens of thousands of nationals poured into the colony. Over 60,000 remained after the war boom ended in 1937, largely in Asmara and Deekmhere, where they created a modern urban economy, heavily subsidized by the Italian state. A new generation of entrepreneurs laid the foundations for Eritrean industry during the late 1930s, first by supplying the Italian community with food, shelter, and transport, and then expanding into export manufacturing and agriculture during the 1940s. During 1935–41, fascist race laws were imposed and colonial towns and public facilities were strictly 273 segregated between natives and Europeans. But the massive influx of Italian urban settlers and the development of an urbanized industrial economy had a profound social and cultural impact on Eritrean highland society, and particularly Asmara, that has lasted into the present. Italian colonial rule ended in April 1941, when Britain conquered the colony. But the social and economic structures created by Italian colonialism persisted for many years under the ensuing British administration, while the influence of Italian settlers and Italian culture persisted even longer. Italian population. The first Italian settlers came as missionaries in the mid-19th century, SEE Italy. From 1885 to 1900 Misawa housed the majority of Italians, despite its climate, after which Asmara consistently housed over two-thirds of the colonists. The growth of the civilian population, including state officials, was slow in the early colonial period, reaching 585 in 1892, 3,949 in 1905, and about 4,700 in 1931. In 1935 began a massive increase, expanding to roughly 65,000 by 1939, as workers, administrators, fascist party operatives, entrepreneurs, and demobilized soldiers poured into the colony or returned to Eritrea from unstable conditions in Ethiopia. During the late 1930s, Asmara's average monthly Italian population rose from roughly 30,000 to over 50,000, and it was estimated at 55,000 in 1941 when the city was occupied by Britain. Italian settlers created entirely new, European cities and towns during this period, and though they were officially separated from Eritreans by fascist race policies, there was actually a great deal of interaction through employment and the social institution of madamato or concubinage, in which many Italian single men, the majority of new immigrants, lived with Eritrean women, producing a mixed-race population who largely associated themselves with Italian culture. During 1941–42, the Italian population, including prisoners of war, actually increased as Italians were removed from Ethiopia, but the repatriation of over 10,000 civilians and 20,000 prisoners in 1943–44 left a 274 population of some 40,000 by 1945. Many Italians were now involved in commerce, industry, and agricultural development, all of which were encouraged by the British, while the numbers in state employment declined from 12,000 in 1947 to only 350 in 1952 as the British prepared for federation with Ethiopia. But fear of anti-Italian violence, sea shifta, Ethiopian rule, and growing unemployment created an Italian exodus that reduced the population to 18,000 by 1952 and 10,000 by 1960. The remaining Italian community consisted of a few large industrialists and agricultural concessionaires, who commanded the heights of the Eritrean economy through personal connections with Haile Selassie I, and an aging group of small business owners, some with mixed-race children, who were concentrated in Asmara. By 1970, less than 5,000 remained, and in early 1975 came a final exodus, as the armed struggle intensified and the DERG nationalized all Italian businesses. Only a few score very elderly Italian settlers remain in Asmara today, but the legacy of Italian settlement for highland urban Eritrea has been tremendous, exemplified by the Italian vocabulary that laces modern Tigrinya, Italian tastes in food, such as pasta and cappuccino, dress, including the latest Roman fashions, leisure activities, bars, soccer, football, bicycle racing, and urban architecture. Italy. Italian interest in the Eritrean region dates back to the 14th century, when Catholic Church chroniclers recorded information about the region, partially based on Italian merchants' accounts. Church interest was maintained through the 19th century, when Italian missionaries participated in attempts to establish the Catholic Church in the region, including Giustino de Jacobus, Giuseppe Sapato, and Giovanni Stella, 1821–69, with the latter two playing leading roles in the Italian acquisition of land and concessions at Assab, 1869, and Caron, respectively. After 1882, Italy's relation with Eritrea was one of direct colonization which lasted through 1941. 275. Italian government claims to Eritrea were formally relinquished in the peace treaty signed with the four powers on February 10, 1947, after which the Italian government, led by its still extant Ministry of Colonies, attempted to gain a UN trusteeship over the territory. Italian ambitions for Eritrea were pursued by Count Sforza, who negotiated the Bevan-Sforza Plan at the United Nations, and in Eritrea by subsidizing various local Italian organizations, led by the Casa degli Italiani and CRIE, as well as two Eritrean political parties, the Pro-Italy Party, made up of veteran colonial soldiers, Askari, who hoped to regain their pensions, and the Italo-Eritrean Party, composed of the descendants of mixed-race marriages. With the defeat of the Bevan-Sforza Plan in May 1949, Italy switched to support of immediate independence for Eritrea, which it hoped to dominate. Italy encouraged the formation of the independence bloc, and the Italian liaison officer in Eritrea, Count de Gropolo, dispensed large subventions to potential supporters. But the Italian strategy backfired, as Unionists were able to play on strong anti-Italian sentiments in the highlands. After the UN decided on federation in 1950, the Italian government tried to repair its relations with Ethiopia, establishing formal relations in 1951, and paying war reparations. Thereafter, Italian policy was essentially privatized, following the business interests of local Italian capital. Italy failed to raise the issue of Eritrea's annexation at the UN, and Italian businessmen developed close personal relations with Haile Selassie, which benefited the Ethiopian regime in Eritrea. This policy continued during the DERG period, as Italy supplied commercial capital and development aid to Ethiopia, while it refused to accept most Eritrean political refugees. During the 1970s the EPLF opened an office and information center in Rome, and the Bologna Cultural Festival was begun, 1971, but the Eritrean community in the former colonial metropole amounted to only 5,000 by 1991. Only in 1988, after the Afabet victory, did Italy move away from support of the DERG and attempt to establish good relations with the EPLF. 276. The obvious opportunism of Italian policy, together with the history of corruption in its aid programs, made the EPLF skeptical of Italian offers of assistance in the post-liberation period. Bilateral relations were discussed in Asmara in December 1992, but the Eritrean government rejected a $60 million loan offer for railroad reconstruction and another for rebuilding Asmara's water system because they were tied to Italian contractors. Nonetheless, Italy extended immediate diplomatic recognition after the referendum, and by 1995, Italy was Eritrea's second largest donor of aid, totaling $50 million, after a long-term cooperation agreement was signed in March. By May 1997, when President Isaias made a state visit to Italy, Italian capital represented the largest foreign investment in Eritrea. Jang Aran. A small tribal group associated with the Bilan, but originating from the Adsara tribe of Sahel. They live between Hal and the Ansaba River Valley, where the road passes through a narrow canyon known as Bab Jang Aran. The Jang Aran were administratively attached to the Betark in 1932, and follow Bilan customary law. Their home saw heavy fighting in the armed struggle, and most Jang Aran fled as refugees in the 1970s. From 1988 to 91, Bab Jang Aran was on the front lines and many villages were destroyed. Jebba See Eritrean Liberation Front, Elf. Djibarti, Alt, Jabarti. The name used to describe Tigrinya-speaking Muslims living in the Kebessa. The name comes from similar usage among Amharic and Tigrinya speakers in Ethiopia, and seems to originate in an Arabic term meaning the elect of God, that may have been associated with immigrants from Arabia to the Zila area, ancient Adal, sometime before the 14th century. The present Djibarti population in Eritrea seemed to originate from local converts to Islam during the period of 277. Ahmed al-Ghazali, Gran, the descendants of Muslim merchants, and Tigrine Djibarti immigrants. Traditionally, most Djibarti people were engaged in commerce or artisanal occupations, particularly weaving, and in pre-colonial times were largely barred from land ownership. But in Sirte and Akele Goze there are a number of villages where Djibarti own and farm land. The Djibarti are often described as being more devout Muslims than their lowland co-religionists, and are particularly well represented among religious scholars. Jihad, Eritrean Islamic Jihad, Arab, Holy Struggle. A political movement advocating the creation of an Islamic Eritrean state founded on Muslim religious law, and dedicated to violent overthrow of the EPLF/PFDJ secular government. The Eritrean Islamic Jihad, aka Eritrean Islamic Liberation Front, was formed at a meeting in Gedaref, Sudan, in 1988 by a number of smaller organizations whose origins may be traced to the Islamist tendency in the former ELF, the influence of Saudi Arabia on ELF factions in the early 1980s and, particularly, the support of Sudan's National Islamic Front, NIF. Among the jihad leadership were Mohammad Arafat and Hamid Turki, while members included Islamist-oriented fighters from various former ELF factions, a number of students from Karan's Betjik Islamic Institute who had attended Medina University in Saudi Arabia, and some of whom had fought as mujahideen, holy warriors, in Afghanistan during the 1980s. During the armed struggle the jihad viewed the EPLF, not Ethiopia, as their principal enemy, concentrating their ideological attacks on EPLF social programs and particularly women's liberation. With Sudanese NIF and Muslim Brotherhood support they recruited fighters among young Eritrean refugees. In 1989 Jihad launched a guerrilla campaign against the EPLF along the border with western Eritrea, planting landmines and ambushing isolated units. Full-scale fighting occurred in August inside Sudanese territory, and again in December 1991 around Sawa in Barka. 278. EPLF attempts to negotiate with Jihad led to a split in the leadership in August 1993, with Hamid Turki forming the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrea. Turki's guerrillas, supported by non-Eritrean Mujahideen, fought the EPLF at Adi Harko in Barka in December 1993, and jihad attacks on isolated vehicles have continued in western Eritrea and even Sinhit during 1995-97. The jihad has little support among Eritrean Muslims, and the Eritrean government has accused the Sudanese NIF, since December 1993, of being the main instigator of its activities, leading directly to a virtual state of war between Eritrea and Sudan. Justice, court system. Eritrea's justice system is founded on a patchwork of laws representing the nation's complex history. At the family and village level many issues are still settled by recourse to traditional laws. In the Kebessa traditional laws are based on the customary laws of various descent groups, Siat Kem Maliga, Deqi Minab, Loggo, which were codified in written documents during the 15th through 17th centuries and enforced by village councils, Sienda, Shumagul, and local judges, Danya. In the lowlands and northern highlands tribal customary laws were enforced by tribal leaders, Si Diglal, Nabtab, Shumagul, and during the 19th century, as Islam spread, Muslim religious law, Sharia, was enforced by religious leaders, sheikhs, and later by appointed judges, Qadi, under the rule of Egypt and Italian colonialism. Italian colonialists retained traditional and religious law for family and property disputes among Eritreans, but imposed another level of colonial civil law for capital crimes and disputes between Eritreans and Italians, while the Italian civil code was applied to Italian nationals. This two-tiered legal system was retained by the British administration with some modifications until 1950, when a series of administrative proclamations gave Eritreans numerous civil rights and equal status with Italian nationals, paving the way for the election of Eritrea's first assembly and its first constitution, which 279 remained the foundation of Eritrean law during the federation with Ethiopia. Eritrea's first Chief Justice was a Briton, Sir James Shearer, who attempted to defend Eritrea's autonomous legal system from encroachment under Haile Selassie's Ethiopian government. In 1960 the Ethiopian Criminal Code was adopted, and Shearer resigned. In 1962 Eritrea came under Ethiopian law, although the civil code remained ambiguous. In 1975 the DERG altered Ethiopian law to facilitate radical social and economic restructuring, and many aspects of customary law were in principle abolished where they upheld economic, social and gender inequality. The ELF and EPLF instituted the same types of changes in customary law in the areas they controlled, and under the EPLF in the 1980s these were developed into a new justice system that combined local customary law with the front's principles of social justice, and particularly worked to overturn women's inequality in matters of property and marriage, as well as the privileges of traditional elites. EPLF administrators dispensed justice until 1991, when a new Eritrean justice system was created, relying on a combination of extant Ethiopian civil codes, customary law and the new principles established in the liberated zones. Local judges were appointed in the summer of 1991, and in October a new Supreme Court was formed, headed by a woman of Muslim background, Fozia Hashim. In May 1993 an independent judiciary was established and Fozia, a Central Committee member, was appointed Minister of Justice, responsible for revising Eritrea's legal codes to rationalize them and bring them into conformity with the principles of constitutional law outlined in the EPLF National Charter, for enforcement of law. See police, prisons. K. Kafliesis, Barimbra C. Ariza, Italian colonialism. 280. Kagnu Station, Asmara. In January 1942 the United States Army Signal Corps took over the Italian naval radio station, Radio Marina, in Asmara, which covered a small area above the city center. By 1950 this communication facility was serving U.S. forces in the Indian Ocean and providing unobstructed monitoring of radio communication in the central USSR. The strategic value of the Radio Marina base was a major issue in the U.S. decision to support Haile Selassie's claim to Eritrea at the United Nations. In 1950 the Emperor reinforced his American support by sending the Ethiopian Kagnu Battalion to join U.S. forces in Korea. In May 1953 the U.S. secured a 25-year lease on the base, which was expanded to include a large tract of land on the road to Asmara Airport and named Kagnu Station. Over the years many military barracks, officers' houses, and recreational facilities were constructed, while increasingly sophisticated electronic equipment was installed. The U.S. paid rental fees and local contracts of some $4 to $6 million per year for the base, much of which went into the Asmara economy. In addition, the substantial U.S. military aid given to Ethiopia during 1953 to 75 was seen as indirect rental payments for the base. In the mid-1960s Kagnu housed 1,700 Americans and employed some 1,100 Eritreans and Ethiopians. A high point of over 3,000 U.S. military and civilian personnel was reached in 1971, when radio, television, radar and radio telescope equipment was operating at the base. But in 1973 the opening of the U.S. base on Diego Garcia Island in the Indian Ocean and improved satellite communication made Kagnu Station obsolete, while the Eritrean armed struggle made it increasingly untenable. Personnel were sharply reduced, and by early 1977, when the base was closed, there were only 35 Americans left. In March 1977 the DERG took over the base and converted it into a headquarters and supply base for their Eritrean offensives. Russian officers were housed there under tight security from early 1978, but on September 22 the main ammunition dump at Kagnu exploded and burned for 5 days. The barracks and other facilities. 281. Deteriorated under the Derg, and in 1991 they were taken over by the EPLF as housing for fighters working in Asmara. Kagnu was renamed Masker, Tigran, Camp, Dendon and closed to civilian entry, which allowed many aspects of the EPLF's communal fighter culture to continue there through the mid-1990s. Caleb. The most important ruler of the Aksumite Empire during the Christian period, Caleb reigned from around 514–17 AD to somewhere between 530 and 550. He is remembered for his devotion to the Orthodox Church and his conquest of South Arabia. In 525 he sent a fleet from Atulis to defeat the Jewish ruler of Himyar, who had massacred Arabian Christians at Nagran, see Hagar Nagran. A Habesha garrison remained in South Arabia which eventually formed an independent state and fought several wars against Mecca just before the Prophet Muhammad's birth. Cantabai. Traditional title of district political leaders among many Tigray and Tigrinya groups. Used for the office of city mayor during 1952–91. Karnashem, Hamaseen. The district just north of Asmara, including the villages of Adi Inafaz, Balaza, Mbadurho, its historic center, and Zagar. Karora, Sahel. Karora developed as a colonial customs post on the road from Al-Jadin to Tokar, Sudan. During the 1960s it held a military garrison, and on January 5, 1977, it was the first town liberated by the EPLF, who held it until January 1979 and again after 1988. Today it is a frontier post and refugee repatriation center. Kassala, Sudan. A large eastern Sudanese town situated close to the Eritrean border at Tessanei, Kassala has had an important place in Eritrean history since it was fortified by Egypt in 1840 and used as a base to raid, tax and then administer western Eritrea. Kassala became the center of the influential Merghaniya Sufi order in the 282. Mid-19th century and was besieged and captured by Osman Dikna's Beja warriors during the Sudanese Mahdiya, see Hewitt Treaty. Italian colonial forces occupied Kassala from July 1894 to December 1897 as part of their war against the Mahdiists, and Italy initially claimed the area, including the Gash and Barka River deltas, only relinquishing them in border agreements with Britain after the Battle of Adwa. Italy again occupied Kassala from July 1940 to January 1941, and during the 1950s Kassala became a center for Eritrean Muslims fleeing Ethiopian control over western Eritrea. The town remained a market center for western Barka through the 1960s, when it became a center of elf activities. Many Eritrean refugees settled in Kassala and its surrounding area after 1967, swelling to some 150,000 by the mid-1980s, with about 75,000 in Kassala town, where Eritreans continue to comprise about one-third of the population in the mid-1990s. Kabesa, Tigran, Highlands. Eritrea's Central Highlands, comprising the historic provinces of Akele Goze, Hamaseen, and Sire, and synonymous with the Tigrinya-speaking Orthodox Christian cultural area. Kekiya, merchant family. A leading clan of the Balu people of Hirgigo, descended in part from holders of the Turkish military rank of Kekiya. The Kekiyas were already well established in the Misawa economy when the Italian army hired Mohammed Ahmed Kekiya in 1885 to supply them with livestock. Ahmed's sons prospered under Italian rule, and Saleh Ahmed expanded into Ethiopia during the Italian occupation. In 1944 Saleh founded a 500-student Arabic school at Hirgigo, and in 1946 he obtained an agricultural concession at Zula from the British administration. He was elected vice president of the Unionist Party in December 1946, and Unionist representative for Zula and Hirgigo in 1952. Although Saleh remained close to Haile Selassie's regime, his brother Osman was involved in the Eritrean nationalist movement during the 1950s, and 283. His son Hassan became a leading businessman in Sudan during the 1970s, where he worked for the EPLF, providing banking, supply, and transport services for the front. Today Hassan's family business dominates Eritrea's import trade, while another family member, Saleh Idris Kekiya, is Minister of Transport and Communications. Keren, Sinhit. Third largest city of Eritrea, Keren is the urban center for the Sinhit area and the Ansaba administrative region. The town is located in a bowl surrounded by granite mountains at the junction of ancient trade routes connecting the Bilan region with the western lowlands, Cabessa, and coast. When the Italian missionary and agricultural pioneer, Giovanni Stella, visited the area in 1851, Keren village had a Bilan population of about 2,000. Stella returned in 1855 and established a farm nearby, marrying into a Bilan family. Despite Stella's protests, the area suffered from Egyptian and Tigrine raids until 1872, when Werner Munsinger, who had also lived in Keren during 1854-61, garrisoned it with Egyptian troops and constructed the fort on Sinhit Hill that still dominates the town. Munsinger connected the town to Massawa with a road and telegraph, and established a tobacco plantation with Greek capital. The Egyptians withdrew in 1885, and the fort came under Tigrine control until 1888, when it was seized by Kafliesis's Bunda. In June 1889 the Italian army occupied Keren and developed it as an administrative and market center with a growing Bilan Catholic population and important Muslim religious institutions, see Bet-Juk. Italian agricultural concessions were developed around the town, and by the early 1930s it had a population of almost 3,000, including 200 Italians. During the Second World War the mountainous western approaches to the town were fortified, and from February 3 to March 26, 1941, the Italian colonial army tried to stop the British invasion of Eritrea on these heights. The battle was extremely brutal, with thousands of soldiers killed on both sides, including many Eritrean askari. During the succeeding British administration, Keren 284 acquired a secondary school and became a center for the Muslim League and pro-independence political forces. The agricultural economy prospered through the 1960s, and a hospital was built by an American NGO, but as the armed struggle intensified the town witnessed increasingly brutal Ethiopian military actions, with the bodies of fighters often hung on the streets. By 1977 Keren was surrounded by the EPLF, which liberated it on July 8 after a 5-day battle. The town became the unofficial capital of EPLF-liberated Eritrea, and hosted meetings of the front's mass organizations during 1978, but on November 26 the EPLF evacuated Keren during its strategic withdrawal, and much of the town's population fled as refugees. Keren was then transformed into a garrison and supply center for the DERG's offensives in northern Eritrea, and many Tigrines and Tigrinya speakers moved in as workers and entrepreneurs. After the Battle of Afabet, Keren became the headquarters of the Ethiopian army in the north, and on April 1, 1988, the EPLA began an offensive from Halhal that pushed to Mt Lalmba on the outskirts of the town. On May 10 to 11 the Eritreans attempted to capture Keren, but were stopped by Ethiopian counterattacks which pushed them back to a new front line encircling Keren from the mountain passes in the west to Meshalat in the north and the Mensa Mountains in the east. In March 1989 the DERG tried to break out, but failed, and after this the front stabilized until the war ended. After liberation, many former residents repatriated from Sudan, and by 1996 the town's population was 54,000. Today, the town's schools, hospital, and water supply have been reconstructed and plans are underway for light industrial development. Kirkebet, Barka. Village and administrative post at the confluence of the Barka and Kirkebet rivers, currently located in the Ansaba administrative region. Originally a Beni Amer seasonal camp, Because of its remoteness, the site was often raided by the ELF during the 1960s and later used by the liberation fronts as a meeting area. 285. Today the PFDJ is supporting the development of irrigated farming along the Barka in the Kirkebet area. Katmiyasi Merganiya. Qiyada Lama, ELF, Arab, General Command. The General Command was formed in the ELF's reorganization at the Itabaha meeting in 1969 and provided the leadership of the front through the First National Congress in 1971. 20 of the 38 seats on the Qiyada Ulama were held by conservative supporters of Idris Mohammed Adem, while only 9 seats were held by reformists, allowing the military and security committees to persecute reformist and Christian elements, which led directly to the disintegration of the front in 1970, the formation of the ELF-PLF and the First Civil War. Koito, Akele Goze. The plateau between the Kumali and Hadis River canyons, containing extensive archaeological sites from the pre-Aksumite and Aksumite periods that are probably synonymous with the town of Kolo cited in Greek texts. The plateau was settled by Saho speakers in the medieval period, and during the 1960s to 70s served as a base for ELF operations. In 1975 an Ethiopian attack on the plateau was defeated, but in September 1977 the ELF lost many weapons and supplies as the DERG swept the plateau. Kudo Falasi, Sire, Alt, Godo Felasi. A large village just outside Menfera, Kudo Falasi was one of the main markets on the caravan route from Tigray to Massawa during the 17th to 19th centuries. An Italian agricultural station was developed near the village in the 1890s, when large-scale colonial land alienation in the region provoked local resistance and eventually the abandonment of a European settler colonization scheme. A military hospital was constructed at Kudo Falasi during the invasion of Ethiopia, and a school was built during the British administration. The village was under ELF control in 1977-78, after which the DERG took over the 286 hospital and school until the end of the armed struggle, after which they were rebuilt with aid from former American Peace Corps teachers. Kufit, Barka. Site of an Egyptian frontier fort from 1852 to 57, located between Agordat and Barantu. After the Egyptian withdrawal from Barka in 1885, western Eritrea was invaded by a Sudanese Mahdiist army led by Osman Dikna. Johannes IV sent his general, Ras Alula, with a Tigrine army and Beni Amr cavalry, to block the Mahdeists, and on September 23, 1885, they met near Kufit. The Tigrines won a costly victory, and the Sudanese were driven back to Kassala. Kumali River, Akele Goze. The Kumali drainage cuts a spectacular gorge between the Ambaswara and Koito plateaus, joining the Hadis above Zula Dam and providing an ancient trade route from the coast around Atolis to the highlands at Cascais and Senev. Kunama. Perhaps the oldest ethnic group in Eritrea, the Kunama, along with the smaller Ilit, form their own distinct branch, Kunama Ilit, of the Nilo-Saharan language family. Together with the Nara, they are descendants of Nilotic people who occupied western Eritrea, and perhaps the highlands, in prehistoric times. Their name means those who I call people, but the Kunama's neighbors generally have called them Baza. They occupy the Gash Seti area of the Gash Barka administrative region, and practice agriculture and livestock raising. Many Kunama maintain their ancient religion centered on a creator god, Anna, and a complex of local spirits, shamanistic ritual healers, and rainmakers. The Kunama are distinctive in Eritrea because of their egalitarian village councils and the high social status and property rights of women, which the present government upholds as a model for other Eritreans to follow. On the other hand, the Kunama have suffered a long history of prejudice and enslavement at the hands of their Muslim and Christian neighbors. 287. Slave raids on the Kunama are recorded from the 16th century, and they increased under Egypt in the 19th century. In 1861 Werner Munzinger visited the Kunama area, and in 1866 missionaries from Sweden arrived. Both were welcomed as protectors from raids and exactions, but further Tigrine raids forced the Swedes to withdraw in 1870. Italian colonialism came during 1894–96, after which missionary activity resumed under both the Swedes and Catholic Capuchins. The Italians estimated the total Kunama population at only 15,000 in 1900, and by 1970 Ethiopian estimates put it at 40,000. Colonialism changed Kunama life as the Italians institutionalized the democratic social structure, imposing village and district chiefs, while missionaries converted some to Christianity and Islam spread even more rapidly. Market towns developed in Barantu and Toko Mbia, and many men found seasonal work on the plantations around Tessaniai or in eastern Sudan. Poor relations with the Beni Amer, combined with the influence of the pro-Ethiopian Swedish mission, led Christian and traditionalist Kunama to support Ethiopian rule during the 1960s, and ELF units in turn raided Kunama settlements. In 1965 the Ethiopians recruited a Kunama militia, and the ELF never liberated Barantu due primarily to Kunama hostility. The DERG continued to court Kunama loyalty, while an already widespread, racist perception among non-Nilotic Eritreans, both Muslim and Christian, that the Kunama were somehow not Eritrean further alienated them from the nationalist fronts. Only when the EPLF entered the area in 1981, did the nationalists begin to gain some Kunama sympathy through village self-organization programs, social services, and education. Kunama recruits helped the EPLF liberate Barantu in 1985, and by the late 1980s the Kunama were participating widely in the nationalist movement. Their acceptance of Eritrean nationality was affirmed by their near-unanimous vote in the 1993 referendum. Today infrastructural improvement and plans for agricultural development in Gash Seti are tying the Kunama more closely to the rest of Eritrea than they have ever been. 288. Kuwait. During the early 1970s, Kuwaiti support for the ELF-PLF was cultivated by Osman Saleh Sab through the Djibouti financier Al-Amin Sarraj, who maintained close ties with the ruling family. In the 1980s the EPLF was able to tap the same source, and since liberation Kuwait has given Eritrea significant financial assistance, especially for the development of electrical power. A Kuwaiti embassy was opened in June 1995. El Labat. A sub-tribe of the Beni Amer, organized in two distinct sections, one around Agordat speaking Tigray, and a second around Tessaniai speaking both Tigray and Beja. Labor organizations. Eritrean workers organized themselves from the 1940s onwards in pursuit of the interrelated goals of economic improvement and national independence. Although a wage-earning labor force developed during the 1930s, repressive Italian colonial policies and an ethnically divided workforce impeded early workers' organization. Until 1949, the British administration, BA, also restricted Eritrean labor organization and upheld racially defined labor codes that gave Italian workers wages and benefits far superior to those of Eritreans. The development of political parties gave workers a forum for their grievances, and the issue of equal pay and benefits for Eritreans became a political rallying point as the British moved towards decolonization. Muslim dock workers in Massawa organized in 1948, and in the Highlands the Unionist Party initially represented workers' demands. In 1949 dock workers struck in Massawa, glass workers struck in Asmara, and during March-April Eritrean railroad workers won a 6-week strike for equal benefits and Eritreanization of skilled employment. During 1950–51, as the BA liberalized labor laws and Eritreanized the state sector, many workers organized shop unions and a series of strikes won them. 289. Equality of pay and benefits. By the time of federation, Eritrean industrial and commercial workers had won most of their demands, and the BA's 1952 labor proclamation ensured their right to organize and strike. To defend these gains, nationalist leader Woldeb Woldemariam helped organize a national confederation of free Eritrean labor unions in early 1952, and in December he was elected president, with Mohamed Sarraj Abdu vice president. The confederation had 4,000 paid members and 6,000 more associates, and Woldeb hoped it would form the foundation for a labor party dedicated to defending Eritrea's democratic institutions. But the unionist Ethiopian government set out immediately to destroy the confederation, temporarily closing its offices after Woldeb was wounded in early 1953, and then keeping the organization under constant police surveillance. The Ethiopian state took over railroad and port facilities, and when these workers struck in 1954–56 they were brutally repressed. The Confederation's young and nationalistic staff focused on getting the assembly to enact a labor code to secure the rights instituted by the BA, which were opposed by the unionist government. A battle developed over the issue that led the Confederation to call a general strike in Asmara, Misawa, and Karen from March 10 to 13, 1958. The general strike was an important expression of Eritrean nationalist sentiment, and paralyzed the city until the Confederation's leaders were arrested and public demonstrations were broken with gunfire, reportedly leaving 9 dead and 535 injured. On May 13 the repressive labor code was passed, the Confederation was outlawed, and most of its leaders remained in prison, where they made connections with nationalist student organizations, leading to the formation of the ELM. Eritrean labor organizations remained officially deregistered and dormant until 1963, when the Confederation of Ethiopian Labor Unions, CELU, led by an Eritrean resident in Addis Ababa, began to press for their revival. In August 1964 an Eritrean branch of CELU was established, led by the powerful Kagnu Workers' Union. 290. And eventually representing some 10,000 workers in 56 shop unions. The interlocking interests of Italian employers and Haile Selassie's family made industrial actions difficult, and despite the dynamic leadership of Mesfin Abraha, brother of EPLF Kader Woldenkeel Abraha, during 1968–72, few advances were made. In the early 1970s Eritrean nationalism resurfaced in the unions, and some opened secret negotiations to affiliate independently with international labor organizations. The Ethiopian Revolution transformed labor organizations, as the DERG nationalized industries and CELU became a battleground for competing revolutionary factions, eventually being replaced by the Derg's All-Ethiopian Trade Union, AETU, to which workers were compelled to belong. Eritrean workers aided the liberation fronts in sabotage and intelligence operations as the armed struggle intensified, but Ethiopian repression also produced an exodus of workers to the fronts. The EPLF and ELF clandestine labor movements were virtually annihilated by the Derg during 1979–82. Consequently, the EPLF's National Union of Eritrean Workers, NUEW, founded in November 1979 in Sahel, was essentially a support organization among workers in the Eritrean diaspora, soliciting contributions and organizing activities like the Bologna Festival, a cultural festival begun in 1975 in association with the EPLF's European Workers' Association annual meetings. Nonetheless, Ethiopian oppression sparked several strikes in Derg-controlled factories, including that by 3,000 workers at Baratolo Textiles in 1983. As industrial activity declined in the 1980s, the Eritrean workforce diminished, augmented by Tigrine immigrants. After liberation, the NUEW organized Eritrean workers in shop unions, taking over the existing Ethiopian union structure, but under a new labor code enacted in December 1991 that protects workers' rights to organize. During 1992 NUEW organized the major industries and helped induce the government to decree a 50% salary increase. A founding Congress of Trade Unions was held in November 1993, electing a central council, which 291. In turn organized the NUEW's last Congress in September 1994, where the nationalist political organization was transformed into the Independent National Confederation of Eritrean Workers, NCEW. Despite this, the government clearly expects workers to refrain from actions that could harm economic reconstruction, despite an estimated 50% 1994 unemployment rate and low wages. The NCEW is particularly involved in obtaining job training aid from the ILO, which NUEW joined in June 1993, other international organizations and some European and North American national trade union confederations. Labour Party, ELF. A reformist political organization operating clandestinely inside the ELF from the late 1960s, and officially organized during 1971–77, when it dominated the front through its executive committee. Most ELF leaders of the 1970s belonged to it, including Abdullah Idris, Ahmed Nasser, Azian Yassin, Harui Tidla Beru and Ibrahim Idris Todil. Land conflicts: see Digsa, Hal Haley, Touretsanadigal War. Land laws. Eritrea's land laws developed historically out of the traditional land tenure systems of specific localities, whose descent-based principles created continual litigation over claims traced back through both parental lines. Overlying these claims to use rights was the theoretical ownership of all land in the pre-colonial Kebesa and Sinhit by the Ethiopian emperor or his, often independent, subordinates, the governor of Tigray or the Bar Negashi. This legal principle, apparently established in the South Arabian period, justified the collection of land taxes or tribute, Gabri, Gultai. In the lowlands, land was held communally by tribal descent groups. Italian colonialism also asserted the state's ultimate authority over all land, and the Italians expropriated large tracts for colonization and development, including 483,000 hectares in the Kebesa during 1891–93. 292. The 1909 Ordinamento Agrario regularized land policy, curtailing further land alienation in the Kebesa, except for military purposes, and focusing on agricultural development in the lowlands, where all land below 350 meters in the east, and 750 meters in the west, was declared state land, terra demaniale, susceptible to leasing for periods of 25 to 50 years to concessionaires. The Ordinamento was revised in 1926, and further land for military use was confiscated in the mid-1930s, but the law essentially remained in effect through the British administration, which used it to alienate a further 10,000 hectares during 1942–44. Colonial policy also encouraged the adoption of DESA land tenure in the highlands. After federation, the Eritrean Land Tenure Act froze in place existing rural tenures, while Haile Selassie's imposition of Gabri, imperial tribute, for the first time since Johannes IV, provoked widespread opposition. In the lowlands, terra demaniale laws remained in place and further concessions were leased both to foreigners and Eritreans. In 1975, both the DERG and the Eritrean Liberation Fronts introduced land laws designed to give land title to those who actually farmed it, although the legal principle behind this remained ultimate state control over land, exercised through politically screened village assemblies. Both the DERG and the EPLF encouraged the further adoption of DESA tenure in the highlands, while lowland concessions were taken over as state farms. During the 1980s, the EPLF experimented with various communal land tenure systems, but after liberation its new land commission, headed by Alamseg Tesfaye, decided that all traditional tenures were hopelessly conflicted and impeded rational economic development. As thousands of old claims were revived, land conflicts erupted into violence, and insecurity of tenure due to widespread litigation and periodic redistribution discouraged individual improvement of land or its use in capital formation. Instead, a comprehensive new land law, uniform to the entire country, was drafted during 199,293. Inevitably, this law sought to find a compromise. 293. Between the security provided by traditional communal tenures and the economic development potential of privatized property. The main tenets arrived at were, 1. Exclusive state ownership of land, abolishing all traditional rights and tenures, 2. The right of all rural Eritreans to lease the use of farming/grazing land, 3. The right of all village residents to lease plots of land for housing, 4. The granting of lifetime leases on an individual basis, without gender bias, to the above-mentioned people, with priority given to those who already work the land or live in proximity to it. 5. Priority to descendants of leases, but no direct inheritance of land. 6. The right to rent, mortgage or otherwise use leased land to raise capital. 7. The right of the state to dispose of all land not claimed and to acquire any land necessary for public projects through compulsory purchase. 8. The right of the state to revoke leases in cases of environmental abuse. These provisions were included in the draft land law approved by the National Assembly in March 1994, but the law is still in the process of implementation as regional land commission offices and a computerized national land registry are prepared. Land tenure. Eritrea's traditional land tenure systems were all communal in nature, based on family, descent group or tribal rights to land use. In the highlands, the most important communal tenure systems were known as DESA, Risti, based on the Enda descent group, and Tselmi. In the lowlands, land was held communally by tribes until the advent of Italian colonialism. A superstructure of land laws reserving tax and tribute rights, see Gabri, Gultai, Madri, to the state and its designees overlay these tenure systems and shape their organization during pre-colonial times. Traditional land tenure systems were abolished in 1994 by the draft land law. Languages: Afar, Amharic, Arabic, Bilan, Education, Geez, Hidareb, Italian population, Kunama, Nara, Press, Sao, Tigray, Tigrinya. 294. Law, Legal Codes, see Justice. Liberal Progressive Party, LPP. Founded February 18, 1947 in Adi-Kai, the LPP was the major Tigrinya/Christian political party supporting independence during the 1940s. It was led by Ras Tessima Asparum and Sium Masio, with a separate branch in Sirte. Locally the LPP was known as the Eritrea for Eritreans, Tigran, Ertra and Eritrean, party, evincing its roots in the pro-independence movement led by Wold Amariam from 1945. The LPP's strongest following was in Ras Tessima's home district of Akele Goze, but the Four Powers Commission of 1947 reported it only represented 4.4% of the population. This weak showing was probably due to the violent opposition of the Unionist Party, whose Andinet terrorists attacked LPP members throughout the Kbessa. In 1949 the LPP joined the independence bloc, but during 1950 it disintegrated and Ras Tessima's son, Abraha Tessima, led many of its members into the Pro-Federation Liberal Unionist Party. It was dissolved in December 1950, but its remaining members, along with Woldeb's small independent Eritrea Party and other members of the independence bloc, formed the Eritrean Democratic Front and contested the elections for the first assembly. Literature: see Arabic, Press, Tigrinya. Local government. Eritrea's current system of local government developed out of the People's Assemblies, Tigran, Hezba-i Beto, organized by the EPLF in its liberated areas during the armed struggle. These assemblies represented the highest stage of a three-tiered system whose lower stages comprised, first, the People's Committees, Hezba-i Shemagul, formed in newly liberated areas with strong EPLF oversight, and second, the Challenge Committees, Shemagul Bidho, formed from the People's Committee in elections once EPLF Social Re. 295 forms had begun. The People's Assemblies were democratically elected and incorporated the EPLF commitment to social equality and women's rights. After liberation, the People's Assembly model was applied to all Eritrea and formed the foundation for a pyramidal system of indirect elections that culminated at the national level. During 1992 local elections were held under EPLF supervision at the sub-district and district level, and in the Zabas, zones, of the major cities. In January 1993 most of the district-level committees elected provincial assemblies, which then elected representatives to the National Assembly in May. At each stage, a certain number of seats were reserved for fighters, women, and returning refugees. The People's Assemblies are responsible for local laws, while appointees of the central government carry out administrative functions. Lago. A Tigrinya-speaking descent group living in the Kabesa since ancient times and perhaps representing some of the original population from the Aksumite period. The Lago are divided between two widely separated districts, ancient Midri Lago Sarda, overlooking the Hazamo in southwestern Akale Goze, and Lago Chua, between Adi Barrow and Asmara in Hamasine, where their villages are mixed with those of the Chua, against whom they fought during the 15th century. M. Mahabar Fikri Hagar, Tigran, Society for Love of Country. The Mahabar Fikri Hagar Eritrea, MFH, often called the Patriotic Society, was formed May 5, 1941, in Asmara by Eritrea's leading intellectuals to protest Italian attacks against them and call for the British administration to implement its wartime promises that Eritreans would have a say in deciding their political future. Its founders included Gebremeskel Woldu, President, Abdul Qadir Kabir, Vice President, Abraha Tessima, Ibrahim Sultan Ali, Mohammed Omar Khadi and Woldeb Woldemariam, all of whom 296 agreed on an anti-colonial political program calling for an end to Italian privileges and economic domination, and Eritrean self-determination. But a rift soon emerged between those who believed Eritrea's future lay in some form of eventual independence and those who believed in unification with Ethiopia. The latter sentiment was reinforced by Haile Selassie's patronage of the Patriotic Society for the Reunification of Hamasine with Ethiopia, formed in Addis Ababa in May 1941 by Eritrean émigrés. This organization was purposefully confused with the MFH of Eritrea by Ethiopian propagandists, and its members worked with the Eritrean Orthodox Church and Tigrinya/Christian notables to create a cultural nationalist movement advocating union with Ethiopia. By 1944, when the MFH supported an Eritrean police strike, the coalition, which never formed an official political party because of British restrictions, was seriously divided between its pro-unionist and pro-independence wings, with the unionists gaining the ascendancy and several independents, including Ibrahim Sultan and Woldeb, leaving the organization to form their own movements. Nonetheless, it remained in existence as a forum for voicing a variety of Eritrean political aspirations until the Wala Bet Girgis meeting of November, 1946, where its old leadership and pro-independence wing were forcibly ousted by pro-Ethiopian extremists led by Tidla Barrow, who then disingenuously claimed that the newly formed Unionist Party continued to represent the MFH. Despite the Unionists' continued use of the name among Tigrinya speakers, the original MFH's existence may be said to have ended in December, 1946. Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo. Current Minister of Local Government, Mahmoud Ahmed Mahmoud Sharifo was born to a Saho family from Akale Goze and attended high school in Asmara, from where he joined the ELF in 1967. He was a member of the Tripartite Unity Forces and the original PLF led by Ramadan Mohammed Nur. He formed part of the original leadership of the EPLF, serving on the Central Committee. After liberation he was 297. Appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, served as acting head of state in January 1994 while the president was hospitalized in Israel, and in March became Minister of Local Government. Mahmoud Dina. An early military leader in the ELF, Mahmoud was born into the Almada sub-tribe of the Beni Amr and joined the Sudan Defense Force in 1956, from where he was recruited into the ELF and went into the field in 1962. He rose to Command Zone 1 in 1965, and was closely associated with Idris Mohammed Adem. His fortunes declined as the Labour Party rose in the 1970s, and in 1978 he fled to join Osman Saleh Sab's ELPLF, with which he remained associated through the 1980s. Mahmoud said Nawd. Founder of the Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, Mahmoud Said Nawd was born in 1936 in Rora Habab, Sahel, the son of a Togar cotton farmer. He attended school and worked in Port Sudan from 1944 to 56, where he was involved in the anti-colonial movement led by the Sudanese Communist Party, SCP. In 1956 he returned to Eritrea specifically to make contact with the nationalist movement, but finding no party organization he discussed forming one with Ibrahim Sultan Ali in 1957 and the SCP in 1958, both of whom opposed the idea. In 1959 he formed the ELM with other Eritreans in Port Sudan, and led it until 1970. In 1971, he joined Osman Salih Sab's emerging ELF-PLF and worked in the organization's foreign office until 1977, when he joined the EPLF as one of its representatives in the Middle East. From 1992 to 95 he served as governor of Sahel province. Myani, Akele Goze. A village at the intersection of the Adi Kai Mendefer and Diekmhair roads, at the northern end of the Hazamo Plain. Its strategic position made it the site of an important battle in July 1978, when the EPLF tried to stop the advance of Ethiopian mechanized units from Tigray during the DERG's first 298 offensive. EPLA units were overwhelmed and forced to abandon all of Akele Goze in the first stage of the strategic withdrawal. Duma, Sire, C. Ariza. Habar, Hamasine. A wooded valley along a tributary of the Aliged River on the road from Diekmhair to Nefesit. In the 1940s an American missionary society established a sanitarium for lepers there, but left in 1975 when the clinic was nationalized by the DERG. It was taken over as an Ethiopian military base and was the scene of heavy fighting during September 1977. The base was overrun by EPLA forces in July 1985, but was retaken by the Ethiopians. After liberation the old sanitarium was converted into a rehabilitation center for disabled fighters. With donations raised from the Eritrean community and supplies from Norwegian Church Aid, a disabled technical institute, with dorms, clinic, rehabilitation center, and training workshops was built, opening on March 26, 1994. The vocational center was used as a transit camp for demobilizing disabled fighters in the summer of 1994, and on July 11 a group of them attempted to commandeer a bus to stage a protest in Asmara, but were fired on by EPLA security forces, killing 3. Today the center is operating at full capacity. Ma'iklebar, Tigran, between the waters. A 12th to 14th century geographical term usually taken to mean the region between the Marab River and the Red Sea ruled by a Christian governor owing allegiance to Ethiopian authorities. The term may also have applied to all the Midribar at times, including the territory of Tigray as far as the Tekes River. Mitseda, Sire. The highland district around Adi Kwala, known for its fertile soils and large pre-colonial Gultai and monastic land holdings. 299. Marazzini. An important Italian colonial family, descended from an early explorer of Denkel, Viscount Ludovic Marazzini. His son, Filippo, served in the colonial army at ADWA and in the colonial administration, while Filippo's sons Stefano and Paolo, born at Quadi in 1901-04, developed the Halhali and Maizubo agricultural concessions outside Di Berwe. Marab River. The largest river draining the central Eritrean highlands, the Marab, Tigran, west, forms much of the southern border with Ethiopia, until it flows into the lowlands of Gash Seti province, where its name changes to the Gash. The river is seasonal, with its highest flow coming in July-September. Its waters provide irrigation for Tessani, Ali Guider, and across the Sudanese border north of Kassala, where the river ends in a vast inland delta converted to cotton plantations in the 1900s. Marab Melash, Tigran, beyond the Marab. A geographical term used to describe the Kabesa region and, more broadly, central Eritrea, including parts of Semhar and Sinhit, from the 16th century onwards. The term is similar, but not exactly equivalent, to the earlier geographical term Ma'iklebar and the more broadly defined Midribar. Eritrean usage of the term added the idea this side of the Marab, and by the 17th century the term was equivalent to the territory claimed by the Bar Negashi. Its 20th century usage generally refers only to the Kabesa. Martini, Fernando, 1841–1928. The most influential of Italian colonial governors, Martini ruled Eritrea from 1897 to 1907. He first visited the colony in 1891, as part of a parliamentary investigation committee, and staunchly supported the colony during the crisis of 1896. He formed the colony's first civil administration in 1897, renouncing the disastrous policies of demographic colonization in the Kabesa and military expansion in Ethiopia. Instead, he laid the administrative and legal foundations for the stable colonial state of the early 20th century, moving the capital to Asmara, initiating agricultural development in the lowlands, and implementing the policies of military recruitment, restricted education, and low taxes that were intended to ensure Eritrean acquiescence. He published several major works on Italian colonialism, and after leaving Eritrea became a senator and minister of state in Italy. Martyrs, Tigran, Miswati. Eritrean fighters who died in the armed struggle are respected as martyrs to the nationalist cause, and their sacrifice is constantly invoked to reinforce public support for Eritrean national unity and public service. During the war, the concept of martyrdom was represented by powerful images of the blood of fallen fighters watering the plant of the new Eritrean nation, symbolized as a red flower cradling the children of an independent and peaceful future. This symbolism, combined with the very real loss of close to 70,000 Eritrean young men and women during the war, had a powerful effect on mobilizing post-independence national solidarity behind the EPLF, and this heritage is one of the touchstones of the PFDJ, whose founding document cites the preservation of the memory of the martyrs' sacrifices as one of the party's fundamental responsibilities. During the war, the names of fallen fighters were withheld from their relatives, but in June 1992, after researching records extending back to the early ELF, the government announced the names of all known war dead. This provoked a national outpouring of grief in traditional wakes that lasted for over a week, culminating in national memorial services on June 20, the first Martyrs' Day, a date chosen because it marked the bloodiest fighting of the 1982 Red Star Campaign. Thereafter, Martyrs' Day has been honored each year by pilgrimages often involving tens of thousands of people walking to the sites of various battles and reburying the dead with multi-denominational religious services, eulogies by surviving combatants and monuments, Cadi Haisha, Adi Yacob, Ginda. 301. Marya, Alt, Maria. An important Tigray-speaking tribe inhabiting northwestern Sinhit in the current Ansaba administrative region. The Marya are divided into two sub-rebes, inhabiting separate Rora plateaus, the Marya Tsalim, Black Marya, centered around Orida, and the Marya Kia, Red Marya. They practice agro-pastoralism and were traditionally divided between Tigray serf clans and aristocratic Shemagul clans who trace their origins to the same Saho or Arab ancestor as the Mensa. The Marya were originally Orthodox Christians, but during the 1600s to 1800s they converted to Islam, beginning with the serf class and culminating in the Shemagul class during 1820 to 35. During the 1960s the Marya supported the ELF, but in 1970 their leaders in the front, Abu Taera and Omer Damer, disputed Beni Amer dominance and joined the ELF-PLF where they supported Osman Saleh Sab's conservative faction. Most Marya fled as refugees to Sudan beginning in 1967 and accelerating during the heavy fighting in their region after 1978. Today they are returning to their lands, but disputes over grazing rights have provoked some conflicts with their Bilan neighbors. Mariam Gimbai. Asmara's most notorious political prison, used by the DERG from 1978 to 91 for the torture and execution of Eritrean civilians accused of collaborating with the liberation fronts. After liberation, from December 1991 to June 1992, it was opened to the public as a memorial to its victims, and then cleared for use as a municipal vehicle yard. Misawa, Semhar. Second largest city and major port of central Eritrea, Misawa is the administrative center of the Semhar area and the current northern Red Sea region. The city originated on two islands, Misawa and Tolad, on the northern shore of Irgigo Bay. Misawa Island, lying further offshore, was used by coastal traders since ancient times, and may be the Beja port of Bati cited by Al-Yaqubi in the 9th century. Misawa is still referred 302 to as Bait in Arabic, while it is called Batsi in Tigray and Tigrinya. By the 11th century Misawa was the principal entrepot of the Eritrean coast and was associated with the rise of the Sultanate of the Dahlak Islands, which controlled it through the 14th century, although it was also claimed by the Ethiopian emperors Amd Siyan and Zara Yaquobi, and regularly paid tribute to the governors of Tigray. It had a mixed population of Arab and Tigray merchants, among whom the Balu families of Irgigo figured prominently due to their control over the island's provisions, drinking water, and the caravans and trade routes to the interior on which Misawa's commerce depended. Misawa also developed as the center of Islam in central Eritrea, with its Sharia courts renowned for their justice and its religious scholars spreading their faith among the coastal population. In the early 16th century Misawa became a prize in the naval wars between Portugal and the Ottoman Empire, see Dahlak Archipelago. In 1557 it was decisively occupied by Turkey, which garrisoned and fortified the island, but following the failure of Turkish attempts to occupy the highlands, the Turkish garrison became indigenized, while real political power shifted to the Turks' Balu deputy, the Naib of Irgigo. Petty struggles between the descendants of Turkish officers and the Naibs dominated the port's politics through the 18th century, and its commerce and facilities declined until 1809 when the Turks briefly reasserted direct authority, followed by occupation by Egypt from 1813 to 23 and again in the 1840s. During this period the Naib lost control of Misawa and the port again developed as a bastion of foreign commercial interests, including Britain and France from the 1840s. As commerce expanded, the mainland around Munkolo and Otumlo was settled by Misawa residents seeking more secure water supplies and relief from the stifling humidity of the island. A Turkish ban on stone buildings on the mainland and continual raids during the 1840s to 50s hampered this development, but after the 303 Egyptian takeover in 1865 the mainland was fortified, enabling merchants to build permanent residences and Protestant and Catholic missionaries to develop schools and other facilities in Munkolo. In 1872 the Egyptians appointed Werner Munsinger governor with instructions to improve the port as a base for further expansion into the interior. He built a water system from Munkolo to the islands, which were connected by a fortified causeway to the mainland in 1874. A governor's palace was built on Tawalad Island in 1875-76, and though Egyptian plans for conquering the highlands died along with Munsinger, the city continued to be improved with multi-storied stone buildings. Italy's occupation of Misawa in February 1885 accelerated the port's development. Docks, military quarters, commercial buildings and a hospital were added, and the suburbs were further fortified. Misawa served as Eritrea's official capital until 1900, and the Egyptian governor's palace was completely rebuilt with a Turkish-style dome and colonnaded porches. By 1893 the city had a population of 14,200 Eritreans and Arabs, and 2,200 Italians, but this shrank to only 5,400 Eritreans and Arabs, and 1,000 Italians by 1905. A salt industry was developed in the tidal flats behind the Garar Peninsula, and Tawalad Island was built up as the railroad's terminus. In 1921 much of the city was ruined by a powerful earthquake, and the port did not really recover until 1928, when harbor improvements were begun in preparation for war with Ethiopia. The War of 1935-36 brought tremendous changes as improved road transport and a 71-kilometer aerial cableway connected Misawa to Asmara, while hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies and soldiers passed through the port. By 1938 the civilian population alone was over 15,000, including 4,000 Italians, and the mainland was being developed with a major electric power plant, fuel depots, a cement factory, hundreds of new Italian houses, and a naval base on the Abd el-Kader Peninsula. By 1940 Missoua had the finest naval facilities on the African coast between Alexandria and Cape Town, including 304 floating dry docks, cranes, warehouses, barracks and a military airport. In 1941 the port was bombed by Britain, and in April most of the Italian navy was scuttled in the harbor. During 1942–43 British and American engineers worked feverishly with Eritrean crews to clear the harbor and utilize it as a naval repair base, but in 1944 the facilities were closed, and in 1945 the British administration began selling off much of Missoua's infrastructure, including dry docks, cranes, harbor tenders, cement factory machinery, aerial cableway equipment, warehouses, and barracks. This deconstruction, coupled with the development of Assab as the principal port for Ethiopia, produced an economic crisis that, combined with pro-independence political movements, provoked a series of strikes during 1949–53. At the time of federation, in 1952, the Ethiopian state took over administration of the port, and in 1953 began issuing identity cards to dock workers, reserving a proportion of jobs for Christians from the Kabesa and Ethiopia. This led Muslim dock workers to strike in January 1954, with support from much of the community, but Ethiopian military intervention crushed the strike. Missoua remained a center for anti-Ethiopian agitation, led by Mohammed Omar Khadi through 1958, but the Ethiopian presence grew as their navy developed the Abd el-Kader Peninsula base with U.S. aid and Highland immigrants and Ethiopian officials settled in city, making up much of the increased population that by 1962 had grown to 21,300. During the 1960s to 70s, Ethiopian repression and economic discrimination produced an exodus of Missoua's Muslim population, reaching a climax in late 1977, with the first of the Missoua battles. When the EPLA siege was broken in 1978, Missoua was transformed into an Ethiopian garrison, and although EPLF guerrilla attacks on the naval base and fuel depot continued, setting spectacular fires in 1982 and 1986, the civilian population grew to about 60,000 in the mid-1980s, most of whom were Ethiopians. Missoua became the major port for food aid to the famine regions of Eritrea and Tigray, and 305. Many Tigranes came to work on the docks or provide services for the Ethiopian military. The population declined again as the armed struggle intensified in northern Semhar during 1989, and when the city was liberated after the Second Battle of Missoua it held only 30,000 residents. The Battle of January 1990, and subsequent Ethiopian bombing, left the city and docks in ruins, the oil depots gutted and the harbor blocked with sunken vessels, but by January 1991 the docks were partially cleared and a United Nations brokered agreement enabled food aid to begin arriving again. During 1992, 228 vessels unloaded 559,000 tons of cargo, most of it relief supplies. This dropped to 386,000 tons in 1993, as warehouse facilities remained inadequate and a monsoon in April ruined 6,000 tons of wheat. By 1994 the port was being completely reconstructed under the direction of Woldenkeel Abraha, head of the port's administration, which moved its offices from Asmara to Missoua in May. The fuel depot was repaired and expanded, as were the hospital, government offices, and a number of mainland industries. Some of the original population began to return from abroad and the fishing industry was redeveloped. In 1995 the railroad was reconstructed from Twalad to the suburbs, and the business district on Missoua Island was repaired. Missoua, battles, 1977–78 and 1990. Missoua, because of its strategic importance, was the site of two of the major battles of the armed struggle. The first began on October 12–16, 1977, when EPLF forces led by Petros Solomon cut the road to Asmara near Mayatal. On December 9–10 the EPLA defeated an Ethiopian counterattack outside Dogali and pushed the routed troops back to the city's defensive perimeter. Then, on December 21 to 22, the Eritreans overran all the mainland suburbs, driving the DERG's forces onto the Abd el-Kader and Gerar peninsulas and the islands, where they were supported by Ethiopian and USSR warships. On December 23 the EPLA attempted a frontal assault on the peninsulas, with 306 fighters wading across the chest-deep evaporation ponds of the Salina salt works into a murderous fire that left 200 dead and 400 wounded, the worst losses yet suffered by the EPLA. Ethiopian jets and naval artillery destroyed much of the mainland suburbs, and most of the population fled or was killed. On December 31, EPLA shells set the fuel depot on fire, burning 45 million liters. The Eritreans pulled back for a long siege, but the military balance turned against them, and in July 1978 they made their strategic withdrawal from Semhar. The Second Battle of Missawa was planned as a major EPLA offensive, codenamed Fenkil, from March 1989, when the EPLF Political Committee decided to abandon its attempts to liberate Karen and instead concentrate on isolating Asmara from the sea. In January 1989, the Battle of Semenawi Bari had proven that EPLA armor could operate effectively on the coastal plains without air cover, and had moved the front lines into northern Semhar, within striking distance of the port. An offensive navy was also developed during 1989, and in January 1990, the EPLF secretly moved powerful forces into Semhar. At 1 a.m. on February 8 the Fenkil offensive was launched, cutting the Asmara road at Gatele, pushing up the mountains to Dongolo and across the plain to Missawa. By February 9 the EPLA was in the suburbs, and that night Eritrean gunboats destroyed most of the Ethiopian fleet. On February 10 the EPLA stormed the naval base, securing all the mainland. A ceasefire was then negotiated in an attempt to save the civilian population and avoid destruction of the islands, but the Derg refused to allow the island's garrison to surrender, and after defeating an Ethiopian attempt at seaborne reinforcement, on February 16 the EPLA stormed the islands in a combined land-sea assault covered by artillery fire that destroyed much of western shore of the islands. Over 3,000 Eritrean fighters died in the 8-day battle, and perhaps 3 times as many Ethiopians. The fighting was followed by a lull of several weeks in which Ethiopian forces regrouped around Ginda, but in March the Derg began firing missiles into the city from 307. The Dalek Islands, and on April 3 started an air assault using cluster bombs and napalm that killed hundreds of civilians, destroyed much of the port infrastructure and burned large stores of food aid. The heavy bombing ended by May, but further air raids in October and intermittent missile attacks continued to threaten the port and naval base until January 1991. Matara, Akele Goze. A rock mountain just south of Senef, Amba Matara has been a holy site from ancient times. The name Matara was also given by 19th-century French travelers to ruins from the Aksumite and earlier periods that cluster on the adjoining plain, where a complex of stone mansions and churches was apparently destroyed by fire in the 8th century, contemporaneously with Atolis. By the 1970s these were the most thoroughly excavated ruins in Eritrea, providing many insights into the region's ancient history. See Archaeology. Mashinzo, Eduardo Ans. United Nations High Commissioner for Eritrea, appointed under Resolution 390 v. on December 14, 1950, to implement the transition to federation. Mashinzo, a Bolivian, arrived February 9 and immediately demanded the British administration, BA, implement a serious anti-Shifta policy. He then organized the election of the first Eritrean assembly and drafted a constitution with input from the BA, Ethiopia, and various Eritrean political leaders, including Wolde Mariam. Mashinzo took a firm stand for Eritrean autonomy, refusing to allow the Ethiopian imperial representative executive powers and insisting that the assembly elect an independent Eritrean chief executive, but he was unable to resolve the problem of the federal government being essentially that of Emperor Haile Selassie I. He left Eritrea immediately after federation. Medicine. See Healthcare. 308. Midri, Tigran, land. Derived from an ancient Sabaean earth deity, Meter, the word Midri was used to designate the largest tribute collection unit of the Marab Melash during the 15th through 19th centuries. In the late 1800s there were 34 Midri, divided into 66 gultai and over 800 villages. The Emperor of Ethiopia or, more often, the Governor of Tigray, would in theory assign a fixed tribute payment to each Midri, which the Shum Midri, administrative appointee, would divide among the constituent gultai. The Midri formed tax districts in much of the Cabeza under Italian colonialism, and continued to be the basic framework for sub-district administration until the 1995 administrative reform. Midribar, Tigran, land of the sea, i.e. coastal region. A common name for the central Eritrean region during the 15th to 19th centuries, its definition changes depending on the geographical position of the user. In Ethiopia it was once applied to the land from the Takas River to the sea, thus including Tigray as well, but in the 20th century it has meant the lands from the Marab to the coast. An even narrower definition is used within Eritrea today to signify the eastern escarpment of the highlands, particularly from Debre to the Kumali River, and the coastal plains of Semhar. Sometimes the term is shortened to just Bari. Mequinanti, Tigran, nobility. The transgenerational elite families of the Cabeza, such as the houses of Hazaga and Tsazaga and the various district Konthibes, were known by this title which implied the right to hold political office and gultai positions. Malati. Luigi Malati was an Italian industrialist who began his career in Eritrea with military construction contracts during 1935–37. In 1939 he founded an alcohol distillery in Asmara, initially using dum palm fruit. In 1941 he built Eritrea's first brewery, and soon was exporting beer throughout the region. He also invested in Diego Mirenghi's glass factory to ensure bottle supplies. 309. After his death in 1946, his brother Rodolfo came to manage the business, but died in 1951 from a Shifta attack outside Hagar. His wife, Signora Malati, continued to operate the business, which grew through the 1960s. She was known as generous to her employees and as a supporter of Eritrean independence. She left Eritrea when the DERG nationalized the company in 1975, changing the name to Asmara, although locally the beer is still known as Malati. The company, employing 600 workers, remains state-owned as of 1997 and is one of the few profit-making local industries, supplying Eritrea and exporting 40% of its production. Menfera, Sire. Eritrea's fifth largest urban center, Menfera is today the administrative center of the southern, Debub, region. Known as Adi Ugri on all pre-1980s maps, Menfera was originally a village near the Italian garrison of Adi Ugri, which was fortified in 1889 as the colonial headquarters for Sire. By 1905 it had a population of 2,800, including 100 Italian civilians, and by 1931 it grew to over 5,000, boasting a secondary school and important Catholic institutions. During 193,536 it became a road transport center and a number of small Italian industries were established. By 1962 the population was 11,500. In July 1977 the ELF liberated Menfera, and shortly afterwards the central market was bombed by the DERG, which recaptured the town in July 1978. It remained in Ethiopian hands until 1991. Today the mayor is Dragon Haile Malikot, descendant of an important local family, who has overseen a campaign of infrastructural improvement and economic expansion with the support of the Eritrean government and, until 1996, the Catholic Church. Improvements include a new water system, shoe factory, garages, hospital, and power plant. Mengistu Haile Mariam CDERG. Menka, Tigran, bat animal. A dissident political movement that developed in 1973 in the early PLF field forces of the ELF PLF. It was led by Muzi Tesfaye Mikael. 310. And later joined by THIRD-WORLDISM, but most of its supporters were new recruits from student backgrounds who called for radical democratic decision-making and Marxist social programs. Menke criticized Isaias Afwerki for centralizing control over the front, and he engaged them in many public debates until mid-1974. Isaias maintained the support of former ELF veterans who realized the dangers of a politically divided organization, including the Muslim PLF forces led by Ramadan Mohammed Nur, Ali Said Abdallah and Ibrahim Affa. In June a trial was held and in August 1974 at least 5 Menke leaders were executed, including Musi and THIRD. Mensa. A small Tigray-speaking ethnic group inhabiting the mountain ridge between the upper Ansibo Valley and the coastal plain adjoining the Semenawi Bari. Traditionally the Mensa were divided into a Shemagul ruling caste and Tigray serfs, with the ruling caste claiming Saho or Arab origins and divided into 2 clans, with attached serfs, the Bet Abrahi and Bet Ishakan. The Mensa were Orthodox Christians and their Khanthi were formally invested by the Ethiopian emperor or governor of Tigray during the 17th to 18th centuries. Nonetheless, during the 19th century most of the Tigray serfs converted to Islam, followed by the Shemagul in the 1870s. But the Mensa retain a syncretistic tolerance for both religions, with Muslims still celebrating Orthodox feasts. In the late 1800s Protestant missionaries began converting Bet Abrahi around Galeb, and under Italian colonialism the Catholic Church converted many Bet Ishakan around their center at Melab. From 1970, the Mensa suffered brutal Ethiopian military attacks, see Galeb, and many fled as refugees, while during 1988-91 the front lines around Karen cut directly through Mensa land. Maragaz, Sire. A rich agricultural district southwest of Menfero with a large Tigrinya Christian population. 311. Merit, Tigran, District, Land. The largest administrative division of the pre-colonial Merab Melash. During the 17th to 19th centuries there were 5 merets corresponding to the provinces of Akele Goze, Hamasine, and Sire, and the western Sire districts of Deqi Tesfa and Deqi Melaga, see Koane. Mereta Semebani see Akele Goze. Meshalit, Sinhit. A small Tigray-speaking tribe inhabiting the area around the strategic pass of the same name that leads from the middle Ansibo Valley to Afabet. Because it guards the northern entrance to Karen, Meshalit Pass was the site of several battles, including one between Free French and Italian troops during the Battle of Karen in March 1941, another during the EPLF's strategic withdrawal of November-December 1978, and a third following the Afabet Battle of March 1988. Mesfin Hagos. One of the original leaders of the EPLF, Mesfin attended university in Addis Ababa in the early 1960s and joined the ELF in 1966. Along with Isaias Afwerki, he was part of the initial group sent for training in China, returning to be deputy commander of Zone 5. In 1970 he joined the original ELF-PLF group at Pseudo Ha'ila, then went north to join Isaias at Ala. In 1974 he was part of the 5-man EPLF founding leadership, and served on the political committee through the Third Congress. He was a senior commander in the EPLA through liberation, leading it to victory on the Deqmhair front in the final battle of the armed struggle, when he served as chief of staff. Popular with the fighters, he was appointed Minister of Defense after the short-lived mutiny of May, 1993, and then moved to his current position as Administrator of the Southern, Debub, Administrative Region. 312. Military Sea Armed Struggle, Askari, DERG, Eritrean People's Liberation Army, Ethiopia, Fighters. Many FERE. A Saho tribe inhabiting the region between Senef and Irafale, the Minifere trace their origins to a fusion between Saho immigrants and a Habesha military garrison. Today most are Muslim pastoralists, but in the past many were said to have been Christians, and neighboring Tigrinya groups have Minifere ancestors. Mining. Eritrea's mineral resources include copper, gold, iron, manganese, nickel, chromium, petroleum, potash, salt, and silver. Obsidian was mined on the Beray Peninsula since prehistoric times, and Egyptian trading expeditions exported it from at least the 2nd millennium BC. Along with salt, gold has been the single most frequently mined mineral in Eritrea, with works in Hamasine dating back to the pre-Aksumite period. Eritrea's principal gold resources occur around Asmara, including sites at Ad Inafas and Madri Zion, the latter having been worked extensively in the medieval period, and in Gash Seti from outside Barantu, Baisala, Susanna, to the Toko Mbia area, Agaro, Damashoba. All these sites were worked by Italian miners during the 1930s to 40s. During 1931 to 40, 21 mines produced 1,700 kilograms total, but declined thereafter. In 1953 to 62, 4 mines produced a total of 1,100 kilograms, but were closed during the armed struggle. Copper and silver traces were found alongside gold deposits, and in the early 1970s a major deposit of extremely rich copper ore was located outside Debarwe by a Japanese company, which began production during 1973 to 74, but left after elf attacks. Major high-grade iron ore deposits are located at Gedem and Agameta in direct proximity to the port of Massawa, but have not been commercially exploited. Some of the world's finest potash and manganese salts are located in the Kalulai/Dalul area in northwestern Denkal and across the border in Ethiopia. These were mined from the first 313 World War onwards by an Italian company that built a railroad to Mirza Fatma to facilitate their export. Mining ended in 1960 when the lease expired, and has not been resumed. In 1992 responsibility for developing Eritrea's mineral resources passed to the Department of Mines, formerly an EPLF department, which was merged in 1993 into the current Ministry of Energy and Mines, headed by Tesfaye Gebreselassie. In 1994 foreign mining companies, including several from North America, began bidding for gold prospecting leases, and in 1995 a new mining law clarified state ownership of all mineral resources and outlined tax incentives and profit repatriation rules for foreign investors. In 1996 two Canadian companies signed agreements for gold and silver prospecting in the northern Red Sea and Dabub regions, while other agreements are under negotiation. Mayergi, Diego. Founder of the first glass works in Eritrea in 1941, in association with the Maladi alcohol industry. In 1944 Mayergi created the S.A. Vetreria de Asmara, Sava, glassworks, utilizing local materials and training Eritrean glass workers. He moved his company to Kenya in 1951, taking many of his skilled workers with him, but the Asmara factory continued to operate under the control of Maladi, its major customer. Mergani Katmiya, a Muslim religious brotherhood, Arab, Tariqa, founded by Muhammad Uthman al-Mergani, 1793–1852, who was sent from Arabia by his teacher, Ahmed ibn Idris al-Faisai, to convert the Beni Amr in 1817. In 1837 al-Mergani formed his own brotherhood, which he argued took precedence over all others, as it was the seal, Arab, Khatm, of all the brotherhoods, and was thus called the Katmiya. Mergani's sons spread the brotherhood throughout northern Sudan, working closely with Egyptian officials, and two of them won many converts in the Eritrean region, Al-Hassan, d. 1869, who settled at Kassala, which became the seat of the Merganiya order, converted the Beni. 314. Amr, Halanksa, and Habab to the sect, while Hashim, d. 1899, who settled at Massawa in 1860, where his tomb at Otumlo remains an important shrine, converted many Asawarda. The Merganiya opposed the Mahdiya in Sudan, and were supported by the Italian colonial government, enabling them to spread throughout the north and west. Karen became the Merganiya center in Eritrea, led by Syed Abu Bakr bin Uthman and his son, Jafar. Although Syed Abu Bakr was formally elected president of the Muslim League, the Merganiya did nothing to oppose Ethiopian rule after 1952, in keeping with their heritage of cooperation with colonial authorities. The sect's failure to support the nationalist movement led to its marginalization during the armed struggle, particularly after 1975, when the leadership retreated to Kassala. Today, their moral authority in Eritrea has dwindled to almost nothing. Muhammad Ali Omro. Born into a Hirgigo merchant family, Ali Omro attended the Kekiya school until the late 1950s, when he emigrated to Cairo for further studies. He was involved in the Eritrean student movement there and was among the early members of the ELF. In 1963 he was sent to Syria for military training, and rose to Command Zone 4 under the patronage of his former teacher, Osman Saleh Sab. When Sab split from the ELF in 1970, Ali Omro led many reformist fighters to Pseudo Haila, where he was elected to the original leadership of the ELF-PLF. His close links to Osman Sab and the old ELF hierarchy led to his removal from PLF leadership at another election in 1971, however, and he was excluded from the top ranks of the new EPLF, remaining a battalion commander in the 1980s, though he eventually sat on the Central Committee of the PFDJ and in November 1993 was appointed ambassador to Egypt. Mohammed Ibn Dawd Ibn Mustafa, Sayyidina. A crucial figure in the early development of the ELF, Sayyidina Mohammed, often referred to as Sheikh Mohammed. 315. Dawd, was descended from a leading religious family of the Faidab subtribe of the Beni Amr, where his grandfather, Sayyidina Mustafa, was a revered religious scholar. In late 1960 Sayyidina Mohammed, a long acquaintance of Idris Mohammed Adem, was contacted by ELF organizers in Kassala and began to establish a network of ELF cells among the Beni Amr around Agordat. In April 1961 he met with Hamid Idris Awad near Gasset and asked him to begin the armed struggle with ELF support, and in June again met him in Agordat. During this period, the ELF's criticism of the ELM exposed both organizations to Ethiopian intelligence, and in July Sayyidina Mohammed was put under house arrest in Agordat, ironically just after he had returned from a meeting at Felisab, near Ashir, where the date for launching the armed struggle had been decided. Subjected to continual Ethiopian harassment, in 1966 he finally fled to Sudan, where he died in 1967. Muhammad Omar Khadi. A leading figure in the early nationalist movement, Omar Khadi was born in 1909 into the Bet Khadi clan of the Assawarda in Foro. From the 1930s he was involved in the meat canning industry in Misawa, and in 1941 was a founding member of the Mahabar Fikri Hagar. He worked with Woldemariam in an attempt to preserve the unity of the nationalist movement at the Wala Bet Girgis in 1946, after which he joined the Muslim League. But in 1949 he led a group of Misawa merchants who opposed Ibrahim Sultan Ali out of the League, founding the Independent Muslim League of Misawa, which attempted to restore Muslim-Christian unity in Eritrea by proposing a compromise agreement for conditional union with Ethiopia that prefigured federation. He represented his party at the United Nations in 1949-50, and published the newspaper El Unida. Omar Khadi's early espousal of federation earned him a position as director of the unionist paper Union e Progresso in 1952, and a seat on the Federal Council. But when it became apparent that Haile Selassie I was 316 intent on dismantling the federation, Omar Khadi led a series of legal challenges, filing a petition with the Eritrean Supreme Court in June 1956 against the legality of Eritrea's Second Assembly elections, and when this failed going to Cairo where he prepared a petition for the United Nations protesting the policies leading to Eritrea's annexation. In October 1957 the petition was presented in the form of a telegram signed by Eritrean notables, but Omar Khadi was convinced by Ethiopian officials to return to Eritrea where he was arrested in January 1958, sparking widespread protests. On April 30 he was sentenced by Ethiopian authorities to 10 years imprisonment, but after annexation he was released and in 1969 was appointed mayor of Misawa. In 1975 he was imprisoned by the DERG, but was released in 1977. He then attempted to mediate the rift between the ELF and EPLF in 1979, and afterwards moved to Saudi Arabia, where he died. Munsinger, Werner, 1832-75. A Swiss-born freelance imperialist agent and scholar of Eritrean traditions, Werner Munsinger came to Masawa in 1853 in the employment of a Cairo-based merchant firm. In 1854 he moved to Keren, where he married a Bilan woman and lived until 1861, after which he served as guide for various European expeditions to the area. His knowledge of Eritrean customs and languages were gathered into his Ostafrikaanisch study in 1864, and led to his employment by various foreign powers, including France, 186,571, Britain, 1,867-69, and eventually Egypt, 1,871-75. He led the reconnaissance for Britain's 1868 Napier expedition and in 1871 was appointed governor of Masawa by Egypt, which charged him with preparing the port as a base for conquering the rest of Eritrea. His improvements to the port and his home of Keren marked the beginning of colonial development in Eritrea, but he and his wife were killed in 1875 during an Afar attack on the column of Egyptian troops he was leading through Denkel. 317. Music. Each of Eritrea's ethnic groups has its own distinctive traditional music, although similarities link them all, including the common use of a monorhythmic drum beat and the appreciation of distinctly high-pitched female voices. Among the Tigray and Tigrinya the traditional krar, a lyre-like instrument with 5 to 7 strings, is widely used to accompany poetic ballads of love, war, and praise. In the Kebesa, a class of traditional praise singers and itinerant musicians skilled in the use of the wada, a one-stringed fiddle, once existed, attaching themselves to patrons among the Mikwinanti. From these wadista developed the modern popular music of the highlands, beginning with recordings during the European colonial period and expanding markedly during the 1960s with the spread of local radio programs. These programs also highlighted the music of other ethnic groups, particularly the Tigray, whose vibrant traditional songs, with their martial beat accompanied by clashing swords, have always been popular in the highlands. During the late 1950s, cultural organizations were formed that popularized Eritrean nationalism through songs laced with metaphors and double meanings. With the rise of the ELM and ELF, the nationalist content of popular music increased, until by the mid-1960s the radio and urban concerts echoed with songs like Shijehabumi, Tigran, Give Me My Torch. Because most Eritreans were illiterate, music was among the most effective tools for spreading national consciousness. But the actual development of the nationalist music of the 1970s was usually spontaneous, originating in the individual lyrics of a great variety of popular singers. After 1975, the nationalist musicians joined the liberation fronts, where they toured the liberated areas, or fled as refugees. Both the ELF and EPLF created their own cultural troupes, but it was the EPLF which really harnessed popular music to its revolutionary program through an outpouring of cassette tapes that purposely drew on the musical traditions of every ethnic group to create a sense of national unity while extolling the heroic deeds of the fighters and the sacrifices of the martyrs. 318. The most notable EPLF band was the Red Flowers, formed in 1977. The band toured the liberated zones and Sudan, but in 1983 it was dispersed to fight the Ethiopian 7th Offensive and many members died. Surviving members participated in other cultural troupes, some of which appeared at the famed Eritrean Cultural Festival in Bologna during the 1980s. The appearance of many women singers in these cultural troupes also emphasized the EPLF's policy of gender equality, and traditional love songs were replaced with lyrics expressing love of country. The nationalist genre, running from haunting ballads to stirring marches, became the mainstay of Eritrean music throughout the country and the diaspora during the 1980s, and since liberation it has remained the most commonly heard popular music. Since the demobilization of artists and musicians in 1994 to 95, many former EPLF singers have set out on their own, including the all-women Shushan Band, the war-disabled fighters group Haben and such popular singers as Ahmed Mansour, Fikra, Tesfai Mahari, and Wedi Sheikh. The riveting Kunama singer, Dahab Fadinga, has given Kunama rhythm and dance a previously unknown national popularity, and the return of Yemeni Beria Gabrameskal from 20 years exile in the Arab world was a major cultural event in 1994. Yemeni Beria's untimely death in 1997 was widely mourned, for his songs, more than those of any other musician, represent the contemporary fusion of highland and lowland styles that is today creating a truly national Eritrean music and culture. Muslim League, Arab, Rabita al-Islamiyya. The most important independentist political party of the 1940s, the Muslim League was founded on December 4, 1946, in Karen by Ibrahim Sultan Ali, who was elected its Secretary General, while the head of the Merganiya religious brotherhood became its titular president. The Muslim League developed out of a combination of Ibrahim's Tigray Serf emancipation movement with the independence-oriented Muslim faction of the Mahabar Fikri Hagar, led particularly by Djibrti and Sao from the 319 Central Highlands. Ibrahim brought these groups together in an organization that sought to speak for all Muslims on the issue of Eritrea's future, resolving in January 1947 that Eritrea should not be partitioned, but should become independent, if necessary after a United Nations trusteeship. This remained the League's platform until it disintegrated in 1950. Despite its sectarian name and the presence of religious leaders, the League was by no means an Islamist organization, and it envisioned a secular, democratic Eritrea as its goal, although its very existence symbolized the religious polarization of the 1940s. Ibrahim used the League to promote his campaign for serf emancipation during 1947-49, and this brought the League into conflict with the traditional Shemagul aristocracy, who consequently supported the pro-Ethiopian Unionist Party, marking an initial split in Muslim ranks. Nonetheless, the League received the support of almost the entire Muslim population in 1947, receiving 40.5% of the indirect vote in the Four Powers Commission polling. This made its leadership a continuous target of Ethiopian-supported Andinet terrorists, particularly after the League became the most important party in the independence bloc in 1949. Ethiopian intimidation, combined with intertribal antagonisms and the abrasiveness of Ibrahim Sultan's domineering personality led to the disintegration of the League, as Mohammed Omar Qadi formed the Independent Muslim League of Misawa and then Ali Mohammed Musaradeh built the Muslim League of the Western Province, removing the League's single largest bloc of constituents. By December 1950, when Ibrahim participated in the peace meeting at Cinema Impero, CAS Mara, the League had ceased to exist as an effective political party, and its remaining leaders ran for seats in the First Assembly as members of the Eritrean Democratic Front. Muslim League of the Western Province C. Ali Mohammed Musaradeh. 320. N. Nabtab. The ruling caste of the Beni Amr tribal confederacy from the 17th through 20th centuries, whose members held economic and political privileges similar to those of the Shemagul aristocracies of the Tigray tribes. Naib, Arab, deputy. The rulers of the Semhar area from the 17th through mid-19th centuries, the Naibs were descended from the Balu aristocracy of Hirgigo, whose leading family obtained appointment as local deputy of the Ottoman Turkish governor of Misawa sometime in the late 16th century. After Turkey abandoned its attempt to conquer the highlands, the Naib emerged as the most powerful political figure on the Central Coast, with the right to collect tribute for the nominal Turkish government. The leading Balu families intermarried with the Turkish garrison in Misawa, Ckakiya, and gained control over the port and trade routes to the highlands. This marked the political division of central Eritrea between the coast, controlled by the Naib, and the central highlands, controlled by the Bar Negashi. A desultory struggle between these two sides, which also involved the rulers of Tigray and northern Ethiopia, ensued for several centuries, with the two sides applying trade boycotts intermittently, such as Naib Musa bin Umri's blockade of the caravan trade in 1690, and Iyyasu the Great's retaliatory blockade of food supplies to Misawa. But the two sides also cooperated, and during the early 1700s, the NAIB lent political and economic support to both Tigrine rulers and the House of Tsazaga, receiving in return valuable grazing lands and tribute rights along the caravan route through the Kabesa, particularly around Digsa, Bet Mackay, and Hal Haley. The high point of the NAIB's power was during the late 18th century, when the dynasty completely controlled the external trade of the Eritrean and Tigrine highlands. The NAIBS had almost no military force, how? 321. Ever, and their power was due primarily to the weakness of both the Highlanders and the Turks during this period. The dynasty itself was weakened by internal rivalries, as it divided into two rival families, the senior Bet Hassan, based in Hirgigo, and the junior Bet Osman of Munkullo. In the early 1800s the Turks and then Egypt took advantage of this rivalry to seize Misawa and weaken the NAIB's power, though the NAIB remained in control of the port's mainland suburbs until 1848. European agents also played on these family rivalries to gain concessions, and in the 1840s the struggle with Egypt resumed, while the rising military power of the rulers of Tigray led to repeated raids on the coast that further weakened the NAIBS. In 1848 the Egyptians imprisoned the senior NAIB of Hirgigo and set up the junior family as puppet rulers. Thereafter, the NAIBS remained tribute collectors for succeeding Turkish and Egyptian administrations, and in 1865 even this power was terminated by the new Egyptian colonial administration. Though they attempted to recoup their position several times during periods of Egyptian weakness, the NAIBS never recovered their political power, but they welcomed Italian colonialism under which they were able to develop their commercial interests around Misawa, while others played a leading role in Muslim religious affairs. The NAIBS descendants figured prominently in Semhar politics during the 1940s to 50s, and retained some moral authority until the 1970s, when most fled as refugees. Nakfa. The administrative center of the Roa area of the Northern Highlands, Nakfa was the symbolic capital of liberated Eritrea from 1978 to 91. Its heroic defense by the EPLF against repeated Ethiopian offensives makes it a powerful symbol of Eritrean nationalism. Located on a high plateau between Roa Habab and the Hide River Valley, Nakfa has been settled since antiquity. An Italian colonial post was established in the 1890s and the village developed into the administrative and commercial center of the Habab region, with a population of 300 in 322. The late 1930s. It grew during the 1940s to 50s, and Haile Selassie I funded the construction of a substantial mosque in the early 1960s. But the town's police post made it the site of early ELF attacks, and a military garrison was established in 1967. On March 23, 1977, the EPLF captured the town after a siege of several months, marking the beginning of the front's campaign to liberate Eritrean towns. In December 1978, following the EPLF's strategic withdrawal, the town became the last urban center under Eritrean control. By January 1979 the EPLA was defending the town from a trench line anchored on Denden Mountain, and through 1980 a series of bloody battles took place as the DERG attempted to break this line. In February-March 1982 the Ethiopians renewed their assault, bombing Nakfa into rubble but failing to break through. For Eritreans, the defense of Nakfa took on the same symbolic quality that Verdun held for the French in the First World War, and today it symbolizes the sacrifices made by Eritrean freedom fighters. Consequently, the name is used by numerous public schools, institutions, businesses, and is the official name of Eritrea's new currency, see Finance. After liberation in 1991, Nakfa became the provincial capital of Sahel, and significant public investment was made in rebuilding the town and constructing a jet airstrip nearby. The third EPLF Congress was held there in February 1994, but the administrative reorganization of 1995 deprived Nakfa of its status as a provincial capital. Today it remains a regional administrative and commercial center with a growing population. The EPLF's wartime workshops nearby have been converted into the Winna Technical School, where national service workers are recycling the tons of derelict military equipment surrounding the town. Nara. One of Eritrea's 9 nationalities, the Nara, also known as Beria, speak a Nilotic language distantly related to that of their neighbors, the Kunama. They practice sedentary agriculture in the Gashbarka region north. 323. Of Barantu, and are one of the area's most ancient population groups. The conversion of Nara people from their ethnic religion to Islam began under Funj domination in the 17th century. By the 19th century the Nara were largely Muslim, organized under their independent tribal leader, the Nazir. Conversion to Islam did not save them from continual raids by their Muslim and Christian neighbors, however, who often enslaved them, giving their ethnic name Beria the connotation of slave among neighboring peoples. Nara means clans. Consequently, the Nara welcomed Italian colonialism, which recognized their tribal administrative structure and ended the raids. By this time the Nara were divided into 2 major sub-tribes, the Maghreb in the west and Higur in the east. Religion linked the Nara more closely with their Muslim neighbors, and they largely supported the ELF in the 1960s to 70s, unlike the Kunama. Much of the population fled as refugees after 1967, and today many returnees are settling in the agricultural belt along the Sudanese border, as well as in their former homes. National Assembly, Tigran, Hajara-i Beto, Arab, Majlis. Created by Proclamation 37 of the Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, on May 19, 1993, the National Assembly is the legislative branch of the government of the state of Eritrea. It outlines, debates, modifies, and approves all legislation, votes on the budget and elects the president. The first National Assembly was composed of the EPLF Central Committee plus 60 representatives, half of whom comprised the chair, secretary, and 1 woman member from each of the 10 regional councils. See local government. The other 30 were appointed by the PGE Advisory Council and were required to include 10 women. In March 1994 the Assembly voted to restructure itself to include the 75 members of the new Central Committee of the PFDJ, together with 75 popularly elected members, including the 30 previous regional council members. In 1998 elections will be held for a democratically. 324. Elected National Assembly under the provisions of Eritrea's new constitution. National Service. The Provisional Government of Eritrea issued a decree on November 6, 1991, instituting a National Service Program, NSP, in Eritrea, requiring all Eritrean citizens age 18 to 40 to perform 18 months of national service, beginning with 6 months of military training. The goals of the NSP were to create a reserve army capable of defending the country, to mobilize the population for national reconstruction and to build a unified sense of national identity through a common experience of service to the nation. Particular emphasis was placed on replicating the experience of self-reliance and self-sacrifice for the common good that enabled the EPLF fighters to win the armed struggle for independence. It took several years to draw up plans, create the necessary infrastructure and register citizens for the program, although some returnees from the diaspora began serving in government ministries as early as 1991. On March 16, 1994, NSP registration began, with the first group being drawn from the urban youth of Asmara and the second from across the country. Although there was initial resistance, a media campaign stressing the sacrifices already made by freedom fighters soon mobilized public support. By August 1, 200,000 eligible recruits had registered, and the first group of 10,000 left for the new military training camp at Sawa in the Barka region, where they learned military skills and immersed themselves in the Spartan life of EPLF fighter culture. During the same summer, 35,000 high school students were mobilized independently of the NSP to help in road and agricultural reconstruction. The first round of military trainees graduated at Sawa in December 1994 in a ceremony attended by the president, which has become a political tradition. By mid-1997, when the sixth round graduated, almost 100,000 young men and women had completed military training. Following this training, they are required to work in national reconstruction projects or government programs for 325. A further year. In November 1995, the NSP decree was amended to include citizens age 40 to 50 in the National Reserve Army. Provisions were added to ensure compliance by all citizens in the diaspora, while those in Eritrea who had not completed their NSP were required to post a 60,000 bear bond before leaving the country. Navy. The Eritrean Navy, developed out of ELF sea transport operations, begun early in the armed struggle. Most of the initial personnel were fishermen from Semhar and the Beray Peninsula. Many of them joined the ELF-PLF in the early 1970s, where they ran the maritime supply system that was crucial to the early development of the PLF and EPLF. This system used speedboats to ferry munitions and evacuate wounded via the Hanish Islands and Yemen, but it declined after the EPLF's break with Osman Saleh Sab, although intercoastal transport from Sudan to the Sahel coast continued. By the mid-1980s, the EPLF's naval personnel were aging, and after the Second Congress in 1987, the front began training a new naval force for offensive operations. High-speed fiberglass boats were purchased in the Arab world, and a training base was established at the remote Sudanese port of Akik, just north of the Eritrean border. Humd Mohammed Kari Kari was appointed commander, and by 1988 the new force began its first operations against targets around Assab and Massawa. These operations were planned to familiarize the Navy with Ethiopian defenses, and on the night of February 9, 1990, they culminated in a spectacular assault on Massawa Naval Base, where 9 Ethiopian warships were sunk, enabling the EPLA to capture the city. Further operations around Massawa and the Dalak Islands from camouflaged bases on the Beray Peninsula continued through 1991, when the Navy also supported the Denkal campaign. At the end of the war, the Navy acquired most of the remaining resources of the Ethiopian Navy, although some best vessels remained interned in Djibouti. New high-speed patrol boats were added to the fleet that by 1995 contained approximately 45 vessels. In 1994, 326. Twold Kaleti took over as naval commander, overseeing the training and equipment of a new, professional force that served with distinction in the brief battles around the Hanish Islands in 1995. In October 1996, Humd Kari Kari returned to command the Navy. Negussi, Aga. C. France, Tigray, Wube. O. Obel, Tigran, Wilderness. An important Beni Amer splinter group from the ELF during 1970–75. The name comes from a seasonal stream in Sahel, where the group held its first meeting. There is another Abel River in western Syria, a tributary of the Marab. The Abel group formed around Adam Saleh, a Beni Amer ELF veteran and head of the military committee of the Qiyadah al-Ama during 1969–70. The group represented a complex mix of personal ambitions and tribalist sentiments, including Beni Amer veterans who feared the decline of their ethnic power in the ELF, yet ironically allied themselves with the radical reformist and Christian fighters who created the EPLF. Despite their disaffection, the Abel group participated in the ELF's Awat Conference, and some of the rank and file attended the front's first National Congress. But, disappointed with the Congress's outcome, in December 1971 they denounced the new ELF leadership and formed the Eritrean Liberation Forces. In January 1972 the Abel group joined Osman Saleh Sab and PLF representatives in Beirut to form the ELF-PLF. The ELF responded with an attack on Abel forces in Barca on February 28, 1972, capturing its leaders, including Adam Saleh, imprisoned until 1975. The remnants of Abel joined with the PLF in the First Civil War, forming a joint military command in October 1972, but refusing a complete organizational merger. In mid-1972 the Abay Aoun were joined by Abu Tayara's Marya group, and both these conservative forces criticized the PLF's Marxist political program. Abal's isolation led to their defeat by the ELF in early 1974, and on June 13, 327, 1974, Osman Sab engineered the reunification of Abal's remnants with the ELF PLF. Sab clearly hoped to use the conservative Muslim Abay Aoun to counter the radical PLF leadership, and in 1975-76 they sided with him in his dispute with EPLF leaders, after which Abay Aoun formed the backbone of his ELF PLF Third Force. Offensives, Ethiopian. During 1978-85 the Ethiopian DERG launched a series of 8 offensives against Eritrean nationalist guerrillas that were intended to destroy the nationalist movement forever. During this period of the armed struggle many Eritreans, and all the fighters of the EPLF, marked time itself in reference to these offensives, which came close to overwhelming the outnumbered and outgunned Eritrean forces, and provoked the most desperate and brutal fighting of the entire 30-year war. Consequently, an outline of these offensives, and the names used to describe them, are crucial to an understanding of modern Eritrea. After receiving massive new arms supplies from the USSR, the DERG launched its first offensive from bases in Tigray on June 11, 1978. The largest forces attacked the ELF through Gash Seti, and by July ELF units had been defeated from Barentu to Tessani and were retreating beyond the Barka into the mountains of Sahel or across the border into Sudan. A second Ethiopian force moved north from around Intiko into the Hazamo plain, and after the EPLF's failure to stop them at Myani and Dekmher, the front abandoned Akele Goze and Masawa during July. A new battle line was formed by ELF and EPLF units north of Asmara, and the DERG's second offensive was launched against this line on November 20, 1978. The Ethiopians broke through at Adi Yakob, provoking the EPLF's strategic withdrawal from Karen to Nakfa, covered by rearguard actions at Alabard, Kalamat, Mymad, and Tsalab. The third offensive began in January 1979, pushing EPLF and ELF units back to a trench line around Nakfa, where Ethiopian frontal assaults on Denden Mountain were repulsed on February 6 to 9. A fourth offensive was then launched from 328. March 30 to April 11, in which the DERG tried to outflank Eritrean positions by opening a new front around Aljana. This offensive was defeated with heavy losses on both sides, and the Eritrean trench line was extended almost 400 kilometers to the Sudanese border. In an attempt to penetrate this line, a fifth offensive was made during July 14 to 26, but again failed to break through to Nakfa. After this, the Ethiopian military, which had lost almost 25,000 soldiers in the first 5 offensives, regrouped and rearmed for a massive new multi-pronged effort to end the Eritrean rebellion in its largest offensive of all, the 6th Offensive or Red Star Campaign of early 1982. The failure of the 6th Offensive marked the beginning of a shift in the military balance, but 2 more offensives were attempted by the DERG before the decisive change in military fortunes occurred in 1988. On March 23, 1983, the Ethiopians launched a surprise attack on EPLF lines around Hal. Unlike other offensives, this 7th offensive was never publicized. Eritreans called it the Salata, Tigran, stealth, offensive, and only defeated it after heavy fighting that lasted through June. A final Ethiopian offensive, codenamed Red Sea, was made during October 10 to 25, 1985, with massive frontal assaults on Nakfa and an airborne flank attack north of Hal. Altogether, according to EPLF records, the Ethiopian army lost over 50,000 dead in these 8 offensives. Hagar, Gash Seti. A market town and administrative center located just north of the Seti River, a few kilometers from the Sudanese and Ethiopian borders. Hagar developed as an Italian border post at the end of the 19th century, and its market attracted a heterogeneous community of Sudanese Arabs, Beni Amr and Muslim Bilan. In the late 1950s the town grew as commercial farming spread in the Seti Valley and along the plain between Hagar and Gilaj. Tigrinya, Kunama, Nara and Walkati farm workers settled in the town, and the construction of an all-weather road and bridge across the Seti in the late 1960s stimulated population growth to 329. About 30,000. The Muslim merchant community supported the ELF, and many were arrested in 1967, but the town continued to flourish until 1974, benefiting from the great boom in sesame production across the river in the Ethiopian region of Humera. The boom ended in 1974, when the Ethiopian Revolution produced an anti-Derg opposition movement in Humera and increased ELF activity in Hagar. In August 1975, after ELF guerrillas demolished Humera's radio receivers, the Ethiopian military commander Shembel Balu crossed the Seti at night and surrounded the town with 1,200 soldiers. They forced the people into fields beside the swollen torrent of Kir Betamit. Sudanese and Ethiopian citizens were allowed to leave, but the soldiers pushed some 7,000 to 8,000 Eritreans against the river and machine-gunned them. Some 250 died, including over 100 who drowned as they fled across the river. The massacre would have been greater but for the intervention of Eritrean police commandos. After the massacre many residents fled to Sudan, while people from Humera looted the town, stripping its zinc roofs. In February 1976, the army returned and burned what remained. Until 1982, only an Ethiopian military post remained on the town's site, and the population remained less than 1,000 until after Eritrea's liberation. Today Hagar is again a regional market center with a population of about 5,000. The government has ambitious plans to develop it as a center for agriculture development projects employing repatriated refugees, but the current tense relations with Sudan have hurt its commercial sector, which has long been involved in cross-border smuggling of Eritrean manufactures and alcohol. Omer Hamed, Az. A prominent ELF military leader during the 1960s, Omer Azaz was born into a Bilan Betok family in Halhal and in 1946 joined the Sudan Defense Force, SDF, where he rose to the rank of corporal and served with the UN in the Congo. Like many SDF members he was involved with the ELM before joining the 330 ELF in 1961, where he was among the earliest guerrillas to go into the field, carrying arms to Hamid Idris Awad. In 1962 he led a raid on the police station in Halhal, and in 1965 he was appointed commander of Zone 2, including his native Sinhit region. As the ethnic division of the ELF progressed, Omer came to represent the small Bilan contingent, but he never completely agreed with the leadership's divisive policies, although he refused to join the reformist Eslah movement at Aredab in 1968. In an apparent attempt to strengthen his independent bargaining position for the upcoming Ansaba conference, Omer led his 200 men in an ill-prepared attack on Halhal in August 1968, where his force was utterly routed and he died of wounds on August 12. Ona, Sinhit. A Bilan village northwest of Keren, Ona, Tigray, ruins, was organized by the Ethiopian military as a strategic hamlet in 1967. When the ELF ambushed and killed the commander of the 2nd Division, General Tesho Mergitu, on November 21, 1970, near Keren, neighboring villages were subjected to brutal reprisals. On November 27, 120 people were machine-gunned in their mosque at Bazak Dera, and on December 1, Ethiopian army units surrounded Ona, killing 625 and burning the village. Further massacres followed at Alabard, Galeb, and elsewhere, producing an exodus of refugees from rural Sinhit. Orada, Alt, Erota. A plateau controlled by the Black Marya in east-central Barka between the Jura and Kirkebet drainages that was used as an early guerrilla base. The EPLF used the name as a code word for the valley in northern Sahel where they established their central hospital after 1976. Orthodox Church. The Eritrean Orthodox Church, EROC, achieved de facto independence from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in September 1992. The Church follows the ancient monophysite Christian doctrine of the Ethiopian Orthodox and Egyptian Coptic churches, and 331. Until 1992, Eritrean Orthodox Christians, who form the vast majority of the Christian half of the population. In 1952 there were 459,000 Orthodox Christians out of a total Eritrean population of 1 million, were ecclesiastically subordinated to these institutions. The Patriarch of Egypt appointed Ethiopia's Archbishop until 1950. The monophysite or Twadu, GEEZ, union, doctrine that distinguishes these churches centers on belief in the unity of Christ, as opposed to the dual nature accepted by Western and Eastern Orthodox churches since the Council of Chalcedon, 451 AD. To this doctrine are added specific practices that distinguish the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, including acceptance of certain scriptures, indigenous saints, and a number of Judaic practices, including those associated with ritual cleanliness and food, liturgical dancing, veneration of the Tabat, Ark, and adherence to the Sabbath. Orthodox Christianity entered the Eritrean region in the early 4th century, when the Syrian missionary Frumentius joined the Aksumite court and converted the future ruler, Izana, to his monophysite beliefs. Frumentius became the first bishop of Aksum, and much of the early evangelization of the region occurred in central Eritrea and northern Tigray, furthered by the arrival of the 9 saints, Geez, Tzadkin, lit. White men, in the 5th century. The most important institutions of the early church were its monasteries, the earliest in Eritrea being founded at Debre Sina and Debre Libanos. Other important religious establishments developed along the pilgrimage routes through the northern highlands, including the community at Hagar Nagran. By the 14th century all the Bilan, Tigrinya, and Tigray-speaking peoples were Orthodox Christians, as were many of the Balu in the lowlands. During this period the Eritrean region was a center for a monastic revival that accompanied the preaching of Iwostetuas and led to the founding of the great monasteries of Debre Bizan, Debre Mariam, and Debre Merkuruas. In the 15th century these institutions received huge land grants from Ethiopian emperors anxious to appease the 332 regionalist sentiments of the Tigrinya-based Iwostatian movement. But during the 1500s Islam spread in the region, and by the mid-1800s Orthodox Christians were confined almost exclusively to the Tigrinya-speaking population of the Kebesa. Among Tigrinya Christians the church dominated every aspect of social life through its laws, calendar, and ownership of roughly 1/3 of all Kebesa land. The abbots of the great monasteries, and particularly Bizan, together with the Nebared of Aksum, a combined ecclesiastical and civil officer, were the most important spiritual authorities in the region, and the church provided the only education available to Christians before the arrival of European missionaries. From the 1600s onwards Orthodox resistance to repeated Roman Catholic missionary campaigns strengthened the church's conservative traditions, and in the mid-1800s Ethiopian authorities, particularly Johannes IV, intervened to forcibly restore Orthodox practice. Under Italian colonialism the church was initially suspected of supporting Italy's Ethiopian enemies, but Italian policy wooed the Eritrean clergy away from Ethiopian political connections through subventions. In 1937 the fascists even replaced the Ethiopian Abuna, archbishop, in Addis Ababa with an Eritrean, Kyrillos, who installed pro-Italian prelates, such as the Bishop of Eritrea and Tigray, Abuna Marcos. During the 1940s, Haile Selassie I was successful in using the Orthodox Church to develop popular support in the Kebesa for Eritrea's unification with Ethiopia. Abuna Marcos, who remained Bishop of Tigray, threatened excommunication against those supporting independence, and parish priests mobilized their congregations in support of the Unionist Party. The campaign was largely successful, and after federation, the emperor funded new churches and religious institutions. The leading role of the church in Unionist politics continued under the priest Dimitros Gabramariam, who worked to modernize the church's administrative and educational activities, but came into conflict with the conservative Marcos, who died in a car crash in 1961. After this, leadership of the 333 Eritrean Church reverted to its traditional representative, the Abbot of Debrecen. After liberation in 1991, the provisional government pushed to separate the Eritrean Church from its Ethiopian parent, empowering the Abbot of Debrecen, Philippos, to act as Eritrean Archbishop. An EPLF supporter, Mark Arios, who had been ordained as bishop by the Coptic Patriarch in Egypt, was also pressed on Philippos as his aide, and for a time worked to modernize and democratize the church, engendering the enmity of both Philippos and the conservative Eritrean hierarchy, while the Ethiopian parent church decried Mark Arios' ordination in Egypt as illegal. This and other controversies stalled Eritrean attempts to negotiate their separation from the Ethiopian church, but in September 1992 a compromise was found that allowed the EROC de facto independence and dismissed the controversial Mark Arios. Archbishop Philippos's conservatism, and continuing connection with the Ethiopian church, led to further controversies in 1993, and in November he was replaced under government pressure by the more liberal-minded and nationalist Jacob, who had previously been Bishop of Gondar. In December the EROC achieved legal independence and Mark Arios was restored to a position of responsibility. 5 Eritrean dioceses were formed and direct relations with the Patriarchate of Alexandria were renewed to provide for religious instruction. Osman Salih Sab, 1932–87. Leading figure in the early Eritrean national liberation struggle and master of fundraising in the Arab world, Osman S. Sab was later condemned as a self-aggrandizing opportunist by both the ELF and EPLF. Sab was born to an Asawarda Saho family in Hirgigo in 1932 and attended the Kekiya school in the 1940s. In 1950–52 he trained as a teacher in Addis Ababa, where he made connections with the Ethiopian Muslim community. He taught at the Kekiya school from 1953–58, where he was instrumental in shaping the political consciousness of a generation of 334 nationalist leaders that included Al-Amin Mohammed Said, Ibrahim Affa and Ramadan Mohammed Nur. Sab viewed Eritrea as a nation divided between two communities, Muslim and Christian, with the Muslims connected by language and culture to the Arab world. His political ideas were colored by the secular pan-Arabism of the period, rather than by any strong Islamist beliefs, and although he was an anti-communist and was willing to use religion in appeals for political support, he was never particularly devout. Sab's hope for an independent Eritrea was through links with the Arab world, and his writings and speeches continually advocated this through a selective use of history. Sab encouraged his students to attend secondary school in Cairo, and imported teaching materials from Egypt, which led to his arrest on charges of subversion in 1958. In 1958–59 he traveled to Addis where he attempted to organize an Ethiopian Muslim political movement, and continued his clandestine activities around Massawa until he left the country fearing another arrest in 1960. Sab settled in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where he began fundraising for a book on Ethiopia's mistreatment of Eritrean Muslims and also made contact with the Embassy of Somalia. In the fall of 1961 he was contacted by Idris Mohammed Adem and joined the ELF. Late in the year he traveled to Mogadishu where he courted and received Somali support for the ELF, including passports and funds for arms purchases. In December 1962 he went to Eritrea as the only outside member to participate in the first ELF military conference. In 1963 he joined Idris Adem and Idris Osman Galaduas in the ELF's external leadership, convincing the others to disband the executive committee in favor of a popular congress which never took place. Instead, Sab became the third member of the self-appointed triumvirate, Supreme Council, that ran the front's foreign affairs, taking the title of General Secretary in 1965. Sab's astute use of pan-Arabist propaganda for fundraising and his connections with the field leadership made him the most dynamic of the three leaders, and he soon became a rival of Idris Adem. After the 335 creation of the zonal commands, Sab's power base lay in the coastal Zone 3, which was also the locus of the growing ELF reform movement. Though Sab apparently hoped to harness this movement to his own personal ambitions, he did not support its initial call for democratic elections. After the Atabaha meeting created a general command, Sikiata Lama, dominated by Adam's supporters. However, SAB developed links with the reformist tripartite unity forces and in 1970 broke with the general command to form a rival ELF General Secretariat. Using his Arab connections, SAB funded the movement of dissident fighters out of ELF territory and their reformation as the PLF at Pseudo Ha'ila in Denkel. During 1971 SAB continued to support dissident factions, including OBEL, and in January 1972 sponsored the merger of 3 dissident groups into the ELF PLF, whose foreign office he led through his General Secretariat. For this he was condemned by the ELF, provoking the First Civil War. SAB retained his position as Eritrea's leading spokesman in the Arab world, addressing the Islamic Foreign Ministers' Conference in 1973, and he used his external resources to provide the ELF PLF with automatic weapons and supplies via boat from Aden. Although SAB's support was critical to the ELF's survival, his Arabist, and increasingly Islamist, political views were the antithesis of those of its radical field leadership, soon to form the EPLF. To counter the power of this leadership, SAB backed the conservative ABL and ABU Tayara groups. By 1975 the alliance of necessity that held the ELF PLF together was disintegrating, and SAB struggled to retain his leadership position by negotiating a merger with the ELF without the field leadership's approval. This provoked a final break with the EPLF in March 1976, after which SAB attempted to create a third force from his few remaining conservative supporters. Although his military forces were inconsequential, he commanded enough diplomatic support to begin negotiations with the ELF, which produced further acrimony and splits within this front. By 1978, SAB was 336. Condemned by all the Eritrean field forces, and his PLFRC was reduced to concocting lies about non-existent field forces intended to retain its credibility among Arab supporters. The destruction of the ELF in 1981 gave SAB a new chance to play a leading role, and during 1982–86 he attempted to dominate the unity organization of conservative and Islamist-oriented ELF factions. His rivalry with Abdullah Idris and others helped destroy this organization, however. After a serious car accident outside Gedaref in March 1986, SAB was unable to continue his leadership role, although his organization continued to attract Arab donations, which were used particularly for schools for Muslim refugees in Sudan. Osman SAB died on April 6, 1987. p. Pastoralism, and agropastoralism. Rural Eritreans rely on a mixture of agriculture and pastoralism, i.e., agropastoralism, in almost every region of the country. In the highlands, many farmers move with their animals to winter pastures at lower elevations where they also cultivate second crops in a cycle known as sebexigum, tigran, to seek pasture, to return to native village, also used to describe dry and wet seasons. In the lowlands most people cultivate grain or gardens in addition to livestock raising. Today, more animals are kept by highlanders than lowlanders. Nonetheless, the lowlands are correctly seen as the predominant pastoral region, where people such as the Beni Amer, Hidareb, and Maryu rely in large part on their animal herds, while other Tigray-speaking groups, and many Afar and Saho practice agropastoralism. Lowland agropastoralism is largely the product of an arid environment that cannot sustain sedentary agriculture, and seasonal movements in search of grazing land and stream bed cultivation sites mark the lives of these pastoral peoples. Livestock herds traditionally provided insurance against droughts and other natural disasters, as 337, well as indispensable animal traction for agriculture. Since the turn of the century, when the Italians first introduced modern veterinary medicine, there has been a general increase in the animal population. Total livestock was 1.1 million in 1905, 2.8 million in 1928, 2.2 million in 1938, 3.6 million in 1946, 7.2 million in 1992. But since the 1960s the combination of war, refugee flight, and widespread drought decimated Eritrea's lowland herds. War alone killed an estimated 350,000 animals. The population relying on pastoralism as its primary economic means has decreased from 36% during the British administration to 6% in 1992. The Eritrean government is currently grappling with the issue of restructuring the lowland pastoral economy to enable repatriated pastoralist refugees to settle long enough to attend school, to have easier access to markets for their animals, and to adapt to the development of irrigated agriculture projects in some of their former grazing areas. There are indications that some of the traditional lowland pastoral economy will never regain its former shape, as repatriating refugees settle in new villages and a new generation follows other economic pursuits. But livestock production remains an important part of the economy, with animal exports, particularly to the Arab world, providing one of the few sources of foreign exchange in the years immediately following liberation. Peasants' organizations. Beginning in 1975, both the Ethiopian DERG and the EPLF attempted to organize rural Eritreans into peasants' associations as a means of increasing their political control and furthering their programs of economic redistribution and land reform. The DERG's program was implemented largely in the highlands between 1979 and 1985, and though it encountered some resistance, it was accepted in most villages as a means of continuing local control over land resources. The Ethiopians used peasant associations to organize food for work programs, and also for the far less popular tasks of military conscription and militia service. The EPLF's peasant associations were developed during 1976–78 in the 338 villages under their control, with the early association Etziger providing a model. These associations oversaw more equitable land redistribution and attempted to arbitrate land conflicts. A Congress of EPLF peasant representatives met at Karen in March 1978 to form the National Union of Eritrean Peasants, NUEP. But with the EPLF's retreat to Sahel later in the year, the NUEP became largely inactive, as the front controlled few agricultural villages. The NUEP became primarily a political organizing tool for developing local government in liberated areas during the late 1980s, as the front abandoned its radical social reform program. In 1991 the NUEP was dismantled and its resources handed over to local village councils. People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, Tigran, Hezbollah Gunbar Eni Demokrasen Faithen. Eritrea's ruling political party was formed at the Third Congress of the EPLF in February 1994 to replace the Liberation Front. Its initial membership and leadership were drawn entirely from the EPLF. Isaias Afwerki was elected chairman of its 19-member executive council, but many younger and less well-known fighters were elected to both its executive and central councils. The latter has 75 members and replaces the EPLF's Central Committee. The Third Congress approved a national charter outlining the basic principles of national unity, secular democracy, and social and economic justice on which Eritrea's new constitution will be built, and these principles, together with a series of specific resolutions, formed the political platform of the party. Many of the 1994 resolutions pertained to the principles outlined in the charter, but others underscored the PFDJ's commitment to care for former fighters and the poor. Since its formation, the PFDJ has been open to all Eritreans who wish to join it. Although its members currently form the Eritrean government, the PFDJ is constituted as an autonomous political party, and expects to contest elections with other national parties in the future. The PFDJ inherited many of the EPLF's assets, including 339 Red Sea Corporation and Transhorn Trucking, which are currently overseen by the PFDJ Economics Department, led by Hagos Kishagabri Iwet, Sea Commerce. Profits are used to fund rehabilitation programs and pension funds for disabled fighters and the families of martyrs. People's Liberation Forces, PLF, Tigran, Hezbollah Halata, CLPLF, EPLF. Petroleum. Eritrea's most important petroleum reserves seem to lie in what is known as the Zula Tract, a block of coast and sea bottom stretching from the Baray Peninsula and the Gulf of Zula to beyond the Dahlak Archipelago. Oil seepage was noted at Zula in 1868, and during 193,540 the Italian company AGIP drilled test wells in Dahlak, finding oil and gas. Drilling was resumed in the Dahlak Tract during the 1960s, when Gulf, Mobil, and Esso all acquired leases on the coast. During 1965–68 surveys proved that likely geological structures for oil reserves existed, and in 1967 one Mobil test well poured out 500,000 cubic meters of natural gas per day for 55 days. This prompted the Ethiopian government to sign an agreement with Shell Oil to exploit the coast in 1970, but the armed struggle precluded further exploration. The DERG negotiated contracts for exploration with Amoco, BP, and IPCC, Canada, but these were never developed. At liberation the Eritrean Mining Department revoked BP's contract, but Amoco and IPCC kept theirs into 1994. Meanwhile, a 1992 survey showed 120,000 square kilometers of potential hydrocarbon acreage offshore from Dahlak to Zula. In November 1993 the government's Petroleum Operation Code was drafted, including high taxes, but low tariffs and royalties for exploration and recovery. In September 1994 the U.S.-based Andarko Exploration Company, an associate of Amoco with expertise in finding salt dome formations containing petroleum, negotiated an exploration contract with the Ministry of Energy, Mining, and Water Resources for the Zula Tract, and serious exploration began in 1996. 340. Petroleum refining at Assab, using oil from the Persian Gulf, has been a major industry since 1967, and during the mid-1990s the refinery's production for the Ethiopian market was Eritrea's only significant export. In 1995 the refinery had an annual capacity of 800,000 metric tons. Petros Solomon, Eritrea's current Minister of Marine Resources, and a leading figure in the EPLF. Petros Solomon was born in Asmara in 1951 and attended high school in both Asmara and Addis Ababa, where he studied at the university before joining the EPLF in 1972. A confidant of Isaias Afwerki, Petros rose to become one of the three members of the military committee in 1975, and from 1977 to 78 he commanded the Eastern Front around Misawa. In 1977 he was elected to the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, and as head of Military Intelligence and Communications he served on the Military Committee and General Staff through liberation. In July 1992 Petros was appointed Minister of Defense, in March 1994 he became Minister of Foreign Affairs, and in June 1997 he moved to head the Ministry of Marine Resources. He is married with 3 children. Pilgrimage routes. From the late Aksumite period through the 16th century, and even beyond, a major Orthodox Christian pilgrimage route ran from northern Ethiopia through Sirte to Asmara, and then along the northern highlands through Halhal, Rora Habab, Hagar Nagran and onto the port of Suwakin in Sudan, where pilgrims embarked for Jerusalem, via Egypt or Aqaba. Muslim pilgrims also used this route at times, but more commonly they embarked at Misawa for Jeddah and Mecca. Police. The first Eritrean police forces were organized under Italian colonialism, beginning with the All-European Carabinieri Reali. Other police forces developed attached to a proliferation of colonial ministries and inspectorates. In the 1930s the fascists added their own. 341. All-European Polizia di Africa Italiana, which engaged in a bitter rivalry with the Carabinieri. During 1941–44, the British administration dismantled these forces and reorganized them into a single force staffed with British and Italian officers and Eritrean enlisted men. On February 5, 1944, 2,800 Eritrean policemen went on strike to protest the continued presence of Italian officers and a new uniform of shorts and sandals which they found undignified. The British accused pro-Ethiopian Unionists of fomenting the strike and replaced 200 educated Christians with Muslim lowlanders. After this, the police force remained largely uninvolved in politics until Federation. Italian officers were phased out and Eritreans trained to replace them. The British also formed a paramilitary police strike force to combat Shifta activities, known as 101 Force. In 1952 the police came under the control of the Eritrean chief executive, Tidla Barrow, who retained a British police commissioner until his resignation in 1955 when the new chief executive appointed Tidla Ogbit as police commissioner. Tidla supported the pro-Ethiopian policies that led to annexation, and his deputy, Goitom Gebreski, police commander of Asmara, was instrumental in suppressing the 1958 general strike. See labor organizations. After annexation, Tidla, Goitom, and second-in-command, Zamariam Azizi, were flown to Addis Ababa and entertained by Haile Selassie I. Nonetheless, Tidla Ogbit had a change of heart following annexation, and on June 11, 1963, was found shot to death in his office after he had apparently been involved in a plot to restore Eritrea's independent status. This plot was part of the larger Elm plan to infiltrate the Eritrean police and use them to carry out an anti-Ethiopian coup d'état. Though the plan never materialized, many Eritrean police were sympathetic to the nationalist movement. Immediately after Tidla's death, police headquarters was surrounded by Ethiopian troops and a number of leading Eritreans were detained. Zamariam Azizi replaced Tidla and was promoted to Brigadier General. 342. General Zamariam worked to staff the police almost entirely with loyal Tigrinya Christians, and in 1965 helped form the paramilitary police commandos. But in 1968 he was replaced by a series of Amhara officers, beginning with Ardachu Imju. In 1974 leadership of the force was returned to the ranking Eritrean, General Goitom Gebreski, as part of the revolutionary Ethiopian DERG's early attempt to regain Eritrean support. But the loyalty of the police was no longer assured, and following the Ethiopian Revolution the police and commandos frequently intervened to stop Ethiopian military abuses of Eritreans. In late 1974 many police began to desert to the liberation fronts, taking their arms with them in a trend that had begun as early as 1963. In January 1975 General Goitom fled to the Sudan through Elf lines, and in February much of the Eritrean police force and commandos deserted to the nationalist guerrillas. After liberation EPLF fighters filled police functions, and in 1994 a new civil police force was inaugurated, composed of specially trained former fighters. Political parties. As of 1997, political parties outside the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, have not been organized, although the new constitution makes them legal. Before the present, Eritreans were legally entitled to organize political parties during only one period of their history, from January 1947 until the end of federation in November 1962. After 1958 this right was in reality severely curtailed. The period of greatest freedom and activity was under the British administration from 1947 to 52, when the Independent Eritrea Party, Liberal Progressive Party, Muslim League, National Party, Pro-Italy Party, Unionist Party, and their multiple offshoots, as well as the larger Independence Bloc and its successor, the Eritrean Democratic Front, were formed to contest the future of Eritrea and the elections for the First Assembly. These parties represented a tremendous diversity of political opinions and their activities often reinforced the fragmentation of the country along ethnic and 343 religious lines. The rise of the Ethiopian-supported Unionist Party precluded any access to power for other parties after 1955, although a few independents did survive in the assembly until 1960. The liberation fronts were not political parties in the usual sense of the term, for there was no democratic legal structure for them to operate in. After liberation in 1991, the Provisional Government of Eritrea specifically banned all political organizations outside the EPLF. In 1992 President Isaias Afwerki even criticized the formation of provincial development associations in Barca and Sindh because of their narrow provincial chauvinism. In its 1994 national charter the EPLF leadership made clear it would not tolerate political parties organized along religious, regional, or ethnic lines because these could reignite the divisions that historically weakened the country. The blanket right to organize contained in the Constitution may be restricted by the emphasis on national unity in other parts of the document, and the forthcoming electoral law is expected to contain rules to ensure that all parties have a national, multi-ethnic basis. Population. As of 1997 there is no complete census of Eritrea's population. Estimates ranging from 2.5 to 3.5 million have been made based on projections from a complete census in 1931 and a partial census in 1952. Given comparable African growth rates from 1931, Eritrea should have a population of between 3.5 and 4 million. But since almost 1 million Eritreans lived outside the country, see diaspora, refugees, and war and famine probably slowed population growth in the 1970s to 80s, a figure of about 2.5 million residents is likely for the immediate post-war period. In 1997 government statistics on regional populations and refugee repatriation give a total of about 2.8 million. The first Italian colonial population estimate of 191,127 in 1893 was certainly an undercount, missing many areas of the west and north, and reflecting temporary emigration caused by the famine of 1890. The 1905 344 census showed 274,944, again probably an undercount. The only really complete census ever taken, in 1931, gave a total of 596,013 Eritreans, 52% Muslim and 47% Christian. The British administration's indirect census of 1952 showed an increase in the Eritrean population to 1,031,000, plus some 32,000 aliens. The Ethiopian administration's estimate in 1966 was 1,583,964. Today the Eritrean government is not involved in promoting population control. Popular wisdom holds that Eritrea needs to replace the people lost in the war, and currently the country has a high birth rate with over half the population estimated to be under 18 years of age. Nonetheless, Planned Parenthood opened a healthcare center and 2 voluntary sterilization clinics in Asmara in 1994. Press, newspapers and literature. Until the 19th century, all literature in the Eritrean region was in the form of hand-copied manuscripts, most of which were religious or legal in character. The printing of Ge'ez began with British Missionary Society Bibles in 1810. Missionary tracts in Arabic followed. The first printing press in the region was established by Catholic Lazarists at Misawa during 1863–64, followed in 1879 by a Lazarist press at Karen. Protestant missionaries were particularly active in producing religious works in Tigrinya, with the first dated to 1869. In 1885 the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, established a press at Munkolo, Misawa, and began production in Tigrinya. Vernacular Bibles were opposed by the Orthodox Church, and in 1880 Johannes IV ordered them all burned. In 1890 Italian colonists at Misawa established the first commercial press and newspaper, El Eritreo. In 1891 a second press was founded and published Corriere Eritreo. In 1900 these presses and that of the Catholic Mission were all transferred to Asmara. By 1910 the SEM was printing religious tracts in a variety of local languages, and during 1912–15 published the first Tigrinya newspaper, Melikit Selam, Message of Peace. Religious. 345. And educational literature in local languages increased through the 1930s, with 86 Tigrinya titles published between 1881 and 1940. The growth of the Italian population in the 1930s spurred increased production of newspapers, journals, and business publications, sustaining 4 commercial printing presses, as well as those of the government and the churches. This continued into the 1940s, as the loosening of political restrictions under the British administration allowed leftist and other papers to briefly flourish. In 1941 the British Information Office began publishing the Eritrean Weekly News, and in 1943 added Arabic and Tigrinya versions, employing Woldeb Woldemariam to edit the Tigrinya Semenawi Gazeta. With the formation of political parties a number of other newspapers appeared in Amharic, Arabic, and Tigrinya, including the Unionist parties Ethiopia, Amh, and Hibret, Tigran, Union, the Muslim League's Voice of Eritrea publications, Sawt al-Ertra, Arab, and Dimitsi Ertra, Tigre, Woldeb's Hanti Ertra, One Eritrea, and those of Mohammed Omar Khadi. After federation the Unionist government acted swiftly to destroy the independent press, closing all rival local language papers by 1954, including the Semenawi Gazeta. The official Il Quotidiano Eritreo, Zaman, and Ethiopia continued publication under government control, while 4 Italian newspapers survived until the early 1960s, including the Italian government-funded Giornal dell'Eritrea and the Catholic Church's Veritas et Vita, both of which continued into the 1970s. Hibret was revived in 1963, and remained the largest Tigrinya paper through 1990. The decades of the 1940s and 1950s also saw a flowering of Tigrinya language literature, see Tigrinya, but during the 1960s this declined under Ethiopian restrictions, and by the 1970s very little was being published in Eritrea beyond the government-controlled press. Outside the country the ELF began publishing political tracts in Arabic, English and other languages in the 1960s, and during the 1970s there was an outpouring of political. 346 publications in the diaspora, including the revival of Tigrinya language publications by the EPLF from 1971. Many early nationalist publications were reproduced on mimeograph machines, but as the fronts became more sophisticated they had much of their printing done in Lebanon and Italy. In the late 1970s the EPLF developed its own printing presses in Sahel, and began publishing a bi-weekly journal for Eritrean fighters, Dimtsi Hafish, Voice of the Masses, and monthly news magazines including Vanguard and Liberation in Tigrinya, Arabic, and English. The range of local language publications increased during the late 1980s, including the EPLF's weekly news magazine, Sigam, Return to One's Native Land, and a number of historical and political books. After liberation, in 1992, the PGE began publishing the newspaper Hadis Ertra, New Eritrea, in Tigrinya and Arabic, and in 1994 the English-language weekly, Eritrea Profile was added. In addition to these government-owned newspapers there are several religious weekly and monthly publications in Tigrinya and Arabic, but no commercial newspapers as of 1997. 1994 circulation statistics for the government newspapers show a much larger Tigrinya readership, 200,000 per issue, than Arabic, 40,000, or English, 14,400. A number of Tigrinya and Arabic books have been produced locally since 1992, but the old equipment at the Atolis, Dogali and religious presses has impeded output. The completion of a 15 million bare modern printing plant outside Asmara in 1997 by the U.S.-based, Eritrean-owned, Red Sea Press will greatly increase production of local language materials, including educational texts and journals. The new constitution guarantees freedom of the press and public access to information, and a press law has been drafted ending government censorship, but the government will retain the right to control foreign ownership and importation of printed matter. Enforcement of penalties for libel and misinformation will be left to the courts. Prisons and prisoners of war. Eritrea's modern prison system was created by the Italian colonial administration. 347. Which built prisons in Asmara, Keren, and Massawa in the 1890s, and sent political prisoners to bleak confinement at Assab or on Nakra Island in the Dahlak archipelago. The British used Eritrea's prisons to in turn shifted during the 1940s, and they were used by the Eritrean police in the 1950s, when a maximum security prison was built at Adi Kuala. A great expansion of prisons began in the 1960s as the armed struggle developed, and after the DERG came to power, new prisons were opened at Expo, Mariam Gimbai, and the Governor's Palace in Asmara, as well as other sites, where political prisoners were routinely tortured and executed. Captured Eritrean fighters were interned at Sembel military base in Asmara, and at Alam Bekigni, end of the world, prison in Addis Ababa, where many were executed. The liberation fronts also held political prisoners, including some of their own cadres, but for the EPLF the major issue was caring for Ethiopian prisoners of war, POWs. Although the EPLF captured tens of thousands of Ethiopian soldiers over the course of the war, the DERG refused to acknowledge their existence, and because the EPLF were not internationally recognized, the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, provided no assistance. Consequently, the front was forced to feed and house the POWs on its own very meager resources. POWs were organized to produce their own food and conduct their own schools, but the EPLF's ultimate solution to the POW problem was to release most of them after conducting political education courses that frequently brought them to sympathize with the Eritrean cause. In November 1981 the EPLF proposed to release 3,000 POWs, but failed to obtain Ethiopian safe passages for them or ICRC aid. They remained technically free but behind Eritrean lines. By 1985 the EPLF held 8,000 POWs, but still failed to obtain ICRC assistance. Finally, after the Battle of Afay that brought tens of thousands more, the EPLF began its own unilateral release of over 10,000 in December 1989, followed by 2,500 more in January 1990. The released POWs faced further hardships, including imprisonment and reconscription when they returned. 348. Home, but the EPLF released 8,000 more in May 1990, followed by over 30,000 in early 1991. Following liberation, during the summer and fall of 1991, the PGE released 86,000 more POWs, and in July 1992 the last 900 officers were turned over to the Transitional Government of Ethiopia. Today the Eritrean police maintain jails in major towns, and a number of quasi-political prisoners, including the leaders of the 1993 mutiny, sea fighters, and some former Eritrean members of the Ethiopian security services charged with grave crimes, are held at Adi Kuala prison. In Asmara, vagrants are also periodically rounded up and given the choice of living in work camps or returning to their home villages. Prostitution. Courtesans and concubines have been a part of Habesha culture for many centuries, and are well documented in literature and popular songs. But the development of paid urban prostitution was a phenomenon of Italian colonialism, and particularly the 1930s, when tens of thousands of single Italian men flooded Eritrea's cities and rural Eritrean women found they could earn money through more transitory forms of the already established institution of Matamato, concubinage. Prostitution flourished in the bars of the native quarters of major towns and particularly Asab, Asmara, and Masawa throughout the war booms of 1935 to 45, and became an established aspect of urban life. It continued through the 1960s, serving both local men and foreigners, such as Americans at Kagnu Station, and then increased dramatically in the 1970s as the Ethiopian military garrison grew. By the 1980s Asab, Asmara, and Masawa were filled with prostitutes, Arab, Shermuta, Tigran, Nzerma or Miamn, many of them migrants from Tigray. Bars, often owned by successful prostitutes, were the most common businesses in the garrison cities. After liberation the EPLF acted swiftly to curtail widespread prostitution, deporting over 2,000 Ethiopians and beginning a public campaign associating it with the depravity of the DERG period. The urban spread of AIDS, see Health. 349. Care, primarily through prostitution, has been another major concern. Today, although prostitution is legal, practitioners are subject to government control and monthly health checks. In 1995 there were 1,500 prostitutes registered in Asmara, 55% Eritrean and 45% Ethiopian, with the majority being Tigrinya speakers from rural areas. Protestant Christianity, Tigran, Kenisha. Protestant Christianity entered the region in the early 19th century with missionaries bound for Ethiopia. Only in 1864 did Lutherans of the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, establish themselves in Eritrea with the intention of converting the Kunama. The SEM founded a school at Munkolo, Misawa, in 1866 and worked with Munsinger to distribute Bibles in the Kabesa, laying the foundations for the SEM community at Trsaziga. In 1872 other SEM missionaries established themselves at Baleza and Galeb, and during 1873–77 they were involved in controversies with the Orthodox Church and local and Tigrine authorities in the Kabesa, culminating in the murder of 1 Swede and 2 Eritrean converts after the Battle of Woki Duba. The SEM then concentrated its energies on Galeb in the Mensa region, and on its school and press at Munkolo until more favorable times arrived in the highlands with the Italian conquest. In 1890 the SEM's Munkolo school was moved to Baleza, which became the center of their activities through the 1920s. By 1907 the SEM operated 9 schools for Eritreans that offered the best education available in the Italian period. An indigenous Protestant or Kenisha church developed with congregations in numerous villages, such as Adinafas, as well as major towns. Because of their education, Protestants tended to figure prominently among Eritrea's early intelligentsia, with Wold-of-Wold-Emarium being the most remarkable example. The Swedes' interest in educating Eritreans, and their support for Haile Selassie I in Ethiopia, where they were also active, made them suspect to Italian authorities, and in 1932 the fascists began to harass them. In 1935, 350. When Sweden supported Ethiopia against Italy, the SEM was expelled and its school system was administered by local Protestants under state control. Nonetheless, by 1952 there were 16,000 Eritrean Protestants. The British administration allowed the SEM to return along with a number of other Protestant sects during the 1940s, the most prominent coming from the United States. American missionaries became increasingly involved in Eritrea during the 1950s and 1960s, including the American Evangelical Mission, which was involved in building schools and healthcare clinics primarily in lowland areas due to Haile Selassie's refusal to allow proselytization among Orthodox Christians. In Asmara the Lutheran Church remained the most prominent sect, with its own neighborhood, Gizakenisha, and several churches. After a complete cessation of activities during 1975–91, Protestant missionaries are again active in Eritrea and the Kenisha population is increasing, particularly in urban areas. The Protestant churches are organized nationally under the umbrella of the Evangelical Churches of Eritrea. Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE. The PGE was created in May 1991 by the EPLF's Executive Committee. Its legislative body was the EPLF Central Committee and its Secretary General was Isaias Afwerki. In May 1992 the Central Committee formalized this structure through its Proclamation 23, which created an advisory council of 28 members, representing the heads of EPLF departments and the military, to serve as the PGE executive branch. The PGE ruled Eritrea until May 1993, when the government of the state of Eritrea was formed. Q. Koane, Sire, Alt, Koane. Comprising the lands in the bend of the Marab River, west of Gundet, Koane is a remote and rugged region with strong historical links to Tigray. Its Orthodox monasteries and particularly the 351 sanctuaries of Debre Mariam and Debre Dihuhan, Enda Ananas, are some of the most venerated in Eritrea, and its population remains deeply attached to Orthodox traditions. During the mid-1960s Haile Selassie I's government made use of these historical traditions to enlist Koane peasants into an anti-Elf militia, Bunda, while Elf massacres of Christian peasants in 1967 reinforced the area's pro-Ethiopian loyalties. The problem of Khoein continued for the nationalists until the demise of the ELF, and it was only in 1984 that the EPLF began to operate in the area. To ensure the area's integration into post-war Eritrea, the government constructed a new road linking the village of Maimeni in the center of the district to the main Adi Kuala road at Enda Georges. Kwadi, Akele Goze, Alt, Kohati. A large village on the road between Menfera and Adi Ikea, Kwadi today has a population of about 30,000 and is developing as a market center. On January 13 to 14, 1895, an Italian colonial force defeated an attack on the town by the Tigrine army of Ras Mengesha. R. Radio. Radio broadcasting in Italian began during the colonial era, and an English-language station at Kagnu Station served Asmara from the early 1960s. Amharic and Tigrinya broadcasts began in the 1950s on government-controlled radio, and Tigray broadcasts were added in the 1960s in an Ethiopian attempt to use local language radio to counter the nationalist movement. Arabic broadcasts began in the late 1960s under the direction of Abdurrahman Abdullah Siraj. Nationalist political broadcasts were made into Eritrea from the Arab world beginning with Woldeb Woldemariam in 1956, and continued irregularly under the ELF, but an Eritrean-operated radio station was not created until the EPLF founded Dimtsi Hafish, Tigran, Voice of the Masses, in January 1979. The station 352 broadcast from a remote peak near Hagar Nagran and provided Central Eritrea with EPLF contact after the strategic withdrawal. The station provided the largely illiterate rural population with its first exposure to many modern and nationalist ideas, developed at the Information Department's office in Faiha. In the mid-1980s service was expanded from Arabic, Tigray, and Tigrinya into Afar, Amharic and Kunama. The signature sound of a Kalashnikov assault rifle opened a nightly news bulletin containing detailed war coverage. After liberation, Dimtsi Hafish was moved to Asmara, where it today remains Eritrea's only national radio station, providing news, music, and educational programming in 6 of Eritrea's languages. Rabita al-Islamiyasi Muslim League. Railroad. Eritrea's narrow-gauge rail system, today under reconstruction, once linked Misawa, Asmara, Karen, and Agordat, extending a total of 216 miles, 348 kilometers. The railroad was built by Eritrean and Italian laborers under Italian colonial direction, beginning with a purely military line connecting mainland Misawa with the fortress at Saati in 1888. In 1895 this line was run across the causeway to Toilet Island, where the main rail terminal was built, and work was begun on extending it into the highlands. After many delays caused by finance and terrain, the line reached Mayatal in 1901, Ginda in 1904, Nefasat in 1910, and Asmara in 1911, where a major depot was built. The extension of the line to Karen was not completed until 1922, after which plans were laid to push the line to Tessani and the Sudanese border, where the Italians hoped to gain the traffic from the Kassala region. The line reached Agordat in 1928, and was extended a further 19 miles to Bishia by 1932, when the project was abandoned because a competing, British, line had reached Tessani via Kassala and Port Sudan. During the Second World War, the British administration tore up the line from Agordat to Bishia, and the link to Tessani was 353. Maintained by a railroad-operated truck service. In the 1940s the railroad employed 1,500 people, including 1,325 Eritreans, and was the locus of one of Eritrea's earliest labor organizations. In 1952 the Ethiopian state took over the line, despite a UN directive in favor of Eritrean control. Nonetheless, Eritreans made up most of the technical management by the late 1950s. Although the line's aging equipment and narrow gauge made it increasingly uncompetitive with road transport, in 1965 it still carried 446,000 passengers and 200,000 tons of freight. But during the 1960s the line became a target of guerrilla attacks, and in the early 1970s it was repeatedly sabotaged, leading to closure of the Karanagordat section. Finally, in 1976, service was discontinued and the workforce was pensioned off. The rolling stock deteriorated in Asmara and Misawa, and much of the track was torn up by soldiers and used to reinforce fortifications during the armed struggle. By 1991 the line was almost completely destroyed. Nonetheless, in 1992 an Italian engineering firm was contracted to study rebuilding the line, but estimated it would cost $400 million. Instead, in 1994 the Ministry of Transportation organized National Service volunteers and others under the direction of retired railroad workers to rebuild the tracks from Misawa to Asmara using a large stock of new rails dating from the 1930s that were discovered on Twailid Island. Railroad reconstruction became a material symbol of Eritrean self-reliance, and by December 1994 a commuter tram was running from the Misawa mainland to Twailid Island. Over the following years the line has rebuilt into the mountains towards Asmara, reaching Ginda in 1997. Ramadan Mohammed Nur, an early member of the ELF and first Secretary General of the EPLF, Ramadan M. Nur was born in Hirgigo in 1941 to a Tigray-speaking merchant family. He attended Kekiya School and in 1957 went to Cairo for secondary school. In 1960 he and Muhammad Ali Omro were the first of their generation to join the ELF, and in 1963 Ramadan went with the first 354 group to receive military training in Syria. He rose to become political commissar of Zone 4 in 1965, and was one of the original group of 5 sent for training in China in 1967. He was involved in the Islah reform movement and tripartite unity forces, and maintained ties with his former teacher, Osman Saleh Sab. In 1970, Ramadan was among the founders of the PLF at Pseudo Haila, and in 1971 he was elected to lead the PLF, after which he developed close links to the Allah group led by his colleague from China, Isaias Afwerki. Together with Isaias and a few others, Ramadan created the nucleus of what was to become the EPLF within the ELF. At the Front's first Congress in 1977 he was elected Secretary General, a position he held until 1987, when he became Vice Secretary General. Ramadan's self-effacing humility and commitment to social revolution made him a model of the EPLF's fighter culture. After liberation he served in a number of critical positions, including a brief spell as governor of Denkel in 1993, but at the EPLF's third Congress he announced his retirement from political life and in a stirring address reminded his colleagues that they must pass on the leadership to younger generations and not cling too long to power. Rashiida. One of Eritrea's 9 nationalities, the Rashiida number about 10,000 today. They inhabit the coastal plain from Misawa to the Sudanese border and speak Arabic. Most are pure Arabs, descended from migrants who fled southern Hijaz in 1846 to escape the rise of the Saudi Arabian state. They first settled on the coast between Suwakin and Akik, but moved south into Eritrea during the Mahdiyah. Today many live in eastern Sudan, particularly around Kassala. The Rashiida are divided between 3 main clans, Zinanu, Barasa, and Baratik, and through their practice of endogamy have preserved their Arab culture and language, including the embroidered black clothing of their veiled women. Primarily camel herders and merchants, many Rashiida fled to Sudan in the last 15 years of war. Since liberation the government is encouraging them to settle in permanent 355 locations, particularly around Shiibi and Wedilu in northern Semhar, where 173 families settled in 1993, gaining access to clinics and schools. Red Star Campaign, AMH, Wefriki Iakokob. The Ethiopian military's 1982 Sixth Offensive was part of an elaborate, multifaceted campaign, codenamed Red Star, by which the DERG intended to end the Eritrean rebellion forever. Preparation for the campaign began in 1980 under the new military governor, Dawit Woldejurgis, who planned to win the hearts and minds of Eritreans with social and economic development projects in the large area of the country that had returned to Ethiopian control in 1979. During 1981, about $50 million was spent on reconstructing damaged infrastructure, industries, public buildings, and educational institutions, as well as on resettling and rehabilitating people from war-shattered areas. A similar sum was slated for 1982, but it fell victim to the failure of the Derg's military campaign. The main focus of the campaign was on defeating the EPLF. By early 1982, an army of over 100,000, supported by massive resources from the USSR, was deployed in Eritrea. Public pronouncements predicted the rebels' utter destruction. In January, the Ethiopian dictator, Mengistu Haile Mariam, moved his office to Asmara to oversee operations, and on February 15, 1982, the Sixth Offensive was launched on three fronts: Barca, where the Derg was quickly defeated, Nakfa and Northeast Sahel, around Aljana, where Ethiopian units even crossed into Sudan around Karora. The initial assaults involved an unprecedented use of air power and reports of poison gas, for which the EPLA had equipped fighters with homemade gas masks. Despite severe bombardments and high casualties among the outnumbered Eritreans, the Ethiopians failed to break through, and heavy fighting continued into March, when the EPLA counterattacked. Further Ethiopian attacks were made on the Nakfa and Northeast Sahel fronts through June, but after the February failures, Mengistu returned to Ethiopia and the social campaign faded out. Total Ethiopian casualties were estimated by 356. The EPLF at 33,000, while over 2,000 Eritreans died. Red Star marked the height of the Ethiopian military and political effort in Eritrea, and its defeat gave the EPLF great confidence, despite their serious losses. Referendum, 1993. Eritrea's independence from Ethiopia was sanctioned by a national referendum held during April 23 to 25, 1993. The question posed was, do you approve Eritrea to become an independent, sovereign state? And of the 1,102,410 Eritreans who voted, 99.8% answered yes. All Eritrean citizens over 18, male and female, residing inside or outside Eritrea were eligible to vote, and almost all did. Only in Ethiopia and among the diaspora in the Middle East were there significant numbers who abstained. The concept of holding a national vote on the question of Eritrea's political status was first raised by Eritrean nationalists in the 1940s, but was never pursued by the United Nations. A formal proposal for a national referendum was made in November 1980 as part of the EPLF's 7-point plan to end the armed struggle, but was rejected by Ethiopia. The EPLF retained it as a basic component of their political platform, and in 1989 raised the idea in meetings with the DERG arranged by former U.S. President Carter. The proposal was again raised at the London Conference in May 1991, where it was accepted in principle by both the leaders of the new Ethiopian government and the United States. On his return to Asmara, Isaias Afwerki promised a referendum on independence within 2 years, and in July the new Ethiopian government formally supported the proposal. In December, the Ethiopian president notified the UN that his country recognized the Eritrean people's right to determine their political future, clearing the way for Eritrea's recognition as a sovereign state following the referendum. Preparations for holding the referendum were made by a referendum commission, chaired by Dr. Amuri Tekel, that was established by the Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, in April 1992. The commission obtained funding from the United Nations, the U.S. $350,000, and other countries beginning in July 1992. Citizens were registered, a computerized national roll of voters was drawn up and then divided into electoral districts. Volunteers were recruited from Eritrea's schools and trained to man the polling places, which were built to a country-wide standard. Elaborate precautions were taken to ensure an honest vote, and 2 teams of international observers, one from the UN, were invited to ensure fairness. All reports indicated an entirely free and fair vote, but after 30 years of war the result was a foregone conclusion. Immediately after the results were announced on April 26, 1993, the Secretary-General of the PGE declared that Eritrea was an independent sovereign nation, although formal independence was not celebrated until May 24. Refugees. Between 1967 and 1991 close to 1 million Eritreans fled their country to escape war and famine. The vast majority of these refugees, over 700,000 total, settled in Sudan, both in United Nations-funded camps and around the cities and towns of the northeast. Many others formed a widespread diaspora in the Middle East, Europe, and North America, over 200,000. In addition, about 350,000 Eritreans were internally displaced by the war during 1976–78, and over 400,000 during 1988–91, when most of them found shelter in the camps of the Eritrean Relief Association. Since liberation, the repatriation and resettlement of refugees has been a major preoccupation of the Eritrean government. Eritrean refugees fled in three major waves: 1. 1967–71, 2. 1975–80, 3. 1984–86. Refugee flight began in March 1967 with the first Ethiopian counterinsurgency campaigns in western Eritrea, and by May 28,000 Muslim lowlanders had fled to Sudan. By 1971 there were 55,000 refugees, over 95% Muslim, in Sudan, most of whom settled around Gedaref and Kassala or in agricultural villages along the Eritrean border. The second wave began in March 1975, and by May Ethiopian massacres had driven out 40,000 new refugees, raising the 358th refugee population in Sudan to 85,500 by year's end and sending tens of thousands more to Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries. The heavy fighting of 1978–79 and the Second Civil War of 1980–81 forced out most of the internally displaced, and by 1981 there were 419,000 refugees in Sudan. From 1975 on, the UN High Commission for Refugees, UNHCR, became increasingly involved in caring for refugees in Sudan. In an attempt to make them self-supporting, during 1978–79 the Sudanese government, with UNHCR agreement, forcibly moved many refugees from urban areas and transit camps like Wad El Hilia and Wad Sharif to agricultural settlements in the eastern interior including Abu Rakim, Es Suki, Kala Ennahal and Rakuba, where they were expected to work on large mechanized farms. The second wave included large numbers of Christian Tigrinya speakers, tens of thousands of whom, including all the best educated, managed to gain refugee status in Europe and North America. The liberation fronts were active in organizing the refugees politically and often provided education and internal justice for the communities. The internecine quarrels of the fronts, and particularly the ELF factions, were fought among refugees in the Sudan, while the EPLF gained much of its financial support from the diaspora. From mid-1984 through 1985 a third wave of refugees fled heavy fighting in the western lowlands and widespread famine. This wave included over 200,000 Tigreens from northern Ethiopia, and by 1986 there were 772,000 Eritrean/Ethiopian refugees in Sudan. Although over 150,000 of the Tigreens repatriated in 1986–87, few Eritreans returned before 1991. At the end of the war there were an estimated 850,000 refugees outside the country, with probably over 600,000 resident in Sudan. Many had integrated themselves into the economies of their new homes, and their children were becoming dual citizens, but the great majority, including most of those in Sudan, hoped for repatriation to Eritrea. 359. Repatriation. One of the most important issues facing Eritrea at the time of liberation was repatriation of the close to 850,000 refugees outside the country in 1991. While many of those in the diaspora in Western countries, the Middle East and Ethiopia had the resources to repatriate voluntarily if they wished, and the majority seemed to prefer to wait. About 500,000 of those resident in Sudan were largely without resources, and many lived in United Nations High Commission for Refugees, UNCRA, funded camps. The Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, immediately came under pressure from UNCRA to develop a program to repatriate refugees from the Sudanese camps, as well as self-settled refugees. But the lowland areas from which the great majority of these refugees had come had been severely damaged by the armed struggle, and the PGE had no resources to help reintegrate the refugees. Fearing that a large influx of refugees would seriously disrupt the social and economic fabric of the country if it was not properly planned and funded, the PGE created a Commission of Eritrean Refugee Affairs, SERA, to develop a plan for controlled refugee repatriation. During 1992 several drafts were proposed, and the PGE received much criticism from UNCRA and a number of Western NGOs for its failure to immediately undertake repatriation utilizing foreign NGOs. By December 1992 a final Eritrean proposal was drafted calling for a three-phase repatriation over 3 years covering some 450,000 refugees. The project was to be implemented solely by Eritrean agencies, and almost 90% of the refugees were scheduled to settle in the northern and western areas of the country, with the bulk scheduled for Gash Seti, Barka, and Sahel, where the government would provide water, healthcare access, schools, and temporary housing. The proposed minimum budget was $210 million. After further negotiations, the UN accepted the plan, codenamed PERFORI, and created a UN Development Programme, UNDP, mission to coordinate it. UNCRA, however, was only willing to fund transport and reception center costs. 360. While the rest would be left to donor countries, NGOs, and the government's own scanty resources. A donors' meeting held in Geneva in July 1993 raised pledges of only $32 million, and in view of the limited resources available, a pilot program was developed to resettle 25,000 in 9 sites. The Sudanese government added further difficulties, but in September 1994 an agreement was reached between Sudan and UNCRA, and in November the pilot program began. In the meantime 119,000 refugees had spontaneously repatriated by the end of 1994 according to SERA, with the majority settling in Gash Seti, Asmara, Sahel, and Sinhit. Despite the break in diplomatic relations with Sudan and closure of the SERA office in Kassala, by May 1995 almost 20,000 refugees had been repatriated in the pilot program, and a number of lessons were learned concerning the siting and construction of new settlements. The success of the pilot program increased donor interest in funding Phase 1 of PERFORI, which was scheduled for the 1995-96 dry season with a target of 100,000 refugees and a proposed budget of $76 million. As the Eritrean government entered a virtual state of war with Sudan, however, its ability to organize the outflux became increasingly difficult, and after members of the Islamic Jihad infiltrated the returnees in late 1995, the government temporarily blocked further repatriation. As relations between the countries deteriorated, a wave of spontaneous returnees fled Sudanese harassment, and by July 1996 a total of over 165,000 refugees had repatriated, largely from Sudan, including 25,000 in PERFORI. By mid-1997 only an estimated 150,000 Eritrean refugees remained in Sudan. In 1996 the SERA and ERA were merged to form the Eritrean Relief and Refugees Affairs Commission, ERAC, responsible for the integrated repatriation of refugees. In May 1997, further clashes over refugee policy led to the expulsion of UNCRA's expatriate staff. Revolutionary Council. Not to be confused with the earlier Revolutionary Command, 1965-69, the Revolu. 361. Shenari Council, RC, was formed at the ELF's First National Congress in 1971. Intended to be the ruling body of the front, the RC's power was diminished by the formation of a parallel executive committee, CELF. Nonetheless, the RC remained the more important of the two bodies until the demise of the front in 1981, after which its title was claimed by competing ELF factions. RISTI. In its broadest sense, RISTI means use rights to village-controlled land in the Kbesa. As such, the word has an application in all traditional land tenure systems, including DESA and TSELMI. But the word also denotes a specific type of land tenure in which use rights are held by the Enda group, who are descendants of the original settlers of the land. In this second sense, RISTI is used to denote the exclusive Enda-based system of land tenure that was common to much of Sirte and parts of other provinces before 1975. A third use of the word is in conjunction with the concept of gultai, right to land tax, and in pre-colonial times RISTI gultai lands were those held in hereditary possession by powerful families or, more frequently, by monasteries and other institutions of the Orthodox Church. By the 19th century, most of the non-church RISTI gultai lands paid their taxes directly to the governor of Tigray or his local representatives, and this arrangement was preferred by their inhabitants because it gave them more control over tax collection. Road transport. Until the 1930s, Eritrea's road system was poorly developed and commerce relied largely on the railroad or animal transport. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia sparked the first highway construction program, beginning in January 1935, when 50,000 Italian laborers joined Eritrean road-building crews to construct a paved road from Massawa to Asmara, and then to the Ethiopian border on two separate branches via Akele Goze and Sirte. When the cut-off from Nefesit to Diekmhair was completed in 1936, that town developed as the center of an Italian road transport industry that by 362. 1938–40 employed 100,000 men and 7,000 heavy trucks to transport goods from the coast to Addis Ababa. In 1938 a road from Assab to Addis, Ethiopia, was also completed, which eventually made Assab the main port for Ethiopia's road transport industry. Italian entrepreneurs made fortunes in road contracting and trucking, and continued to dominate regional road transport through the 1960s. During the British administration the truck fleet was reduced to 1,400, but in the 1950s/60s many new Fiats were added to the fleet. As the Italian drivers and mechanics who controlled the industry through the 1940s departed, Eritreans took their jobs, and by the 1960s Eritrea was the center of road transport in the region, including Ethiopia and northeastern Sudan, and Eritreans were the great majority of the region's truckers and mechanics. The paved roads inherited from Italian colonialism were kept up through the period of Haile Selassie's reign, often with grants in aid from the United States, and in the 1970s Eritrea had 600 kilometers of asphalt roads, 700 of all-weather gravel, and 4,500 of seasonal dirt. After 1975 the armed struggle seriously undermined Eritrean road transport, as the aging truck fleet was scattered to Ethiopia, the liberation fronts and Sudan, and military vehicles chewed up the roads. On the other hand, in the remote northern and western areas both the Ethiopian and Eritrean armies built hundreds of miles of new dirt roads, including the EPLF's hand-built Challenge Road linking its mountainous base area with Sudan. During the 1980s the EPLF developed a sophisticated trucking department, complete with repair shops and a growing fleet of Mercedes trucks used both by the front and by its Era Relief organization. These trucks, popularly known as Aditat, Tigran, our mothers, brought a constant stream of supplies from Port Sudan to the Sahel and thence to many other areas of the country, traveling at night to avoid air attack. At liberation in 1991 Eritrea had 3,845 kilometers of roads, including 807 paved, 840 gravel, 402 improved dirt, and 1,796 unimproved dirt. Many of these roads were 363 in terrible disrepair, particularly the crucial trunk route from Massawa to Asmara and thence to Karen and the west. The government allocated $27 million of its scarce resources to road reconstruction, beginning with the Massawa-Asmara and Asmara-Karen routes. By 1995 the Misawa-Karen sections had been completed, as well as many smaller roads, and work was beginning on the road from Karen to Tessenei. A major new road is also being built to link Dietmar to Gashseti via Menfera, Ariza, Toko Mbia, and Barantu. At the end of the war Eritrea had only 267 buses and interurban public transportation was limited, but by 1994 there were 767 private buses providing extensive service under an efficient government-regulated system. Trucking also was developed using the EPLF's aging fleet and a few private trucking companies. In 1992 the EPLF trucks were turned over to the PFDJ's Transhorn Trucking Company, which is now the major trucking company in the country. By 1994 it had a garage in Dietmar with 400 employees, 5 mobile garages, 122 trucks, and 146 trailers. Rora, Tigray, High Place. The Rora region of Eritrea is in Sahel, now divided between the Ansaba and Northern Red Sea administrative regions. Commonly referred to as the Northern Highlands, the Rora Mountains form a string of plateaus running parallel to the coast from northern Sinhit to the Sudanese border, averaging 2,100 to 2,700 meters in height. The plateaus have been used for agriculture and grazing since ancient times. From south to north the most important plateaus are, Rora Laba, or Kristin, Rora Endlal, or Masal, Rora Bakla, Rora Marat, Rora Kia, Rora Tsalim, and the Roras Hagar Abay and Hagarnish. The first 3 Roras together form the Rora Habab. Saati, Semhar. Site of several important battles, Saati is situated where the coastal plain behind Misawa begins to climb into the foothills on the route to Asmara. 364. In October 1883, the troops of Ras Alula annihilated an Egyptian company which had occupied the site against Alula's objections. This ended Egyptian pretensions in the area and led to the Hewitt Treaty of 1884. In 1887 an Italian colonial army reoccupied the site and on January 25, 1887 Alula's troops made a frontal assault on their entrenched position, but suffered heavy losses. This induced Alula to change strategies and ambush an Italian relief column at Dogali the following night. The Italians then built a fortress at Saati linked by railroad to Misawa and held it against Johannes IV and an army of 80,000 in March 1888. During the colonial period Saati became a watering stop on the Misawa-Asmara Railroad. In 1974 the Ethiopian military reoccupied the Italian fortifications, and fierce fighting occurred nearby during the 1977 and 1990 EPLF assaults on Misawa. Saba, Sabian, see South Arabia. Sabdarad. A small tribe bilingual in Tigray and Arabic who live on the border with Sudan opposite Kassala and north of Tessenei. The village of the same name forms the frontier post on the direct route from Agordat west to Kassala which was built during the Italian colonial period, and was an important border crossing point for refugees from Barca during the armed struggle. Sajaniatai, Akele Goze. A small town on the road from Dietmar to Adikia, Sajaniatai is the capital of Tsanadagal district and rose to prominence in the 19th century as the center of Catholic Church missionary work in Akele Goze. It had a population of 900 in 1875, and in 1883 a Catholic school was founded there by Lazarists. Because of its strategic position as the gateway to the central Eritrean plateau, the Italian administration fortified the hills above the town during the 1890s and made it an administrative center. It was also the home of Bata Hagos, and became headquarters of the Bunda forces in Akele Goze commanded by Bata and an Italian lieutenant named, ironically, 365. Sanguinetti. The town grew as a colonial residenza and by 1950 had a population of 3,600. In the 1960s it became a base for Eritrean commandos and a locally recruited Christian Bunda. The Ethiopian army garrisoned the old Italian forts, but in July 1977 the town was liberated by the EPLF after a 3-day battle. Sajaniatai returned to the DERG a year later, and was retaken by the EPLF in a bloody battle on May 28, 1990. Today it is a district administrative center and benefits from renewed Italian Catholic investment in its schools. Sigam, Tigran, return to home. The Sigam movement developed in 1983 among some ELF factions in Sudan who wished to return to Eritrea to fight in the armed struggle alongside the EPLF. On August 11, 1983, the secular nationalists grouped in the ELF Central Council finalized a unity agreement with the EPLF enabling them to return to the field and fight alongside the front, but still maintain a separate organization with the understanding that a complete merger would eventually take place. Leading figures in the Sigam movement were Ibrahim Idris Todil, who brought his Nara fighters with him to the field, Twild Gebrselassie, and Zemitret Yohannes. Sigam was given a base area at Gerger and Todil was elected to head what was known as the ELF Central Leadership, CL. In 1985 Sigam participated in the EPLF campaigns around Barentu, but was divided by internal fighting. Todil's ELF CL negotiated an agreement for full merger with the EPLF on November 22, 1986, but Twild Gebrselassie led a large minority who refused merger and formed what was known as the Eritrean Democratic Movement or Sigam Kitzel. While the ELF CL joined the EPLF at the Second and Unity Congress in 1987, Twild's group returned to Sudan and from there joined the Tigrine People's Liberation Front, TPLF, in Tigray, where they divided into two factions, Sigam Kitzel and the Democratic Movement for Liberation of Eritrea, DMLE, both of which remained in Ethiopia after liberation. 366. Sahel, Arab, Coast. The former province in northeastern Eritrea which includes the northern highlands and coast, now part of the northern Red Sea administrative region. In colonial times Sahel's administrative center was Nakfa, and it formed a remote and economically undeveloped area populated primarily by Tigray-speaking pastoralists from the Ad Sheikh, Bet Asked, and the smaller Ad Mu'alim, noted Islamic scholars, Ad Sara, and Bet Mala tribes. Its small harbors at Mersa Tekle and Mersa Gulbub were undeveloped. During the armed struggle the mountains of Sahel became the main base area for the guerrilla armies due to their remoteness, rugged terrain, and proximity to Sudan. Much of the war was fought in Sahel, including the terrible battles around Afabet, Aljana, and Nakfa, and most of its population fled as refugees. The EPLF instituted some agricultural projects in the Roa areas, and the Ethiopian military built large bases on the plains, but this development did not make up for the tremendous damage incurred by the war. Since liberation the Eritrean government has been involved in reconstruction projects in the area, overseen from 1992 to 1995 by the veteran nationalist governor, Mahmoud Said Nawd. Besides the projects around Nakfa, a 500-unit refugee repatriation center has been established at Mahimat, and a fishing training center is operating at Mersa Gulbub. SAHO. One of Eritrea's 9 nationalities, the Saho speak an Eastern Cushitic language closely related to Afar. They seem to be a northern extension of the Afar people who moved along the eastern shore of the Gulf of Zula and into the foothills of Akele Goze during the 9th to 12th centuries, AD. They incorporated other ethnic groups from the remnants of the Aksumite Empire, and by the 15th century had settled the eastern highlands of Akele Goze as well, including the plateaus around Koito and Senef, while others even crossed the Marab into Sirte. Some Saho groups also mixed with Arab immigrants around Hirgigo in Semhar, and the aristocratic castes of both the Marya and Mensa peoples trace. 367. Their origins to the same Saho/Arab ancestor as several Saho sub-tribes. Originally pagan, the Saho are almost entirely Muslim today, and the few highland clans that are Orthodox Christians have largely been assimilated into the surrounding Tigrinya-speaking culture. Most Saho are agropastoralists or merchants, but a few highland groups are settled farmers. The Saho are divided from south to north into the following major sub-tribes: 1. Irab, mostly inhabiting the Tigray region of Agame; 2. Many Fere; 3. Senef; 4. Debri Mela; 5. Haso; 6. Assawarda, 7, Torre. In 1933 the Italian administration organized all the Saho into 5 tribes, 2 to 6 above, under government-appointed chiefs, and placed the Torre and other smaller sub-tribes under the Assawarda. The British and Ethiopian administrations retained this system. By 1970, Saho speakers numbered some 121,000, but during the early armed struggle they suffered from Ethiopian military raids and internecine fighting with their Christian neighbors. The Saho largely supported the ELF under Abdelkrim Ahmed in the 1960s. By 1980 much of the population fled to Sudan and Saudi Arabia as refugees, and they have been slow to return. Saleh Ahmed Iyay. An important early nationalist leader, Saleh Iyay was born to a Bilan family in Karen and attended the Point 4 Technical School in Asmara during the 1950s. He emigrated to Port Sudan, where he met Mahmoud Said Nawd and in 1958 joined him in founding the ELM. In 1959 Saleh established ELM cells in Agordat and Karen, and he remained with the organization until its demise in 1965, after which he joined the ELF and worked in their foreign office. In 1970 he joined Osman Saleh Sab in what became the Foreign Office of the ELF-PLF. He stayed with Sab after the initial split with the EPLF, and worked with various ELF factions in Sudan during the 1980s. He returned to Eritrea immediately after liberation, and in 1992 was appointed governor of Akele Goze, where he worked until the administrative reorganization of 1995. 368. Salt. Eritrea's most important mineral resource, salt has been mined and produced in the region since ancient times. The Denkal Depression contains large salt deposits straddling the border with Ethiopia that have traditionally been mined and transported to the highlands. The most important Eritrean deposits are around Dalul and Biata, and have historically been worked by the Daimala Afar. Along the coast the high saline content of the Red Sea and the heat of the environment make salt evaporation more productive than almost anywhere in the world. Small-scale production by coastal Afars was used by the local fishing population and exported to Yemen since ancient times, but large-scale production only began under Italian colonialism. The Saline de Missawa Company started production in 1905, followed by the Société de Salines d'Assab a few years later. Employing poorly paid local labor, by the 1920s total production averaged 100,000 to 150,000 tons per year, with most of the exports going to India. This boom ended in 1927 when Gandhi forced the Indian government to impose stiff import duties, and thereafter most of the production went to Japan. Small-scale salt production by locals also continued around Assab and along the Denkal coast. In 1952 the Italian salt works were taken over by the Ethiopian state, and in 1953 Eritrean workers struck unsuccessfully against Ethiopian management. Production was then mechanized, increasing the yield to over 100,000 tons per year at both Missawa and Assab and making salt Eritrea's single largest export earner. The Assab works were further modernized in the 1960s to supply the Ethiopian internal market, and continued to produce throughout the armed struggle, but the Missawa works, popularly known as Salina, were seriously damaged in the Missawa battles of late 1977, and were only partially repaired during 1980–81. After liberation a boom in local production by coastal Afars led to clashes over land rights around some salt pans, but the increase in industrial production after 1993 made it increasingly difficult for locals to compete. In 1994 the Assab plant 369 was refurbished with new machinery and iodinization was added. Since liberation, salt has been Eritrea's single largest export income earner, with the bulk of production going to Ethiopia. As the state-owned salt works are refurbished, salt is also beginning to be sold again on the world market. Saudi Arabia. Because of its proximity and spiritual importance to Eritrea's Muslim population, Saudi Arabia, and particularly its port city of Jeddah, has long been linked with the Eritrean region. An Eritrean immigrant community developed in Jeddah in the 1950s, and in the 1960s the city was an important base for ELF diplomatic and fundraising activities. Saudi support for Eritrean nationalism declined as the ELF and EPLF turned to Marxism in the 1970s, but the Saudis encouraged the more conservative Muslim elements of the ELF factions and ELF-PLF to take an increasingly Islamist political line after 1981. Working with Osman Saleh Sab, the Saudis sponsored a series of unity conferences, beginning at Jeddah in January 1983, that led to the short-lived United Organization. During this period the Saudis were deeply involved in Sudan, and their Islamist policies led directly to the formation of the Eritrean Islamic Jihad in 1987. Although they began to regret their support of Islamist political extremism in the late 1980s, they remained adamantly opposed to the EPLF, whose Jeddah offices they closed in 1985. Over 50,000 Muslim Eritrean refugees settled in Saudi Arabia, with over 35,000 registered in Jeddah by 1993, including prominent former ELF leaders and much of the Muslim merchant community of Miswa. In late 1992 the Saudis hosted the formation of an ELF National Pact alliance in Jeddah, provoking Isaias Afwerki to denounce Saudi Arabian interference in Eritrean affairs in his New Year's speech. The Saudis retaliated by closing the PGE diplomatic mission, expelling 4 Eritrean government representatives and threatening not to allow Eritrean residents to vote in the referendum. 370. On independence. The PGE refused to modify its criticism, and the Saudis relented in April 1993, following the intervention of the head of the United Nations UNOVER mission. Reversing its policy, Saudi Arabia then recognized Eritrea, provided immediate relief aid for victims of a storm near Miswa, and in November 1994 pledged $35 million for energy development. Predictably, in 1996 Saudi Arabia discreetly supported Eritrea in its dispute with Yemen over the Hanish Islands and in its campaign against the NIF government in Sudan. Sawa, Barka. The Sawa River is a seasonal tributary of the Barka, running northwards parallel with Sudanese border. Sawa Fordo was an Italian colonial garrison and local administrative center, whose police posts saw several ELF attacks in the 1960s, while the more remote Sawa Valley was the site of both ELF and EPLF bases. In 1989 the area was chosen for an experimental, foreign-funded, integrated development project that attempted to transform the local population's economy from pastoralism to settled farming with ecologically disastrous results. In 1991 the EPLF dropped the project and people have returned to raising livestock. Because of its proximity to the Sudanese border the area was also subject to Islamic Jihad incursions, and in June 1991 a pitched battle was fought at Homab between the EPLA and Jihad. During March-June 1994 the National Service Program built its military training camp near Sawa Fordo, catapulting Sawa into national prominence. The camp has dramatically changed the local economy, transforming Sawa into a center for southwestern Barka. Sebat Ephraim. A leading figure in the EPLF, Sebat Ephraim was born in Aksum, Tigray, to Eritrean parents from Asmara in 1951. His father was a Protestant-educated schoolteacher and hospital administrator, and Sebat attended the Evangelical Lutheran School in Asmara before going on to study pharmacology at the university in Addis Ababa. He left to join the EPLF in 1972, where he 371. Worked in the administration department. He had a gift for developing organizational systems, while his blend of intelligence and humor was well suited to EPLF fighter culture. In 1977 he was elected to the political committee and appointed head of the Department of Public Administration. In 1986 he joined what became the General Staff, and Sebat is credited as the leading strategist of the Afabet, Miswa, and Deekmhair victories that won the armed struggle. After liberation Sebat moved from one post to another, usually in an effort to bring his organizational skills to bear on the most important issues of the moment. He stayed with the army until June 1992, when he was appointed governor, equivalent to mayor, of Asmara. He retained this position even when he was also appointed Minister of Health in March 1994, and after completing the reorganization of these two areas, in May 1995 he returned to the army to become Minister of Defense and Eritrea's first full general as the crisis with Sudan became increasingly grave. Semble, Hamaseen. The historic name for the area around the present Asmara airport. Semble was expropriated for an Italian farm in the 1890s, and then developed as a military airport and barracks during the 1930s. The name was applied to the military complex used by the Commandos and Ethiopian Army from the 1960s, and to the military prison established there for captured Eritrean fighters. In February 1975 the Eritrean prison guards deserted, freeing their prisoners, and on July 15, 1977, the EPLF raided Semble and freed 870 prisoners. The prison was filled again with fighters captured around Adi Yacob and elsewhere, 45 of whom were executed in 1984 after an EPLF raid on the neighboring airport. After liberation Semble barracks housed Eritrea's elite commando regiment. On Martyrs' Day in 1984 a ceremony was held near Semble to rebury 250 prisoners who had been executed there and elsewhere in Asmara. In 1995-96 a government-funded project constructed modern high-rise apartments in the Semble area, and the name is 372. Now associated with urban development rather than executions. Semenawi Bari, Tigran, Northern Seacoast. The northern Bari lands lie along the escarpment that separates Hamaseen from the Semhar coastal plain, extending northward from Ginda to the Debre Mar area on the borders of Mensa. This is the best watered land in Eritrea, receiving both winter and summer rains. One of the few remaining forests in the country covers its slopes, and during the Italian colonial period hillside farms around Filfil and Mararo began to produce Eritrea's only commercial coffee crop. The land is traditionally used both by highland and lowland peoples for seasonal cultivation. As a meeting place of Eritrean cultures it was a testing ground for the EPLF's multicultural social policies during 1975-78, when it formed an important base area for the front, sheltering a hospital, garages, and schools until the strategic withdrawal. In 1988 the DERG fortified the area, and on January 17-18, 1989, the largest tank battle of the war was fought on the North Semhar plain below the escarpment. 37 Ethiopian tanks were destroyed and the EPLF moved its lines to within striking distance of Misawa. Since liberation the commercial farms in the area are being redeveloped by former fighters. Semhar. The former province comprising Eritrea's central coast, now the southern part of northern Red Sea region. Semhar extends from Foro north to the Leka River, and inland to the foothills of the highlands as far as Ginda and the Semenawi Bari. The administrative and commercial center of Semhar is Misawa, and before 1975 most of the region's population lived in the port and its suburbs or Hirgigo. Outside these urban centers Semhar is populated by agro-pastoralists from the Asawarda, Rashaida and numerous Tigray-speaking tribes, including the Aflenda, Balu, Meshalit, and sections of the Ad Sheikh and others. The road corridor from Misawa to Ginda forms the region's main axis, but commercial. 373. Farms have been developed on the river floodplains around Mbarimi and Sheb. Since liberation, government reconstruction efforts have centered on the main road and port, but Hirgigo is scheduled for reconstruction as a fishing center, while Sheb, Foro, and the Semenawi Bari are receiving agricultural development aid. In 1993 the province had a population of 77,000. Senev, Akele Goze. Named for a small Saho sub-tribe who trace their ancestry to immigrants from Sana'a in Yemen but are related to the neighboring Mini-Fere, the town of Senef was a colonial creation. Before colonization the Senef people lived in two villages near the present town, and their chief aided the British Army which camped there in 1868. Although modern Senef is located near the Tigrinya village of Madara and its adjoining ancient ruins, the town itself only developed after it was fortified by the Italian colonial army, which defeated a Tigrine force there in January 1895, following Batahago's revolt. A permanent garrison was established in 1902, followed by a vice-residenza. The town developed as a market and administrative center, and grew to 2,000 in the 1930s, when the main Asmara-Addis Ababa highway was built through the town. The population remained stable through the 1960s, but increased again in the 1970s when it became an important Ethiopian military garrison. The Ethiopians held the town until May 1990, when the EPLF liberated it at the beginning of its Akele Goze campaign. Today Senef is a district administrative and market center with a military base on its outskirts. Sinhit. The former province that includes the middle Ansaba River Valley and the highlands of the Mensa, Bilan, and Marya peoples, now largely within Ansaba administrative region. Sinhit is centered on Karen, and its name comes from the hill in the center of the city on which the Egyptians built a fort in 1872. The region was an early center of European missionary activity, and during the Italian colonial period plantations were developed along the Ansaba River around Elabard and Karen. 374. Sinhit suffered extensive damage during the armed struggle, as scores of villages were burned, peasants massacred, notably at Galeb and Ona, and much of the population fled as refugees. In the late 1980s some of the heaviest fighting of the war occurred around Halhal and Jangaran. Today the region is being rebuilt and repopulated by repatriated refugees, while the government's decentralization plans and reconstruction of the main road linking Karen and Asmara have particularly spurred the economy. Sirte, Alt, Siri, Sarai. The historic southwestern province of the Kabesa Highlands, including the plateau north and west of the Marab River, now part of the Dabub, Southern, administrative region, and the western district of Deqi Tesfa. The capital and commercial center of the region is Menfera, and other important towns include Adi Kuala and Ariza. The name Sirte probably derives from the dark forests which once covered the plateau and contributed to its lack of urban and agricultural settlement during Aksumite times. But under these forests the Sirte Plateau from Mitrasada and Maragas to Menfera contains some of the richest farmland in the highlands, and by the later medieval period it was thickly populated along the important pilgrimage and trade routes that ran through it from Aksum to the Asmara area. Trade sparked the development of a local Muslim Djibarti community, and by 15th century the northern market town of Diberwe had become the capital of the Marab Melash. During this period Eustachian monastic communities also settled Sirte's more remote western districts, and today the region boasts 12 Orthodox monasteries. Sirte is populated by Tigrinya-speaking peoples from the Deq Imanab and Adkem Maliga descent groups, as well as smaller groups of immigrants from Tigray in its southern districts of Gundet and Koane, and a few Saho pastoralists. It was more closely linked to Tigray than other parts of Eritrea during the pre-colonial period, and because of its position between the regional 375 power centers of Hamasien and Adwa, it was the site of numerous battles. Long periods of external rule under Tigrines and Turks, agricultural surpluses, and the concentration of church lands, combined to produce a less democratic political culture in Sirte than elsewhere in the highlands, and the power of local ruling families was reflected in its risty system of land tenure, which privileged the founding families of the province. Italian colonialists were interested in Sirte's agricultural and strategic potential, establishing a farm station at Kudo Falasi and military garrisons at Adi Kuala and Adi Ugri. Early colonial administrators extolled Sirte's climate, and it remained a prosperous agricultural region through the British administration. Because of its close links with Tigray and the Orthodox Church, Sirte was a bastion of the Unionist Party during the 1940s, and was less involved in the nationalist movement than other regions. Its western districts were the scene of fighting between Ethiopian armed Christian peasants and the ELF in the 1960s, but in 1977 the ELF liberated much of the province, continuing the process of land reform, CDESA, begun by the DERG. The ELF recruited many young Christians into the front, and Sirte consequently never contributed as many fighters to the EPLF as other highland areas. The province was held by the Derg from 1978 until liberation in 1991, and escaped serious war damage. Since liberation, the government has focused on developing its agricultural potential, and many new businesses have opened around Menfera. Seti River. Rising in Ethiopia and flowing through Tigray, where it is known as the Takas, the Seti River forms the southwestern border of Eritrea from near Setana to Hagar. It is a major tributary of the Atbara, which provides 7% of the total discharge of the Nile, and the claims of Sudan and Egypt to its water raise problems for Eritrean use of it. Nonetheless, the Seti is by far the best source for irrigation water and hydroelectricity in Eritrea, and in the 1930s the Italian colonial administration first proposed a dam at Setana, where a 376 deep rock gorge makes a superb reservoir site. After liberation, the Eritrean government commissioned another study which found no environmental or human displacement problems, and estimated construction costs at $300 million, to be shared equally by Eritrea and Ethiopia, which would split the dam's water and energy production. As of 1997, the project is seeking outside funding, but Egyptian objections have raised difficulties. If built, the dam will provide irrigation water for the potentially rich agriculture of southwestern Gash Seti. Shabiya See Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Sheb, Semhar. The name of both a tributary of the seasonal Laba River which flows across the coastal plain of northern Semhar, and of a seasonal campsite near the river inhabited by Tigray-speaking pastoralists from the Aflenda and other tribes. This site, which had developed into an impoverished village by the 1980s, earned notoriety on May 12, 1988, when Ethiopian soldiers massacred over 400 civilians there, mostly women and children. After liberation, the government invested in a development scheme around Sheb, the Wadi Project, constructing microdams in the foothills of the escarpment and along the seasonal rivers to provide for irrigated agriculture, and building schools, clinics, and an agricultural station for the local population. Shifta, Tigran, bandit/rebel. Shifta, plural, Shifti Tet, appear throughout the pre-colonial history of the Eritrean highlands, usually as political rebels who retreated to inaccessible areas and built up an armed following that lived through banditry. This was a means for disgruntled or ambitious leaders to assert their power against Ethiopian and Tigrayan central authorities, and in the 19th century some of the most famous political leaders of the highlands resorted to Shifta activities, Shiftinet, including Bata Hagos, Debabaraya, and Wolde Mikael Solomon. 377. Italian colonialism largely ended Shiftinet, but during the British administration, B.A., it resumed for a number of reasons. 1. The change in colonial rule prompted the resumption of inter-ethnic disputes, see Hamid Idris Awad, Touret's-Senegal War. 2. Highland Tigrinya resentment against Italian land confiscation and discrimination in the fascist period was vented in anti-Italian banditry and assassination. 3. Weak British military and police forces and the widespread availability of modern weapons cached during the disintegration of the Italian armies in 1941 facilitated the formation of Shifta bands, often led by former askari. 4. Beginning in 1947, the Ethiopian government, represented by Col. Nega Haile Selassie, supported the recruitment of pro-unionist Shifta bands, providing them with arms and bases along the border in Tigray. The Shiftinet of the 1940s went through essentially three phases. First, during 1941–47 there were numerous attacks on individual Italians, including the early exploits of the Mozajgi brothers in Akele Goze, and a series of inter-ethnic clashes, particularly between the Beni Amer and Haydendawa in the far west, all of which related to long-standing grievances and frequently involved demobilized and unemployed soldiers whose banditry might often be termed proto-nationalist. In response, the British formed an anti-Shifta police unit, but it was ineffective. Second, during 1947–50 the Ethiopian government organized some of the existing proto-nationalist Christian bandits and recruited new Shifta bands to begin a rural terrorist campaign against the supporters of Eritrean independence, including Italians, in conjunction with the urban terrorism of Ondinet. The January 1948 attack on Alabard signaled the beginning of this campaign, which reached its height from October 1949 through February 1950, when large-scale violence rocked Asmara. Third, during early 1951 Shiftanet did not end despite the United Nations decision to join Eritrea to Ethiopia, and actually increased to an average 130 incidents per month. The BA estimated 2,000 Shifti-Tet. 378 to be operating, about 35% of whom were now Muslim lowlanders. In early 1951, the Union High Commissioner, Hans Machenzo, insisted the BA take firmer measures, and the end of rural violence came in the summer of 1951, after the intervention of Ethiopia, which cooperated with the British along the border and made a secret agreement to allow the most notorious Shifti-Tet to take refuge on its territory. On June 16 the BA proclaimed a general amnesty for surrendering Shifta, and after strengthening its military forces and imposing collective punishment on villages where Shifta were based, over 1,300 Shifti-Tet surrendered. This marked the end of large-scale Shiftanet in Eritrea. Some revival in Shiftanet recurred in the mid-1950s, due to unemployment, frustration with unionist political policies or, perhaps, further Ethiopian subterfuge. In 1955, Chief Executive Tadla Beruri imposed BA emergency laws, but this only resulted in his political demise, and on July 23, 1955, Haile Selassie I rescinded Tadla's emergency decree and offered a limited amnesty to remaining Shifta. Although the Ethiopian administration later labeled nationalist guerrillas as Shifta, or more frequently Wumad, which has only criminal connotations, and early Elf guerrillas included some former Shifti-Tet and drew on the Shifta tradition for their tactics, the organization and political program of the fighters were a completely new phenomenon. Shimazana, Akele Goze. The southernmost region of the Akele Goze highlands, from the Senef area to the Ethiopian border. Although tradition claims that Shimazana was a younger brother of Akele and Goze, thus linking the descent groups, the region also has strong traditional relations with neighboring Agame in Tigray. The ancient monasteries of Shimazana, including Debre Libanos, were administered by a Ma'iklebar appointed by the rulers of Lasta in the 12th century, and during 1270 to 1328 the region was supposedly ruled by the governor of Enderda. During the medieval period much of the region was settled by Saho people, some of whom 379 became Christians. Its monasteries, rugged terrain, and remoteness, outside of the main road corridor to the Ethiopian border, have made it a bastion of Tigrinya and Orthodox Church traditions. Even today Shimazana has had little modern development. Except for its eastern escarpment, it was largely controlled by Ethiopian military forces during the armed struggle until its liberation by the EPLF in April 1990. Shipping. Eritrea's present shipping fleet was largely inherited from Ethiopia in 1991. In 1994 it included 14 ships with a gross tonnage of 71,837. 2 of these are intercoastal oil tankers, that bring fuel from Assab to Massawa. The others are cargo vessels, including a refrigerator and a livestock ship, both used for transport of Eritrean products to Saudi Arabia, and one is a RORO ferry. Shemagul. The term for village leaders in both Tigrinya and Tigray, it also signifies the council of elder or ruling caste men that once controlled village or clan life in much of Eritrea. The term comes from Shum, Tigran and Tigray, office holder. In the Kabesa, Shemagul historically denoted the council of village leaders who decided such matters as communal redistribution of land tenure and the individual allocation of Gabri tax obligations. Among Tigray-speaking clans of the northern highlands, Habab, Marya, Mensa, and some Bilan, and in parts of Semhar, Shemagul also had a class connotation, designating an hereditary aristocracy to whom the general population owed labor and customary obligations. Today the Shemagul are democratically elected representatives at the lowest levels of local government, and may include young people and women. but the term still carries the parallel meaning of an elderly, male, and respected community leader. Slave trade and slavery. The Eritrean coast served throughout history as an embarkation point for slaves captured throughout the Eritrean and Ethiopian regions. 380. As early as the 15th century BC there was a slave trade between the coast and Egypt. Slavery was practiced in the Aksumite Empire and afterwards in the Eritrean highlands and along the coast. Most slaves in pre-colonial Eritrea were domestic servants, and many came from the Nilotic tribes of the southwest, Siberia, Kunama, Nara, but many others came from what is today Ethiopia. Both Christian Highlanders and the Muslim Beni Amr and Balu tribes of the lowlands raided their weaker neighbors for slaves, and during the 19th century Egyptian expeditions also raided the Bilan. But more important than this local slave raiding or limited domestic slavery was the large export slave trade that developed from the southern Ethiopian highlands via Eritrean ports to the Arab world. This slave trade, which was an important element of Eritrea's foreign commerce from the 16th through mid-19th centuries, focused on young women and children for use as domestic servants, concubines, and a limited number of soldiers and eunuchs. By the 19th century, when good records become available, the majority of exported slaves were Oromo people who had been captured by Christian Ethiopian raiding parties. Most were sold in Masawa, where the NAIB collected a tax of 1 Maria Theresa thaler, MTT, per slave and the port officials collected a further 5 MTTs. Records indicate an average export of 1,000 to 2,000 slaves per year before 1860, with specific reports showing 2,500 for 1,845 and 1,100 for 1,857. After Prohibition in the early 1860s some 1,500 to 2,000 slaves were shipped from around Mbarimi and Hirgigo, and in the early 1870s Munsinger still estimated the illegal trade at 1,000 per year. Italian colonialism ended domestic slavery and put a final stop to the slave trade, except for some very limited smuggling on the Denkal coast through the 1890s. Somalia. Because of similarities in its Italian colonization, British administration, 1941-50, and violent relations with Ethiopia, Somalia has been closely linked with modern Eritrea. Eritrean ASCARIs served in Somalia. 381. Under Italian rule, while after the Second World War Haile Selassie I claimed Somalia as part of Greater Ethiopia. Somalia's political future was linked to that of Eritrea in United Nations negotiations leading to the Bevan-Sforza Plan, but after the plan's failure Somalia was granted independence following a 10-year Italian trusteeship, which then provided a precedent for unsuccessful Eritrean nationalist demands. Some political analysts claim that Haile Selassie refrained from annexing Eritrea before 1960 because he still hoped to gain political control over Somalia when the unmandated trusteeship ended in that year. But when Somalia became independent its leaders immediately worked to establish links with Eritrean nationalists, who they hoped would open a second front to support their irredentist campaign to wrest control of the Somali-inhabited region of Ogaden from Ethiopia. In the summer of 1960 Somali diplomats secretly contacted Idris Mohammed Adem in Cairo and Osman Saleh Sab in Addis Ababa, offering them financial and diplomatic support for the new ELF. Sab moved to Somalia in late 1960, where he opened an ELF office and obtained passports that allowed the ELF to move its first arms supplies through Sudan. After their 1964 defeat in the Ogaden, Somali support decreased, but they continued their official links with both the ELF and later the ELP through the mid-1970s. In 1977 the Somali invasion of Ogaden had a very negative outcome for Eritrean nationalists. Although it drained Ethiopian military resources and helped facilitate the first liberation of most of Eritrea, it also impelled the USSR to switch its military support to the DERG, and after quickly dispatching the Somali forces in Ogaden, the new Soviet-equipped and advised army turned on Eritrea in 1978. The EPLF never developed close relations with the decaying regime of Syed Barre, but after liberation, Eritrean leaders took a renewed and now philanthropic interest in Somalia, offering to broker a peace initiative between its warring factions and, in mid-1992, to send peacekeeping troops there with international support. 382. After the United States' attempt at peacekeeping slid into disaster, U.S. diplomats turned to Eritrea and Ethiopia to find a solution, and in June 1993 the Organization of African Unity appointed Isaias Afwerki to mediate peace negotiations between the Somali factions, enabling the U.S. to extract its forces. As of 1996, Eritrea maintains contacts with several Somali factions and the autonomous government of Somaliland. South Arabia, Ancient Civilization. The ancient South Arabian civilization covered the present territory of Yemen and parts of southern Saudi Arabia. By the 8th century BC the kingdom of Saba was the dominant power in the region. During this period of Sabaean dominance, c. 700 to 300 BC, South Arabian merchants and immigrants had a strong influence on what is today Eritrea and Tigray, and this period, when historical civilization first emerged in the Eritrean region, is consequently known as the South Arabian, or Sabaean, period. South Arabian contacts with the Eritrean region date back even further, some linguists say as early as the 4th millennium BC, and archaeology provides evidence from the 13th century BC. Although the timing of the process is disputed, it is clear that South Arabian culture and language fused with the culture and language of Cushitic peoples already in the Eritrean Tigrinya region over a long period to produce the later Aksumite and Habesha civilizations. According to the most recent scholarship, the high point of direct South Arabian immigration to the Eritrean coast seems to have been the 8th to 6th centuries BC, after which a strongly South Arabian influenced local culture developed in the Eritrea-Tigray region, exemplified by archaeological evidence from the indigenous kingdom of Da'umat which flourished sometime between the 6th and 3rd centuries BC. Da'umat's rulers used the Sabaean political title of Mukarrab, priest-king, and appointed tax collectors known as Nagasi. Besides local gods, they worshipped the Sabaean gods Aster, Venus, Almoka, Moon, and Shams, Sun. They built with South Arabian 383 style stone architecture and used both the cursive and monumental forms of the South Arabian writing system, with the latter probably being modified to produce the contemporary Ge'ez writing system. Other indications of South Arabian influence are preserved in toponyms such as Ansaba and Asab, and pervasive legends regarding the biblical queen of Saba, Sheba, known locally as Azib and said to be the mother, through a union with King Solomon, of Menelik I, who brought with him from ancient Israel the mythical progenitors of the originary Habesha inhabitants of the Kabesa. After the 4th century BC direct South Arabian influence declined, even as Saba itself was conquered by rival Himyar, and archaeologists have posited the existence of an intermediate period, c. 300 BC, 100 AD, in which the continuing indigenization of South Arabian cultural elements took place, leading directly to the new Aksumite civilization. Strategic withdrawal, 1978. The EPLF's 1978 retreat from most of central Eritrea during the armed struggle was explained at the time as a strategic withdrawal that followed Mao's long-term strategy for winning a guerrilla war. Outnumbered and outgunned by the DERG's new USSR-supplied armies, between July and December 1978 the EPLF withdrew from much of the territory it had liberated in the preceding 2 years. The withdrawal was orderly and managed to remove enough military and other equipment to sustain the EPLF during its grim years in Sahel. The first withdrawal took place in July as the first of the Derg's offensives swept through Akele Goze. The EPLF retired from the province after rearguard actions at Myani and Deekmher, and at the same time withdrew its forces from southern Semhar and abandoned its siege of Misawa, constructing a new defensive line from Ginda and the Semenawi Bari through Hamaseen north of Asmara to the upper Ansaba River. The Ethiopian second offensive broke through this line at Adi Yakob in November, forcing a hurried but 384 organized retreat from Karen to the EPLF Sahel base area around Nakfa. Rearguard actions at Alabard, Kalamat, Mimid, and Salab slowed the Ethiopian advance long enough for all EPLF forces to retreat into the Sahel redoubt before they could be cut off by an Ethiopian flanking attack along the coastal plain. The strategic withdrawal enabled the EPLF to defend its base area against all further assaults, and thus survive the most difficult days of the war for independence. Student organizations. From the late 1950s through the early 1970s, Eritrean high school and university students were leading figures in the development of the nationalist movement. Muslim students with nationalist sentiments generally left Eritrea to study in the Arab world, and during the late 1950s formed an Eritrean Students' Union in Cairo, led in particular by Said Hussein, that produced some of the founders of the ELF. Inside Eritrea, the first student political organizations were organized around the anti-Ethiopian Young Federalist movement in Asmara, Agordat, Karen, and Massawa during 1957. On May 9, students at Haile Selassie I Secondary School in Asmara, led by Tukue Hadago and others, went on strike against the imposition of Amharic as a language of instruction. Their imprisonment produced a national student strike on May 22 and led to the first student contacts with labor organizations. Students supported the 1958 general strike in Asmara, and in 1959 Tukue was recruited into the ELM, which played a role in organizing anti-Ethiopian student protests during 196,062. As Ethiopian plans for annexation progressed, high school students marched in large numbers to protest at the National Assembly in September 1960, and again in May 1962, when student strikes and demonstrations spread across the country and were broken with brutal police repression. Further demonstrations followed annexation in early 1962, and in March 1965 over 2,000 high school students were arrested in Asmara and detained at Sembel camp. Student leaders during this 385 period included later EPLF founders Haile Woldetensai, Dairui, Isaias Afwerki, and Muzi Tesfaye Mikael, Semenka. After the 1965 demonstration, direct links were made between Asmara students and the ELF, and in the same year student leader Kidane Kinfa formed an ELF network at the university in Addis Ababa, which drew in many future EPLF leaders. Eritrean students also cultivated relations with Ethiopian student radicals, particularly Tigreans, and it was out of the University Students' Union of Addis Ababa, UJA, that contacts were made leading to later cooperation between the EPLF, EPRP, and Tigrene People's Liberation Front. In 1966 a General Union of Eritrean Students was formed in Asmara, but in 1967 the ELF network was broken by defections and arrests. Nationalist-oriented Eritrean student organizations spread throughout the province and Ethiopia again during 1969, when Eritrean students marched from Bahir Dar to Addis to protest their persecution by Ethiopian students and faculty. Both the ELF and PLF recruited students during the early 1970s through their underground student organizations, but because of its own former student leadership and more radical ideology the PLF was most successful in gaining university students, including Petros Solomon and Sabat Ephraim. In 1972 many Eritrean students were expelled from university in Addis, and when they returned to Asmara they played an important role in politicizing high school and college students there. During late 1974 and early 1975, tens of thousands of Eritrean students joined the liberation fronts, forming the core of the nationalist forces through the end of the armed struggle. In the overseas diaspora, the ELF founded another General Union of Eritrean Students in Damascus in 1968. Ad hoc student organizations developed in a number of European and North American countries in the early 1970s, and both ELF and EPLF sought to link these with their own national student associations in the mid-1970s. One of the most effective of these diaspora organizations was the EPLF-affiliated Association of Eritrean Students. 386. In North America, ISNA, formed in 1977 from the former Eritreans for Liberation in North America, IFLNA. The ISNA mobilized extensive support for the EPLF in the United States, laying the groundwork for the EPLF's later sophisticated fundraising and information activities. Inside Eritrea, the EPLF Association of Eritrean Students, AES, held its first Congress in Karen during May 1978, which was attended by many delegates from the diaspora. But the AES was never able to really function inside Eritrea due to the disruption of education and Ethiopian repression. Instead, following the EPLF's Second Congress in 1987, a National Union of Eritrean Youth, NUEY, was formed with a largely student leadership drawn from the diaspora in Sudan and the Middle East. Its first Congress was held in 1989, when Muhyiddin Shenjeb was elected secretary. In August 1994, a second NUEY Congress was held, attended by 300 delegates who decided to change the organization's name to the National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students, NYES, and incorporate many smaller student organizations. Although the NYES gets 10% of its budget from the government, it is legally an independent organization. Today it has 35,000 members and is involved in organizing cultural, sporting, and educational events, as well as information campaigns concerning social problems, such as female circumcision. Sudan. Because of its long border with Eritrea and the close cultural contacts between Eastern Sudanese and Western Eritrean peoples, Sudan has always had an important place in Eritrean history. Aksumite traders used the routes through eastern Sudan to the Nile Valley, and in the 4th century Emperor Ezana conquered the Sudanese kingdom of Meroe. The Beja peoples of Sudan were closely linked to the ancestors of today's Balu, Beni Amr and Hidareb. Suwakin was the major port on the Eritrean Christian pilgrimage route to Jerusalem, and Islam entered western Eritrea largely through Arab immigrants to the Sudan. In the 17th century the 387 Sudanese Funj Empire subjected the Barca and northern Gash Seti regions, Sinabtab. After 1840, Egypt attempted to rule the western Eritrean lowlands from Kassala, further linking Barca and Gash Seti to the economy of eastern Sudan, while the spread of the Kassala-based Merganiya Islamic sect reinforced these links. The conquest of eastern Sudan by the Mahdiya in the 1880s broke these links, however, as the Beni Amr and other Eritrean tribes opposed the Mahdiysts, see Kufit. This experience was critical in defining the colonial borders between Sudan and Eritrea, as what were to become the Eritrean tribes supported Italian colonial forces against the Mahdiysts, while the British laid claim to Kassala for Sudan. Despite disputes over water rights on the Gash River, the Italians maintained good relations with British colonialists in Sudan until the Second World War, when Italy's defeat sparked a livestock raiding war between the Sudanese Hadendawa and Eritrean Beni Amr through the mid-1940s. During the 1940s Eritrea developed close links with eastern Sudan in anticipation of the British administration's plan to annex Eritrea's western lowlands to Sudan, see Bevan's Forza plan. During this period Eritrean Muslims joined the Sudan Defense Force, SDF, and Sudanese teachers were responsible for much of Eritrea's Arabic school system, contributing to the immigration of Muslim Eritrean students to Sudan after federation. By the late 1950s Sudan was a center for Eritrean nationalist-oriented exiles, particularly in Kassala and Port Sudan, where the Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, was formed by Mahmoud Said Nawd, who maintained close links with the Sudanese Communist Party, SCP. The ELF also began to operate in Sudan in 1960, and during 1961 obtained the support of Eritreans in the SDF. Under the conservative military regime of General Abud, all Eritrean nationalist activities in Sudan were clandestine, although individual government officials were frequently supportive and Kassala became the ELF's logistical center. 388. With the overthrow of Abud in October 1965, and the rise of sympathetic SCP and other politicians, the ELF was able to operate more openly. One factor in Sudanese politicians' support for the ELF was their strategy of using the Eritreans as a counter to Ethiopian support for the Southern Sudanese Liberation Movement, which the Ethiopians themselves continued to support in an attempt to pressure the Sudanese into expelling Eritrean organizations. This tit-for-tat relationship continued as the two conflicts grew in size, but Sudanese support for Eritrean nationalism was always arbitrary and tied to personal and local considerations. After 1967, large numbers of Eritrean refugees fleeing into Sudan put further conflicting pressures on the Sudanese. Sudan also was the locus of many of the intrigues and internecine conflicts between Eritrean nationalists, which were often exploited by Sudanese authorities for their own purposes. In May 1969, the Sudanese military returned to power under Jafar Nimiri, who was initially sympathetic to the ELF. But after a 1971 SCP coup attempt, he turned on the progressive forces that had supported Eritrean nationalism and negotiated an agreement with Haile Selassie I in Addis Ababa in 1972, ending Sudanese support for Eritrean rebels. Although it ended the southern Sudanese civil war for 10 years, the agreement only made life more difficult for the Eritrean fronts operating in Sudan, but did not halt their operations. By this time, the Eritrean network in eastern Sudan, including a growing business community, was so deeply entrenched that local officials were unwilling to dislodge them, while with the collapse of Ethiopian forces in Eritrea during 1975–78, the rise of the pro-communist DERG and a further massive influx of Eritrean refugees, relations between Sudan and the fronts resumed quite publicly. During this period, the ELF supply network ran largely through Kassala, while the EPLF developed less important links to Port Sudan. The apparent Ethiopian victory in 1979–80 and the collapse of the ELF led to a rapprochement between the Derg and Nimiri, brokered in part by the USSR's Arab 389 allies. In 1980, Nimiri threatened to shut off supplies to the liberation fronts, and during 1981–83 the EPLF refrained from public activities, although it continued to operate in Sudan. Relations between Nimiri and the fronts improved after 1983, as the Derg supported a renewed southern Sudanese rebellion and the tit-for-tat policy was revived. Sudanese support for the EPLF grew even more after Nimiri fell in 1985, and sympathetic civilian progressives returned to power. By the late 1980s, the EPLF was operating offices and rehabilitation centers in major cities and a supply base at Suwakin, connected to Sahel by truck transport, provided food aid for the liberated areas. The EPLF refrained from carrying arms in Sudan, but otherwise was virtually autonomous in the area from Suwakin to Togher and Eritrea's northeastern border. In 1989, the new military government of Colonel Omar el-Bashir supported EPLF peace initiatives, but at the same time the government's Islamist allies in the National Islamic Front, NIF, led by Hassan al-Turabi, provided clandestine direction for the Eritrean Islamic Jihad's anti-EPLF campaign. In 1989, Sudanese military forces intervened in support of the jihad during a battle with the EPLA on the border of Barka. The contradictions in Sudanese policy continued into the post-liberation period, when the government initially welcomed the EPLF victory, sending an official representative to Eritrea in December 1991 and closing the offices of all ELF factions in Sudan. In January 1992, Hassan al-Turabi was received with honors in Asmara, followed by official visits from President el-Bashir in March and August. Sudanese and Eritrean leaders discussed bilateral cooperation and the repatriation of refugees, and in 1993 Sudan recognized Eritrea immediately after the referendum. But continued NIF support for the jihad, which staged guerrilla attacks inside Eritrea in December, led to increasing tensions, which were exacerbated by Hassan al-Turabi's call for a regional revolution to establish Islamic governments throughout the Horn of Africa. Nonetheless, on August 12, 1994, the Eritrean and Sudanese governments signed a joint statement promising 390 non-interference in each other's affairs and committing them to begin refugee repatriation. But in the following months, the Eritrean government accused Sudan of complicity in smuggling jihad guerrillas among the returning refugees, and on December 5, Eritrea broke diplomatic relations with Sudan. Reconciliation talks sponsored by Yemen in late December failed, and Eritrea began to work with Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda to form a regional anti-NIF front. In June 1995 the Eritrean PFDJ hosted a conference of all Sudanese opposition forces in Asmara, who agreed to form the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, front and launch an armed struggle against the NIF government of El-Bashir. This was followed by further conferences in Asmara in January and October 1996, and March 1997, by which time a virtual state of war existed between the two countries. In January 1997 the NDA opened an eastern front along the Sudan-Eritrea/Ethiopia border with Eritrean support, and in June the Eritrean government revealed a Sudanese assassination plot against President Isaias, while in July-August tensions were heightened by Sudanese air bombardment near the Eritrean border town of Karora. Sudan Defense Force, SDF. In 1941 the British military used Sudanese colonial troops from the SDF in its campaign to conquer Eritrea, and SDF units remained in Eritrea until 1946. In the Eritrean highlands, Christian resentment of the SDF presence was fanned into violence by Ethiopian-sponsored Unionists, and on August 28, 1946, SDF soldiers in Asmara massacred 46 Eritrean Christians and wounded 60, after which they were withdrawn from the country. Nonetheless, during the 1940s a number of Muslim Eritreans joined the SDF, and recruitment continued into the 1950s, when Muslim men sought career opportunities outside Eritrea's increasingly Ethiopian-controlled administration. Some of these Eritrean soldiers already had nationalist sympathies, and in 1959 they were contacted by the newly formed ELM. But the ELM's failure to advocate an immediate armed struggle frustrated the soldiers. 391. And in late 1960 Idris Mohammed Adem and others successfully recruited 9 Eritrean SDF soldiers into the ELF, including Adam M. Haim Jindifel, Omer Eziazi, Omer M. Ali Damer, Mohammed Ali Idris Abu Rajila, Mohammed Abdullah Abu Tayara and Tahir Salem. After completing their service in the SDF, these ex-soldiers formed the nucleus of the first group of fighters to go into Eritrea in 1962, and were soon joined by 9 more ex-SDF soldiers, including Mahmoud Dana and Saleh Duck. During 1962-65 their military training was crucial to the ELF's development, and many served in the early field leadership. Pseudo Ha'ila, Denkel. An Afar village and well site in the mountains northwest of Bailal. During June 24 to July 2, 1970, about 700 dissident ELF fighters gathered there to form the People's Liberation Forces, PLF, electing Mohammed Ali Omro and Mesfin Hagos as their first leaders. Supreme Council, ELF. The ELF executive body reflected the personalized and undemocratic organization that plagued the ELF in the 1960s. The Supreme Council was a de facto organization that came into existence in 1963 when the original ELF Executive Committee failed to develop and Osman Saleh Sab's 1962 proposal for a national congress was not accepted by other leaders. The name Supreme Council derived from the usage of the Sudanese military government during this period, and it was essentially a self-appointed triumvirate of Idris Mohammed Adem, Idris Osman Galadouas and Sab. It represented only the external leadership, and by 1965 its links to military forces inside Eritrea were strained. A conference at Kassala formalized the two bodies' relationship and instituted the zonal commands, which perpetuated the Supreme Council's personalized patronage relationships with different ethnic groups. In 1967, as resentment against the triumvirate's autocratic control over ELF finances and supplies grew, the council was expanded to formally include Taha Mo. 392. Hamd Nur, Osman Idris Khair, Ahmed Hassan, and Tidla Barug, who was appointed without prior knowledge, apparently to placate Eritrean Christian sentiments. The triumvirate continued to dominate the council, but they were themselves involved in a mutual power struggle. They generally opposed reformist calls for meetings with the internal military leadership in 1968-69, but also sought to use the developing reform movement for their own ends. At the Atabaha Conference in 1969, the new field leadership of the Kiyata-Lama agreed to retain the Supreme Council as the ELF's foreign office if it would relinquish financial control, but when Idris Adam and Sab attempted to thwart the agreement through separate, and antagonistic, political machinations, the council was dissolved by the Kiyata-Lama in December. Suwakin, Alt. Swakin. The Red Sea port of eastern Sudan until 1900, Suwakin served an important Orthodox Christian pilgrimage route and commerce with the northern highlands of Eritrea from the Aksumite period. It was the capital of the Turkish province of Habesha during the 17th to early 19th centuries, and its governor held political control over Misawa. Suwakin was held by Britain during the Wars of the Mahdiya in the 1880s to 90s, and this began its commercial decline, which was finalized by the construction of neighboring Port Sudan in the early 20th century. The port was largely abandoned by the 1930s, but in the 1980s the EPLF constructed a major supply base on the southern shore of Suwakin Bay, which was operated in complete autonomy from the Sudanese government. Sweden. The most important Swedish involvement in Eritrea was through the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, which began working in Eritrea in 1863, Sibalaza, Education, Galeb, Kunama, Press, Protestant Christianity, Woldemariam. The SEM was expelled from Eritrea in 1935 by Italian authorities due to Swedish support for Ethiopia, but returned after 1941. Many Eritrean students traveled to Sweden for 393. Higher education, and a significant Eritrean diaspora community remains there through the present. In 1997 Sweden signed a $5.3 million aid accord with Eritrea. T. Tidlaberu Ogbit, 1914-84. Eritrea's first chief executive and leader of the Unionist Party, Tidlaberu was born in Garamai, Hamasien. He attended the SEM school in Asmara until 1926 and was one of the very few Eritreans to study in Italy, where he graduated from the Istituto Magistrale in Florence in 1933, which may explain his fondness for the company of Italian women in later years. He was a teacher and then director of Italian native schools until 1940, ending this career in ADWA, where he was employed by the British administration, BMA, as an interpreter in 1941. He served as a translator in the Asmara Native Affairs Office of the BMA until 1946, and was the first director of the Semenawi Gazeta, C Press. Tidla was not in Asmara when the Mahaber Fikri Hager, MFH, was founded in May 1941, but he became involved in the organization upon his return to Eritrea. Unlike Woldemariam, whose career parallels that of Tidla's in many ways, Tidlaberu did not support Eritrean independence, and instead became a vocal advocate of the pro-Ethiopian Unionist cause. He left the BMA in late 1946, and at the WA Bet Girgis in November he led the Unionist wing of the MFH in rejecting Woldeb's proposed compromise. With Ethiopian support, Tidla replaced Gebremeskel Woldu as Secretary General of what became the Unionist Party in January 1947. Tidla led this organization through the 1940s, addressing various United Nations bodies, editing the Unionist newspaper Ethiopia and mobilizing sectarian and regionalist interests for the Unionist cause. Described by his opponents as an opportunist, Tidla's unwavering Unionist position and personal patronage network led to his unopposed election to the First Assembly for his home district of Karnashem in March, 1952. He was elected 394. President of the Assembly in April and became Eritrea's first chief executive in September, at the moment of federation. During 1953 Tidla worked hand-in-hand with Ethiopian authorities to destroy Eritrea's independent institutions, see labor organizations, press. He refused to consult with the Assembly concerning the budget, and undermined the independence of the police and judiciary. At the same time, Tidla tried to use Eritrea's autonomous institutions to develop an Eritrean power base for himself independent of Emperor Haile Selassie's government. He protested the arbitrary fixing of Eritrea's share of custom revenues by Ethiopia, and sought independent economic relationships with Italian capitalists. He came into conflict with the emperor's representative, Andergachu Mesai, and by 1955 had alienated both his Ethiopian patrons and his Eritrean compatriots. In July he resorted to the imposition of a BMA emergency law suspending habeas corpus and closed the assembly, citing a resurgence of Shifta activity. But this measure backfired, and on July 23, 1955, the emperor forced his resignation. This was celebrated as a victory by Eritrean independence, but in reality Tidla's fall only further undermined Eritrean autonomy by destroying whatever independence the Unionist Party had maintained. According to some who knew him, Tidla already had become disillusioned with the federation by 1955, and his ambiguous commitment to Eritrean autonomy led to his increasing support for the Eritrean nationalist movement in the 1960s. Nonetheless, Tidla accepted the emperor's appointment as ambassador to Sweden, where he stayed until he defected to the ELF in 1967. In that year he was appointed to the Supreme Council and made a number of nationalist radio broadcasts on behalf of the ELF and later Osman Saleh Sab's General Secretariat, but his was purely a symbolic role. His son, Hairui Tidla Barrow, on the other hand, became very active in ELF politics. Tidla continued to live in Stockholm until his death in 1984. 395. Television. Eritrea's state-owned television station, ERI-TV, was set up in Asmara with Canadian help in 1992 and began its first broadcasts in January 1993. Its programming, including news and cultural shows, is presented in Arabic, Tigrinya, and English. Tessima Asperum, RAS. Born into the leading family of Mariba, Akele Goze, in 1870, RAS Tessima expanded his family's power under Italian colonialism by supporting the Italians against his rival, Bata Hagos, from neighboring Sageniatai. He served in the ADWA campaign, 1895–96, and was appointed chief of the northern Akele Goze districts of Haydegdi and later Igela Hamas. He became famous for his dispensation of justice and particularly for his settlement of land conflicts, including the bitter dispute between the districts of Rabra and Iki Makam in which 12 people died in 1929, and the Tuareg-Senegal War. Together with his younger brother Birhi, he was the most powerful traditional chief in Akele Goze. In 1941 RAS Tessima was a founding member of the Mahaber Fikri Hager, MFH, and during the mid-1940s he supported the Tigray/Tigrinya policies floated by the British administration, and then led the independence-oriented wing of the MFH, where he worked with Woldeb Woldemariam. He was appointed president of the Native Court of Akele Goze in 1947, and in the same year became president of the Liberal Progressive Party, which was largely run by his son, Abraha Tessima. As the leading senior statesman of the independence movement he was elected to the symbolic presidency of the Independence Bloc in 1949 and the Democratic Bloc which replaced it. In 1952 he was elected to the first Eritrean Assembly for the Senegal district, while his brother represented Mariba. His support for Eritrean autonomy led to his political eclipse, however, and he retired in 1956. Tessani, Gashseti. The major town of western Gashsetite, Tessani developed during the colonial period. 396. Beside the Gash River where it flows into Sudan. In the early 1900s the site was picked for a diversion dam and reservoir to feed an irrigation system, and during the 1920s the village developed as an administrative center for the cotton plantations around neighboring Ali Gaider. The Italian colonial residenza was located in Tessani after 1928, as were the offices of the SIA Cotton Company, a hospital, hotels, garages, and workshops serving the colonial agricultural projects in the region. Eritrean workers and immigrants from Ethiopia and Sudan settled in the town, which by 1938 had a population of about 1,800. The expansion of cotton growing and trade with the Sudan from the late 1940s onwards led to steady growth, and by 1962 the population was 12,000. Because of its location across the border from Kassala, Tessanei experienced numerous ELF raids in the 1960s and became the Ethiopian military headquarters for the region. The ELF liberated the town on May 5, 1977, and held it until July 23, 1978, when the DERG took it in their first offensive. Although much of the population fled as refugees, the Derg built the town into a major military base, using its small airstrip and hospital. It had a garrison of 3,000, 1,200 of whom were killed or captured when the EPLF liberated the town on January 15, 1984, capturing its fuel depots for their mechanized campaigns. Most of the population fled to Kassala during the heavy fighting and subsequent Ethiopian air raids, all of which severely damaged the town. On August 25, 1985, the EPLF abandoned Tessanei, and it was again held by the Derg until March 26, 1988, when the Ethiopians withdrew following their defeat at Afabet. The town was largely in ruins in 1991, although the resumption of commerce with Sudan led to the development of hotels and shops. Reconstruction began in earnest with the government's investment in redeveloping cotton production at Ali Gaider. The airstrip, infrastructure, and public buildings were repaired, and by 1995 the population had grown to over 5,000. Today Tessanei is a sub-regional administrative center and contains customs and agricultural offices, as well as a nearby military base. 397. Tigray Province, Ethiopia. The northeastern province of Ethiopia, Tigray, Alt, Tigray, shares a long border with Eritrea, and its Tigrinya-speaking population maintains strong historical ties with the people of the Eritrean Kebesa. Northern Tigray was the political center of the Aksumite Empire, and after the development of Orthodox Christianity, Aksum and its surrounding monasteries became the spiritual center of the region. These political and religious links to the highlands of what is today central and northern Eritrea continued through the 19th century, with the governor of Tigray, Tigray Makonnen, often exercising direct political control over central Eritrea, Bar Negashi, Ma'ikilbar, while the Nebared of Aksum held a more limited ecclesiastical authority in the Kebesa. The common language and culture of Tigrinya-speaking people on both sides of the Marab River was reinforced by continual population movement between the Eritrean and Tigray regions, with many Tigrines immigrating to the Kebesa during the medieval period and again in the Italian colonial period. Tigrine political control over portions of what is now central Eritrea is documented from the 13th century onwards, but during the early 18th century the situation was briefly reversed when the Eritrean House of Tsaziga held political power over northern Tigray. In the 1750s they lost this power to their former councillor, Ras Mikael Sihul, who began the Tigrine military subjugation of central Eritrea that lasted on and off until 1889. During the Ethiopian Zamana Mesafint era of princes, the Tigrine rulers Ras Woldesilzazi, Ras Sabagades, and Djazmach Wube all imposed their political control over central Eritrea with varying degrees of success, often by exploiting the rivalry between Tsaziga and Haziga. The raids and atrocities inflicted by Wube in particular left a legacy of hatred for Tigrine rule throughout central Eritrea. Wube's heir, Aganegasi, attempted to retain control of the Kebesa but was killed by the troops of Emperor Tewodros, leading to a 398 collapse of direct Tigrine control in the 1860s to 70s, when Egypt vied with Tigrine lords, such as Ras Araya and the future Emperor Yohannes IV. The latter restored Tigrine rule, appointing his general, Ras Alula, as military governor of central Eritrea in 1879. Alula's rule also left bitter memories of arbitrary and violent Tigrine rule, and in 1889 many Eritrean leaders supported the Italian occupation of the highlands. During 1891–94 the Italians developed a politica tigrina strategy of supporting the ruler of Tigray, Ras Mengasa, against the Ethiopian Emperor Menelik II. In December 1891 Mengesha signed a secret treaty acknowledging Italian control over Eritrea, but he continued his relationship with Menelik, and when Bata Hagos revolted against Italian rule he led his army into Eritrea in an attempt to reconquer the Kabesa, but was defeated in January 1895 at Kwadi and Senef. The Italians then attempted to conquer Tigray, occupying Adwe, Adigrat, and Makal, but were driven north by Menelik and defeated at the Battle of Adwa. After this defeat the Italians largely abandoned their politika tigrana, but continued to encourage Tigrinya linguistic development in Eritrea and the expansion of commercial ties with Tigray, which they claimed as their exclusive economic sphere. In preparation for war with Ethiopia in 1932 the fascists resumed their politika tigrana which culminated in the defection of Dej. Haile Selassie Gugsa, hereditary lord of eastern Tigray, when the Italians invaded Tigray in 1935, and the annexation of Tigray to the Governorate of Eritrea in 1936, followed by the Walkate district of Bagumdar in 1939. In 1942 Tigray reverted to Ethiopia after a brief period of British military occupation, but the concept of an autonomous Greater Tigray, including the Tigrinya-speaking population of Eritrea, was kept alive by the British administration in Eritrea and Eritrean notables such as Ras Tessima Asperum, while in Tigray itself the idea of a Tigray/Tigrinya state was part of the inspiration behind the Wayani revolt of 1943. The Tigray/Tigrinya concept died in 1944, after Emperor Haile Selassie I skillfully forced the British to accept his rule. 399. Over the province and equally adeptly regained the loyalty of Tigray's hereditary governor, Ras Mengesha. Thereafter, Tigray served as a recruiting ground and base for the Unionist Party and pro-Ethiopian Shifta operating in Eritrea. But the heart of the Tigray/Tigrinya concept of a shared cultural identity continued, and during the 1960s political links between Highland Eritreans and Tigrayans were renewed in Ethiopian student organizations, and from these developed the close ties between the EPLF and Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. Immigration in particular has linked the two Tigrinya-speaking regions since ancient times. Among many pre-colonial examples there is the settlement of western Sirte by Tigrayans associated with the medieval religious movement led by Iwos de Tuas, the great intermixing of populations on both sides of the Marab-Gash River, and the Eritrean, from western Sirte, ancestry of much of the population of Tigray's Adiabo district, between the Marab and Seti rivers. Since the colonial era began, Tigrayan immigration into Eritrea has been greatest from the impoverished Agame region, which borders on Shimazana in southern Akele Goze. During the Italian and British administrations, Agame supplied much of Eritrea's casual urban labor, and the name Agame acquired a pejorative connotation among Highland Eritreans. Agames and other Tigrayan immigrants also made up much of the Macaulay Aylett class, Sienda, of landless rural laborers and tenant farmers, as well as seasonal agricultural workers on the lowland plantations of Gash Seti. During the 1940s, the tide of Tigrayan immigration was so great that the British deported thousands of indigent immigrants, and into the 1970s Tigrayan immigrants still made up a large proportion of the urban poor, many of whom survived by selling cactus fruit and other marginal activities. The immigrants' frugal habits, however, combined with political favors from the Ethiopian authorities enabled many Tigrayans to become entrepreneurs during the 1970s. After 1975, a renewed Tigrayan immigration was encouraged by the DERG, and Tigrayan factory workers and 400 small business owners filled positions left empty by the flight of Eritrean nationalists and refugees, while others became rich serving the Ethiopian military as contractors, barmaids, and prostitutes. These new immigrants were resented by Eritreans, and many were deported or left voluntarily in 1991. Nonetheless, significant numbers of Tigrayans have remained, and their position is aided by the close ties between the present Eritrean government and the Tigrayan-dominated government of Ethiopia, see Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. In January 1992 immigrants in Asmara formed a mutual aid association, and although there have been some tensions between recent immigrants and native Eritreans, the general relationship between the two Tigrinya-speaking regions is extremely good. Buttressing this mutual respect is a shared past and mixed bloodlines that are highlighted by the Tigrine ancestry of notable nationalist leaders, including Woldeb Woldemariam and Isaias Afwerki. Tigray, Alt, Tigray. Eritrea's second most widely spoken language, Tigray is closer to ancient Geez than its other Semitic relatives, Tigrinya and Amharic. This has led some scholars to conjecture that Tigray developed out of the Cushitic Semitic fusion in the Eritrean region which predated the Aksumite Empire. Today's Tigray speakers are a mix of Habesha peoples with later Beja and Arab immigrants, but the language seems to have changed little since late Aksumite times. It is spoken today on the coastal plain north of the Gulf of Zula, in all the northern highlands and much of Barca. Tigray-speaking ethnic groups, some of which are bilingual in Arabic or Beja, include the Ad Sheikh, Beni Amr, Bet Askid, Marya, Mensa, and the smaller Sahel and Semhar tribes. Among all these peoples a class division exists between an aristocratic clan of non-Tigray origin, Cshu Magul, and the common people, who are usually referred to as Tigray. The name therefore has also taken on connotations of serf, because the commoners owed multiple labor obligations and dues to the aristocratic clans. 401. During the 1940s Ibrahim Sultan Ali began a serf emancipation movement that ended most of these semi-feudal obligations during 1947–49. The last of them were abolished by the liberation fronts in the 1970s. Although most of the Tigray people belonged to the Orthodox Church in the medieval period, by the late 1800s they had become uniformly Muslim, see Islam. The spread of Islam precluded the development of an indigenous Tigray literature until the 1970s, as preference was given to Arabic as the language of literature, religious instruction, and education throughout the Tigray-speaking areas, despite Tigray's rich oral tradition of Muslim religious verses and commentaries. Consequently, it was Christian missionaries who first produced Tigray texts in both Arabic and Ge'ez scripts, beginning with the Swedish evangelical mission at Galeb. European scholars, including missionaries, also took an interest in Tigray's extremely rich tradition of oral poetry and folk tales, some of which were collected and published by Munsinger, E. Littman and K. G. Roden, among others. In the early 1970s the ELF also started to collect Tigray oral traditions, followed by the more thorough mimeographed collections published by the EPLF in the 1980s. The literary development of Tigray has been a politically contested issue since the 1940s, as most educated Tigray-speaking Muslims have been attached to the concept of Arabic as the proper language of formal education, and this idea was reinforced by the pan-Arabist politics of the early nationalist movement in the lowlands, see Muslim League, Eritrean Liberation Front, and the long years that many Tigray speakers spent as refugees in Arabic-speaking countries during the armed struggle. Indeed, the Ethiopian government pioneered Tigray language radio broadcasts in the 1960s in an attempt to counter Arab-oriented nationalist sentiments. In the 1970s it was the EPLF that introduced primary education in Tigray rather than Arabic for Tigray native speakers, and although this was based on practical considerations, see education, it also had a political component in that it ran counter to the ELF's pro-Arabic policies. 402. Because of the near-total illiteracy of its native speakers, the use of Tigray in radio broadcasts and popular music since the 1960s has probably had the greatest impact on the language's development and national acceptance. Particularly important were the singers Idris Amir and Al Amin, who first brought Tigray music to urban Eritrea, where its powerful rhythms and haunting melodies made it popular among all linguistic groups. Since liberation, the Eritrean government's educational program has given great impetus to the development of Tigray literature, including textbooks and collections of poetry, and we may expect a flowering of the language over the next decade. Tigrine People's Liberation Front, TPLF. The TPLF was founded in February 1975 by a group of students and peasants from Ethiopia's Tigray province. The front grew out of the Tigrine wing of Ethiopian student organizations, some of whose more radical members had returned to Tigray province from Addis Ababa in late 1974 to form a political movement initially known as the Tigrayeen National Organization. In need of training and logistical support, the Tigrayens approached the ELF and EPLF for help. The ELF was uninterested, but the EPLF, after receiving assurances that the Tigrayens supported Eritrea's right to self-determination, took about 30 fighters for training in January 1975. Around the same time the EPLF also took in a number of Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, fighters for training, who included many Tigrayens. The EPLF's strategy of developing allies in northern Ethiopia turned out to be one of the most important in eventually winning Eritrean independence. The strategy naturally focused on the Tigrayens because of their cultural ties with central Eritrea, but neither the TPLF or EPLF ever revived the Tigray/Tigrayenia ideas of the 1940s or in any way advocated the formation of state linking the Tigrayenia-speaking peoples of Tigray and Eritrea, see Tigray. Instead, the TPLF advocated a democratic Ethiopia in which different nationalities would have regional autonomy and the right to self. 403. Determination. EPLF support was critical for the early TPLF, which held its first Congress at its base in Agame in early 1976. During 1976–78 the TPLF fought not only the DERG but, more importantly, the conservative EDU, led by former Tigrayan governor, Rasio Mengesha, the EPRP, which had established its own base in eastern Tigray, and a rival Tigrayan nationalist group supported by the ELF. After defeating these rivals, by mid-1978 the TPLF controlled Tigray, and managed to survive the first Ethiopian offensives against neighboring Eritrea, aiding the Eritrean fronts where possible. In 1979 the TPLF held an organizational congress that reiterated its political program, and in March 1980 attacked a remnant of the EPRP which had established itself in Walkate on the remote western borders of Tigray. The ELF supported this EPRP group, but the TPLF defeated them and joined forces with the EPLF in the Second Eritrean Civil War to attack the ELF in Gash Seti and help drive them out of Eritrea. The TPLF was the EPLF's only ally in its desperate struggle against the Red Star campaign, when some 3,000 Tigrayens who were training with the EPLF fought on the front lines in Sahel, while TPLF units attacked Ethiopian convoys in Tigray. In return the EPLF provided the TPLF transmission over its radio station, logistical support, and training. The TPLF also took advantage of the Derg's preoccupation with Eritrea to consolidate its hold over most of the Tigrayan countryside during 1980–85. In March 1985 relations between the two fronts broke down, apparently due to EPLF criticism of the TPLF's political formula of ethnically defined self-determination for Ethiopia's nationalities, as well as differences over military strategy and the TPLF's decision to evacuate hundreds of thousands of Tigrayan refugees to Sudan during the 1984–85 famine. After this break the TPLF leadership began a vocal attack on the USSR, adopting what they called the Albanian Marxist-Leninist line. The front also formed a political organization, the Marxist-Leninist League of Tigray, which engaged in the type of arcane political debates and violent purges that 404 had characterized the Ethiopian student movement a decade earlier, and which the EPLF was in the process of abandoning completely. Finally, the TPLF began to meddle in Eritrean internal conflicts, supporting several of the Christian splinter groups in Sagam. The two fronts did not resume cooperation until after the EPLF victory at Afabet clarified the strategic situation. During April 20–24, 1988, the front's leadership met and resolved their political differences, agreeing to combine their resources and plan a joint military strategy against the DERG. They also became more deeply involved in supporting anti-Derg organizations in other parts of Ethiopia, particularly the Oromo Liberation Front and Ethiopian People's Democratic Movement, EPDM, which the TPLF eventually led in forming the umbrella Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPIRF. The EPLF supplied artillery and armor to reinforce the TPLF in its major campaign to clear Tigray of Ethiopian forces, culminating in the Battle of Shire during February 15 to 20, 1989. During August 3 to 5 the leadership of the fronts met again and planned their strategy for the final campaigns against the Derg, in which the TPLF/EPRDF moved south, supported again by EPLA heavy weapons, and eventually captured Addis Ababa simultaneously with the EPLF's liberation of Asmara. The TPLF Secretary-General, Meles Zenawi, then led the EPRDF in forming a new Ethiopian government, which supported Eritrea's right to hold a referendum on independence. Despite many potential problems, Meles Zenawi's government continues to maintain close relations with Eritrea as of 1997, and the ties developed between the two fronts during the war are maintained particularly at the level of military cooperation, security, and a common diplomatic policy regarding Somalia, Sudan, and other regional issues. Tigrinya, Alt, Tigrigna, Tigray. The most widely spoken Eritrean language and the mother tongue of the people of both the Kebessa and Tigray province in Ethiopia. The name Tigrinya is actually an Amharicism, and the 405 Tigrinya name for the language is Tigray, but because of confusion with the name of Eritrea's second most important language, Tigray, Tigrinya is preferred. Tigrinya is a Semitic language, related to Geez, Tigray, and more distantly, Amharic, and like them it contains many Cushitic elements. The origins of Tigrinya are obscure, and there is today a debate as to whether the language is actually derived from Geez, as commonly supposed, or developed simultaneously with Geez and Tigray, perhaps in the Kebessa region during the Aksumite period. Conti Rossini cites a 13th or 14th century set of land charters from the monastery of Cuna Abamata, Cdeb Libanos, as the oldest Tigrinya written documents, but these have disappeared. The first historical source mentioning Tigrinya as a language occurs only in the 15th century, and the oldest extant Tigrinya literature is a law code from Lagosarda, dated to perhaps the early 19th century, although it seems to be a copy of a 15th century document. Before the 20th century Tigrinya was essentially a vernacular of the common people, while the educated classes used Geez and Amharic for writing. Tigrinya still contains many loanwords from these languages. Consequently, the development of Tigrinya as a written language stemmed primarily from the work of European missionaries at the end of the 19th century. Protestant missionaries and Eritrean converts of the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, were most active in developing the language. The SEM opened its first Tigrinya school in 1890 and had published 25 texts in the language by 1917. Most notable of SEM linguists was Twildmethin Gebermethin, 1860–1930, who translated much of the Bible and assisted J. Kalmodin in compiling an important collection of Eritrean folktales and oral history. Among early Catholics the most important linguist was Abba Yaakov Gebreyesus, 1881–1961, who published Tigrinya grammars and religious texts in the 1920s. To these early efforts were added those of the 406 Orthodox monks of Debrecen who published Treasures of the Faith. The Italian colonial state also was interested in developing literary Tigrinya as an alternative to Amharic as part of its Politica Tigrina, see Tigray. In 1903 the first Tigrinya Italian-Arabic dictionary was published by Hagos Tekest, and in 1918 Francesco da Bassano published a Tigrinya Italian dictionary. By the 1940s the modern Tigrinya language was taking shape. In urban centers a new vernacular developed incorporating numerous Italian loanwords, while scholars like Woldeb Woldemariam worked to construct a literary language. In the 1940s the opening of Tigrinya language schools, see education, and a popular press added much to the language's development, which continued with even greater impetus in the early years of federation, when Tigrinya became one of Eritrea's two official languages. In 1950 the first widely read Tigrinya novel was published, Abagabrisis Halus Hadzan Ta, one story, about an askari in the Italo-Libyan Wars. Works of history and literature continued into the 1960s, but with the official banning of Tigrinya from Eritrean schools and Ethiopian government support for Amharic, Tigrinya literature declined in the 1960s to 70s. After 1975 the EPLF worked to revive Tigrinya literature, publishing numerous political tracts and histories. In 1981 a Tigrinya Arabic-English dictionary was completed at the Fronts Research Center in Sahel, and during the 1980s Tigrinya folktales and oral histories were collected. The Tigrinya press continued in Asmara in the official newspaper Hibret, Union, and in 1984 the Derg allowed the municipality to establish another Tigrinya newspaper, Dimtsi Azmer, Voice of Asmara. In the 1980s, Abraham Negish conducted research on the history of the language at the University of Asmara. Since liberation there has been a great renaissance of Tigrinya literature, drama, and music, led by former EPLF fighters who have formed cultural groups like the Mahaber Fikri Sene Tibeb, Art Lovers Association, which publishes the literary magazine Kandil And. 407. Sponsors drama. The historical works of Abba Yitzhak Ghebreyesus and the novels of Musa Aaron are popular, along with an increasing number of works concerning the armed struggle. The American Evangelical Mission has published a Tigrinya English grammar, and Amanu El-Sadal is preparing a new Tigrinya English dictionary. In education Tigrinya is taught in primary grades throughout the highlands and increasing numbers of textbooks are available. Although Eritrea has avoided designating any official national languages, Tigrinya is the most widely used language of commerce and government. Toko Mbia, Gashseti, Alt, Tukumbia, Dukumbia. An important market center for the livestock trade of southeastern Gashseti, Toko Mbia is located on the Gash River in the heart of the Kunama area. It was the site of numerous guerrilla raids during the early armed struggle, but remained in Ethiopian hands until October 1984, when the EPLF overran the Ethiopian garrison. The DERG regained it in 1985, and it was not finally liberated until April 1988. Today it is developing as a thriving commercial and district administrative center, and plans have been made to connect it to both Barantu and Ariza with all-weather roads. Torre, Alt, Teroe. The most northerly of the Sao tribes, the Torre, grazers, inhabit the eastern escarpment of the Central Highlands from the Hadis River to the Semenawi Bari area north of Ginda. The Torre are Muslim agro-pastoralists, most of whom are bilingual in Tigray. Their permanent camps are centered around Agamita. During the colonial period they were divided between two sub-tribes, the Betsara, who were affiliated with the Assawarda tribe as clients, and the Bet Muse, who were bilingual in Tigrinya and came under the political control of the chiefs of Tsanadigal. Tensions between Torre pastoralists and Christian farmers over grazing land has led to several inter-ethnic conflicts, the most recent being the Torre-Tsanadigal War, which was only settled in 1996. The Torre supported the Elf during 408. The early armed struggle, and many fled as refugees in the 1970s. Torre-Tsanadigal War. The land conflict between the Sao-speaking Muslim Torre and the Tigrinya-speaking Christian peasants of Tsanadigal was the most famous and bitter of many similar disputes between lowland pastoralists and highland agriculturists. Because of its ethno-religious overtones the Torre-Tsanadigal conflict was exploited by various political groups to divide the people of the region, and consequently symbolizes the volatile mixture of sectarian, ethnic, and economic disputes that had to be overcome in the process of Eritrean nation building. The dispute can be traced to the Italian colonial period, when Torre pastoralists refused to pay land taxes to Tsanadigal authorities for the use of mid-elevation land around Wa Alita, which Tsanadigal claimed. In 1914 a colonial court ordered the Torre to pay the tax, which they did until 1942. In that year the Torre petitioned the new British administration, BMA, claiming the land was historically theirs, but in August 1946 the BMA decided in favor of Tsanadigal. The BMA decision provoked serious fighting between the two groups on August 15. The British military intervened, imposing collective fines, but raids and ambushes continued between the two groups, leaving about 4 dead. Both sides believed the BMA supported the other, and attempts to adjudicate the dispute in traditional courts failed. The violence was inflamed by the sectarian politics of the time, with the Unionist Party supporting Senegal and the Muslim League supporting the Toure. In April 1950 large-scale fighting again occurred, this time between armed Shifta bands, leaving over 20 dead around Agamita, and in June 60 Ethiopian-supported Shifta arrived from Tigray to lead an attack around Mesquite in which over 60 people died from both sides. Finally, in 1951 the British anti-Shifta measures largely ended the fighting, though raiding continued between the two groups and the dispute was unresolved. 409. In the 1960s the ELF supported Toure claims while the Ethiopians armed at Senegal Bunda in 1971, leading to renewed fighting. The development of the Christian wing of the ELF-PLF at nearby Ala gave the Senegal their first positive relations with nationalist fighters, and in 1977 the Christian militia deserted to the EPLF when Senegal was liberated. As the two fronts sought a unity agreement, the Touré-Senegal conflict became a major concern, and in March 1978 a joint ELF-EPLF commission brought 70 Senegal from Akele Goze together to settle the dispute, but no resolution was reached before the DERG's first offensive overwhelmed the fronts. The dispute festered during the grim military occupation and famines of the 1980s, and erupted again in May 1993 with fighting over firewood collection and grazing in Wa Alita. The EPLF attempted to separate the warring parties, but in June a man was killed, and in July top government officials intervened, led by Ramadan Mohammed Nur. The government established provisional borders and the disputed lower Wa Alita area was designated neutral state land, terra de Manile, in which both sides could graze. But when Senegal peasants attempted to go to their winter croplands around Agamita in October 1993 they were blocked by armed Touré, leading to further government intervention. In June 1994 renewed fighting killed 3 men near Sirkat, and on July 20, Isaias Afwerki met with the two groups' leaders at Diekmhair, advising them that if they did not settle the conflict the government would permanently confiscate the land. Military units were stationed in the area and the antagonists were disarmed. Negotiations then began between the two communities and a complex resolution was eventually reached in which both parties gained access to the disputed lands on a rotational basis. The accord was celebrated in a formal ceremony at Silka in late April 1996, attended by 8,000 members of the two communities, government officials, and President Isaias, who placed great emphasis on the symbolic importance for the entire nation of the resolution of this 84-year-old dispute. 410. Tourism. Tourism first developed in Eritrea under the fascist administration in the 1930s, when the state-owned Chao hotel chain and a detailed guidebook were created to popularize Italy's new African empire. Haile Selassie's government continued to promote tourism in the 1960s, particularly around Misawa, but the armed struggle ended it by the early 1970s. Today Eritrea's coral-lined Red Sea coast and ancient archaeological sites are among the resources which the government hopes will attract foreign tourists. To this end a tourism department was created in 1992, and in March 1994 was elevated to ministry status under the direction of Worku Tesfa Mikhail, who was replaced by Ahmed Haj Ali in 1997. The ministry oversees promotional activities, the development of a resort complex on Dalek Island, scuba diving facilities, the government-owned hotel system, much of which is being privatized, and the government tourism office, which rents cars and guide services. During 1996 Eritrea had 4,000 foreign visitors and tourism directly employed about 3,000. Trade routes, historical. From the South Arabian period through the Aksumite period Eritrea's most important commercial routes led from Adulis to southern Akele Goze and Ethiopia via the Hadis and Kumali river gorges. By the 10th century the route had shifted to the north, with the rise of Misawa, and climbed into the central highlands by several routes, from Digsa in northern Akele Goze, to Asmara in Hamasien. By the 14th century, perhaps because of the inroads of the SAHO in Akele Goze. The most important caravan route to Ethiopia ran through Sirte, and Asmara became an important crossroads of this trade route with medieval pilgrimage routes. Routes of great antiquity but lesser importance ran from the Kabesa to Karen and then westwards through Barka to the Nile Valley, and from the Asab area to central Ethiopia. Most goods were carried by donkey or mule in the highlands, and by camel in the lowlands. 411. Tripartite Unity Forces, Tigran, Haid Silastenya, Arab, Wad al-Salasiyya. A reformist movement in the Elf, the Tripartite Unity Forces were created at the Ansaba Conference in September 1968, when members of the Esla reform movement brought together the leadership of Zonal Commands 3 to 5 to denounce the external leadership of the Supreme Council and the tribalist politics of the leaders of Zones 1 and 2. The movement dissolved in 1970 as most of its members, including Isaias Afwerki and Ramadan Mohammed Nur, left the ELF to form the constituent elements of what became the EPLF. Tsaziga, Hamaseen. The residents of the hereditary ruling family of Hamaseen during the 18th to mid-19th centuries, Tsaziga was founded in the early 17th century by the younger sons of Tesfazian Hshum, ruler of Hamaseen, Cdeqi Teshim, Haziga. Tesfazian's son Habselassie, Habsalas, and grandson, Gabrakristos, expanded the house of Tsaziga's power over most of the Eritrean highlands by the early 18th century, while the three sons of Gabrakristos, Tesfazian, Mamu, and Res Haymanot, extended their rule over northern Tigray and Walkate as well during the 1730s. The high point of Tsaziga's power came under Bar Negashi Solomon, son of Tesfazian, in the 1740s, and is remembered as an era of peace and justice in the highlands. But Solomon's general, Mikael C. Hull, usurped his rule in Tigray and briefly deposed his son, Bakru, in favor of the house of Haziga, beginning a bitter feud that eventually destroyed both houses. Tsaziga retained power over Hamaseen through the 1830s, despite challenges from Haziga, but during the reign of Dej Halutwald the fortunes of the village declined and it was twice burnt, 1865, 1879, by Halu's rival, Wolde Mikael Solomon of Haziga. Halu was succeeded by his grandson, Abarakasa, whose rebellion against Italian colonialism ended the political power of the house. Tsaziga's importance attracted Protestant missionaries to the village in 1872. 412. Prompting to green persecution of Tsaziga priests, and the establishment of a Swedish evangelical mission school after the Italian occupation. The mission school produced some of Eritrea's post-war intellectuals, but all those with education moved to nearby Asmara. Because of its proximity to the city, Tsaziga was held by the Ethiopians throughout the war. Today the population is about 4,600. Tsanadigal, Akele Goze. The highland district of Akele Goze around Sajaniatai populated by Tigrinya-speaking Christian farmers. During the colonial period its population was involved in a bitter conflict with neighboring Muslim pastoralists known as the Tuareg-Tsanadigal War. Tselmi. A traditional form of Risti land tenure in which usufruct rights to land are passed from generation to generation within a family, rather than periodically redistributed as in the Enda-based Risti or DESA systems. This system, the closest that exists to hereditary land ownership in Eritrea, was confined to some districts of Sinhit before the 1994 revision of land laws. Tukuee Hadago, Alt, Tukuye Hadgo. Student leader and key figure in the Eritrean Liberation Movement, Elm, Tukuee was born in Asmara around 1942. He attended high school at Haile Selassie Secondary School, where he was a leading figure in the 1957 student strike. A famous football, soccer, player, he hit a police captain with his head and was arrested. After graduating he played with the Atulis Football Club and in December 1959 was recruited into the Elm when the team was playing in Port Sudan. He became a key Elm organizer in Asmara, where he worked for the Civil Aviation Authority, and in late 1962 helped organize a protest against Eritrea's annexation, for which he was arrested but later released by Police General Tidla Ogbit. He fled to Sudan where he worked with the ELM until its demise, and then joined the ELF. Disillusioned by the assassination of his 413 colleagues Woldegade and Kidane Kinfu, in 1970 he joined Osman Saleh Sab's organization, working in Aden and Sudan. He was killed in an ELF ambush in 1971 while bringing supplies from Port Sudan to ELF PLF fighters in Sahel. Turkey, Ottoman Empire. The Turkish occupation of the Eritrean region during the 16th century marked the beginning of the series of colonial administrations which did so much to shape modern Eritrea. After conquering Egypt in 1517, the Ottoman Turks defeated the Portuguese and other rivals in a long struggle for control of the Red Sea. The architect of Turkey's Red Sea Empire was Özdemir Pasha, who had served as governor of Hijaz, Saudi Arabia, and part of Sudan before he conquered most of Yemen in 1545–48. In 1555 he turned his energies to the Eritrean region, where he planned to create a new province. In 1557 Özdemir landed at Misawa, which he fortified together with Hirgigo, and then expanded into the northern highlands, linking his new conquests with the existing governorate of Suwakin. In 1558 he marched into the Kabesa with an army of 1,000 men, but was defeated in Tigray by Bar Negashi Yeshaq and retired to the coast. Özdemir died in 1560, but the new province of Habesha, governed from Suwakin, survived. In 1561 Bar Negashi Yeshaq invited the Turks back to the highlands, where they built a fortified capital at Debarwe. They held Hamasien until 1567, when Yeshaq again drove them out. They returned in the 1570s at Yeshaq's invitation but in 1578 were decisively defeated by the Ethiopian Emperor Sirsa when they tried to invade Tigray. A final attempt was made in 1588 to invade the highlands in support of a rebel leader in Hamasien, but when this was defeated at the borders of Tigray they retreated to their fortifications around Misawa and Hirgigo, which Sirsa failed to capture in 1589. This resulted in a political division of what is now Eritrea that lasted 300 years, with the coastal lowlands claimed by a foreign colonial power, Turkey. 414. Later Egypt, and the central highlands claimed by the rulers of Tigray. Misawa and the coastal region was administered by a Turkish officer, the Kaymakam, appointed by the governor in Suwakin, which itself soon came under the administration of the governor of Hijaz. The Kaymakam commanded a small Turkish garrison, but during the 17th century the garrison was not replenished and instead married into the local Balu clans, becoming a self-perpetuating aristocracy in Misawa. Real political power passed to the Turkish-appointed Naib of Hirgigo. During the 18th century the fortifications fell into disrepair and commerce stagnated as the Ottoman Empire itself declined. In 1809 direct Turkish control of Misawa was briefly restored before Egypt took control in 1813. Turkish administration was nominally restored in the 1820s, but the Egyptians returned in the 1840s, by which time Turkish rule was strongly influenced by Britain and France. In the 1850s the Sultan banned the slave trade at Misawa under European pressure and further reduced the Naib's power by sending a new garrison, but in 1865 Egypt obtained a permanent lease on the port. Interestingly, most Eritreans made no distinction between the Turks and the Egyptians, whose military officers were largely of similar, Balkan, origins. Both powers were referred to as Turkiya, and in the highlands the Gazat Turkiya, Tigran, Turkish period, is remembered as one of disorder and injustice. The Turks retained their nominal claim to Eritrea even after Eritrea's occupation by Italy, and during the Italo-Turkish War of 1911–12, an Italian fleet based at Misawa bombarded Yemeni ports occupied by Turks. In 1923 the Turks formally renounced their sovereignty over Eritrea and neighboring Red Sea islands in the Treaty of Lausanne. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. The Soviet Union had a long and contradiction-laden relation. 415. Ship with Eritrean nationalism. Beginning in the 1940s, when Russian delegates on the Four Powers Commission first supported Eritrea's return to Italy in hopes of gaining support for the Italian Communist Party in its domestic elections, then, a month later, supported a collective trusteeship. They maintained this latter proposal at the United Nations, with the addition that Assab should be ceded to Ethiopia, and then, in 1950 switched to support for Eritrea's independence. Most of these changes seem to have derived from USSR assessments of their own international interests in their growing Cold War with the United States. Consequently, as long as the US maintained military bases in Eritrea, the Soviet Union gave some support to the movement for Eritrean independence. But until the 1970s it did this discreetly through its Eastern European allies and Somalia, as it also maintained cordial relations with Haile Selassie's government, to which it extended $100 million in economic loans in 1959. This ambiguous situation changed dramatically after the Ethiopian Revolution brought to power the Marxist-oriented DERG. The Russians developed both a pragmatic and a romantic attachment to the new Ethiopian regime, which they saw as a key to their new expansionist African policy and in which they thought they saw parallels with their own revolutionary experience. In December 1976 the Derg negotiated a secret military agreement with the USSR, providing $385 million in arms contingent on Ethiopia's ouster of the US. For a short time the Russians believed they could bring together their clients, Somalia and South Yemen, PDRY, Eritrean nationalists, and Ethiopia in a socialist-oriented regional federation. In March 1977 Fidel Castro toured the region with this proposal, but the plan was rejected by both the ELF and EPLF, as well as Somalia. Following this failure the USSR broke relations with Somalia, which had invaded Ethiopia's Ogaden region, while in May 1977 the Derg's leader, Mengistu Haile Mariam, went to Moscow, where he was promised a further $500 million in arms. 416. During 1977–78 the ELF continued to praise the Soviet Union in an attempt to maintain good relations, and the EPLF refused to publicly criticize the USSR until after 1980. Both fronts clung to their own Marxist idealism and hoped the USSR would change its policy. Instead, the Soviet Union criticized the Eritreans as secessionists and agents of Western imperialism. From December 1977 through March 1978 the USSR supplied modern military equipment to Ethiopia including 400 tanks and 70 MiG fighter bombers. The first Russian weapons and technicians showed up at the Battle of Massawa in late 1977, and following their defeat of the Somalis, the Russians turned on Eritrea in May 1978, leading the newly equipped Ethiopian army with an officer corps of over 200, including the commanding generals, and supplying pilots and technicians. The Soviets also brought in their allies, South Yemen, East Germany, and Cuba to provide, respectively, combat, security, and logistical support. The result was the series of offensives, which almost destroyed the ELF and drove the EPLF back to Sahel. The failure of the first 5 offensives to destroy the EPLF led the Russians to attempt other policies. One was the introduction of poison gas, which began in 1980, but was not widely used. Another was to open negotiations with the Eritrean fronts through Arab and East European allies. These were rejected by the EPLF and Osman Salih Sab, but the ELF pursued them as a means of regaining its position. In January 1980, Idris Osman Galadouas met with Russian diplomats in Beirut, who proposed a limited Ethiopian-Eritrean federation, and from August to November, Ahmed Nasser negotiated with the Derg, USSR, and Italian communists, but failed to reach an agreement. Following this, the Soviets supported the Derg's multifaceted Red Star campaign, and by 1985 had shipped a total of $4 billion in arms to Ethiopia. In return the USSR received much of Ethiopia's hard currency earnings, over half of which still came from trade with the West, and the rights to use Dahlak Island as a naval base. 417. The Derg's failure to defeat the EPLF and its increasing economic problems, highlighted by the 1984-85 famine, led to a change of Soviet policy in 1985 under Gorbachev. By 1988 the USSR was highly critical of the Derg's mechanistic application of Marxist-Leninist ideas and particularly its disastrous collectivization program. The Battle of Afabet, where 3 Soviet officers were captured and 1 killed, also led the USSR to reassess its policies. Military aid began to be scaled back in 1989, but after the disasters of that year a team of top Russian generals visited Ethiopia and recommended one final military aid package in an attempt to stave off the Derg's collapse, probably to protect their massive investment in Ethiopia. In 1990 new arms shipments were sent via Assab, and by 1991 Ethiopia owed the USSR $8.6 billion for arms, which the post-Derg government repudiated. The collapse of the USSR simultaneously with that of the Derg was more than an irony of history, as it was the USSR that enabled the Derg to survive in its last decade. The arms supplied by the Soviet Union certainly lengthened the Eritrean War for independence, and vastly increased its brutality and devastation. Today Eritrea maintains diplomatic relations with the new Russian state, and neither government has raised the issue of war reparations. Unionist Party. The political party that favored Eritrea's unification with Ethiopia and dominated the ensuing federation, 1952-62. The Unionist Party's roots lay in the pro-Ethiopian wing of the early Eritrean nationalist organization, Mahaber Fikri Hager, MFH, from which most of its leadership was drawn, and whose name the party kept in its Tigrinya language title, Mahaber Fikri Hager Ertra Miss Ethiopia. From 1941 the Unionist wing of the original MFH had been funded and guided by Haile Selassie's Ethiopian government, whose strategy was to gain the support of the Tigrinya-speaking Christian population of the Kebessa by appealing to the historical and cultural links they shared with northern Ethiopia. The emperor enlisted the Orthodox Church, led by its Eritrean bishop, Abuna. 418. Marcos, to gain support among rural Tigrinya/Christians, while in Asmara the Unionists appealed to this community's resentments against the economically prosperous Italian population and Muslim, frequently Arab, merchant community, both of which seemed to have the favor of the British administration, B.A. Unionist members of the MFH helped instigate the 1944 police strike, and in July 1946 their pro-Ethiopian demonstrations led to clashes with the B.A., followed by anti-Arab rioting and the shooting deaths of 4 Unionists by the Sudan Defense Force, SDF, garrison in early August, followed by the August 28 massacre of 46 Christians. These events, combined with rural violence by anti-Italian Shifta and Muslim Christian feuds such as the Turret-Senegal War, all brought the Unionists growing support among Tigrinya-speaking Christians. Woldemariam's attempt to find a political compromise capable of reuniting Eritrea's divided population led to the Wala-Bet-Girgis Conference of November, but this reconciliation attempt was derailed by an extreme Unionist coup that overthrew the more moderate MFH leadership, Gebremeskel Woldu, and replaced it with a new pro-Ethiopian leadership that included Honorary President Kidane Mariam Gebremeskel, Vice President Saleh Kekiya, Secretary General Tidla Beru and Assistant Secretary Herget Abai. These officers, led by the dynamic Tidla, officially registered the Unionist Party in Asmara on January 1, 1947. The Unionists concentrated their political organization on the Christian population of the Kebessa, but they also gained the support of few Muslim Djibouti merchants and members of the aristocratic classes of some lowland tribes. To keep their support they extolled existing cultural links to Ethiopia and reminded their constituents of the injustices of European colonial rule and past Muslim domination, see Egypt, Turkey, in publications like Ethiopia, the party newspaper. They also employed intimidation and terrorism, as well as monetary subsidies and offers of future political positions, to ensure the highland. 419. Population's loyalty as the Four Powers Commission and then the United Nations, UN, Commission of Investigation toured the country. By 1947 they claimed the support of an estimated 44.8% of the population, including 71.6% in the Kbesa. During 1949, however, as they lost support to the independence bloc and feared a UN decision favoring Eritrean independence, they stepped up a campaign of violence that employed Shifta brigands based in Tigray and urban terrorism, culminating in the February 1950 rioting in Asmara that left 47 dead. Once the decision on federation was made, the Unionist Party concentrated on gaining elected power in the Eritrean Assembly, where in 1952 they won 32 of 68 seats, forming the largest party but not a majority. They gained control of the assembly through an alliance with the Muslim League of the Western Province, and this enabled them to elect Beru as Eritrean chief executive. The Unionists proceeded to monopolize the disposition of official positions and government jobs, which abounded during the Eritreanization of the civil service. Political patronage increased buttressed their popularity, but many Unionists also became attached to Eritrea's autonomous institutions, including the chief executive. This led to divisions in the party as Ethiopia pressed for complete unification. The Ethiopians took advantage of Beru's unpopularity to remove him in 1955, and thereafter the party's leader, Kashi Troskabramariam, and the new chief executive, Asfaha Wolde Mikael, were mere creatures of the Ethiopian throne. The elections of 1956 and 1960 returned ever larger Unionist majorities, but the party's leaders still had difficulty in obtaining an assembly vote for complete annexation. When this was achieved in November 1962, what was left of the party was bought off with Ethiopian pensions and sinecures, after which it ceased to exist, as political parties were illegal in Haile Selassie's Ethiopia. Nonetheless, Unionist politicians continued to dominate much of Eritrea's local government into the early 1970s. 420. When many became disillusioned with Ethiopian rule and, ironically, turned to support Eritrean nationalism. United Nations. Eritrea has been called a child, or better an orphan, of the United Nations, UN, because its political future was decided by the international body in 1950. The Eritrean question was put before the UN on September 15, 1948, following the failure of the four powers to arrive at a decision. Initially, Eritrea's future was tied to that of Italy's other African colonies, Libya and Somalia. At the Third General Assembly in 1949, Britain and Italy almost succeeded in partitioning Eritrea between Ethiopia and Sudan under their Bevins-Forza plan, but this was rejected because of a dispute over Libya. A number of Eritreans spoke before the General Assembly in May 1949, including Ibrahim Sultan Ali and Beru. After deciding the fate of Libya and Somalia, on November 21, 1949, a UN subcommittee decided to postpone the decision on Eritrea until the Fourth General Assembly and send a committee of investigation to the country, composed of representatives of Burma, Guatemala, Norway, Pakistan, and South Africa. The Ethiopian government and Unionist Party stepped up their terrorist campaign before the committee's arrival on February 12, 1950, and during February 21 to 23 Asmara was racked by severe intercommunal violence, prompting the UN committee to protest to the British administration, BA, which in turn protested to Ethiopia. The committee's investigation was even more disorganized and less systematic than that of the four powers, and after leaving Eritrea, April 8, they drafted three separate reports. The Norwegian member recommended Eritrea's unification with Ethiopia, the Burmese and South African recommended a federation between the two, and the Pakistani and Guatemalan recommended independence after a T-Nair trusteeship. The reports were submitted to the Interim Committee on Eritrea on July 13, but no decision could be reached because Italy, its Latin American supporters and a number of Muslim countries preferred 421 independence, while the Western powers preferred union with Ethiopia. The matter was then turned over to an ad hoc political committee where the United States lobbied hard for federation, which the Ethiopian government now supported. On November 26 the ad hoc committee adopted a largely U.S. drafted resolution on federation, which the Fifth General Assembly approved on December 2, 1950, by 46 votes to 10, as UN Resolution 390A, v. The BA was retained as the administering power, but a UN High Commissioner, Ans Macienzo, was appointed to oversee the transition to federation, which took place on September 15, 1952. The UN federation scheme left Ethiopia with tremendous power, see federation, and no provisions were included for ensuring that it did not violate the terms of the Undrafted Federal Act, although Macienzo in his final report noted that the UN retained a general right to intervene as the UN resolution on Eritrea remained an international instrument and, if violated, the General Assembly could be seized of the matter. Final report UNHC, ch2, p1. The UN did create a tribunal to oversee the disposition of former Italian parastatal companies. Eritrean nationalists submitted a number of petitions to this body, which sat in Asmara until June 1954, protesting Ethiopian encroachment on Eritrea's unmandated autonomy, but the tribunal was not charged with these issues and failed to forward them to the Secretary General. In 1957 Mohammed Omar Kadi took a petition signed by prominent Eritreans to the UN General Assembly in New York, but received no response, and similar petitions made by Ibrahim Sultan in 1962, and Idris Mohammed Adem in 1963 had no effect. Eritrean attempts to lobby the UN during the 1960s to 70s through sympathetic Arab countries were likewise blocked. During the 1980s, Barakit Habd Selassie acted as the EPLF's representative to the UN, and although his arguments that UN resolutions dealing with decolonization could be applied to Eritrea were legally valid, the issue was never taken up. 422. It was only in 1991, after the new Ethiopian government agreed to support Eritrea's right to self-determination and wrote a letter to the UN Secretary-General to this effect, that the UN turned its attention to Eritrea, approving a UN observer mission, UNOVER, to ensure the validity of the Eritrean referendum. Eritrea joined the UN on May 28, 1993, and on September 30, President Isaias Afwerki addressed the 48th General Assembly, remarking, "As I speak here today, I cannot help but remember the appeals we sent year in and out to this assembly, describing the plight of our people and asking for legitimate sympathy, support, and recognition. But the United Nations refused to raise its voice in the defense of a people whose future it had unjustly decided and whom it had pledged to protect." Isaias went on to ask for increased international aid for his war-torn country and other marginalized African countries, but the UN High Commission for Refugees, UNCRR, response to Eritrea's plea for massive aid for the repatriation of war refugees was very limited. On October 23, 1993, the UN Development Programme, UNDP, opened an office in Asmara intended to coordinate a number of UN programs, FAO, UNCRR, UNICEF, to provide help with developing areas for refugee resettlement and other tasks, but the controversies concerning repatriation and UN officials' criticisms of Eritrea's insistence on ultimate control over the programs led to a series of disputes during 1993–94. These were overcome with the acceptance of Eritrea's preferred repatriation plan, but as relations with Sudan deteriorated, tensions again mounted with UNCRR officials over screening repatriating refugees from Sudan, and in May 1997 the entire UNCRR foreign staff was expelled. Eritrea also has been a vocal critic of the UN's failed policies in Somalia, Rwanda, and former Zaire, Congo. Outside the refugee sector, relations with UN agencies have been better. In April 1994, UNICEF 423 agreed to a 4-year plan for aid in healthcare and education, and other initiatives have followed. United States of America. The United States was instrumental in the 1950 United Nations, UN, decision to feed rate Eritrea with Ethiopia, and it supported Haile Selassie's control over Eritrea during 1953–74 with military and economic aid. American interest in Eritrea developed out of two quite different concerns. The primary one was to maintain access to military bases in Eritrea, the most important being the military communications base that the United States operated in Asmara from 1942 onwards, which was renamed Kagnew Station in 1953 and remained a key component of U.S. Cold War strategies until 1973. In addition, the U.S. Navy also wanted to maintain access to port facilities at Misawa, which it had been using since 1941. The second concern of the United States during the 1940s to 1960s was to support Haile Selassie for political reasons having to do with his international stature as the leader of independent Africa and as an opponent of fascism, colonialism, and racism. These two interests converged in U.S. support for some form of unification between Eritrea and Ethiopia. During the Four Powers discussions on Eritrea's future, the United States largely followed Britain's lead. Although they first proposed an international trusteeship, by 1948 U.S. delegates were proposing a partition plan that called for outright unification of Denkel, Akele Goze, and Sirte with Ethiopia and a trusteeship over the remaining area. At the UN in 1949 the U.S. supported Britain's Bevan-Sforza plan, but when this failed Americans began to lobby for federation as a compromise solution that would still give Ethiopia sovereignty over the increasingly valuable Eritrean military bases. U.S. support for Ethiopia was reinforced by Haile Selassie's offer of a battalion to serve in the Korean War, and following this, in the summer of 1950, the U.S. obtained British and Italian support for federation, leading to the largely U.S. drafted Federal Act being adopted by the UN in December. 424. Following Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia, the United States negotiated a 25-year lease on Kagnew Station and rights to use Misawa Port in a mutual defense assistance agreement signed on May 22, 1953. In return for these facilities, the U.S. was to pay rent on the bases and provide military training and equipment for a 30,000-man army. A U.S. Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAAG, arrived and the United States provided an average of $5 million in military aid per year during the 1950s. U.S. economic aid, increased purchase of Ethiopian exports and assistance in obtaining World Bank funds also followed. Because of the Kagnew base, much U.S. spending went into the Asmara economy, while aid projects like the Point 4 Technical School, Nursing School, and U.S. Information Service Library benefited the city. In 1962 the first group of Peace Corps teachers arrived in Eritrea. In 1960 a new agreement was negotiated increasing U.S. military aid to an average $10 million per year and providing for a 40,000-man army. In return, Haile Selassie supported the United States in the Congo, and in 1963 the United States obtained rights to use Gura Airfield for a military mapping project that later aided counterinsurgency operations against the ELF. As the conflict in Eritrea developed, and war with the Soviet-supported Somalis loomed, military aid was further increased, including a squadron of 12 F-5 jet fighter planes in 1964 and the first group of 55 U.S. counterinsurgency warfare specialists attached to MAAG specifically for operations in Eritrea. In 1965, the counterinsurgency team, codenamed Delta, was increased to 164, but in 1966 was largely replaced by Israelis. By the early 1970s the United States was concerned about the spread of the armed struggle in Eritrea, where ELF units had kidnapped U.S. personnel and sabotaged Kagnew. U.S. policymakers were disturbed by Haile Selassie's failure to restructure his autocratic government and the specter of political instability that loomed over his empire. In 1973 the U.S. drastically cut back its Kagnew operations, and began to decrease its military aid to Ethiopia. But by 1974, when Haile Selassie was over 425 throne, the United States had given Ethiopia $253 million in military aid and $363 million in economic aid. Despite its anti-U.S. rhetoric, the DERG continued to receive U.S. weapons during 1975–77, most of which ended up in Eritrea. Although direct aid decreased, the Derg purchased $100 million of military equipment in 1975, and in 1976 bought 16 F-5Es for $72 million as well as other supplies. President Carter's condemnation of the Derg's human rights abuses and a secret agreement between the Derg and USSR led to U.S. withdrawal from Eritrea in early 1977 and a halt in U.S. weapons deliveries at the end of the year, but $1 million in non-lethal military equipment and $10 million in economic aid still was delivered to Ethiopia in 1978. During the 1978-88 decade, the United States criticized the USSR's support of the Derg's war in Eritrea, but made no attempt to aid Eritrean nationalists and continued to supply economic aid to Ethiopia through the International Development Agency and World Bank, $300 million during 1976-82. After famine struck, the United States supplied Ethiopia with $270 billion in food aid during 1984-88, about one quarter of which went to Derg-controlled Eritrea. Although the United States also was beginning to supply large quantities of food aid to liberated Eritrea through the Lutheran World Relief Council during this period, and the EPLF had dropped its anti-Western rhetoric for a more pragmatic foreign policy, it was not until after the EPLF victory at Afabet that U.S. policy began to shift. In April 1988, President Reagan condemned the Derg for its policy of starvation in Tigray and Eritrea, and in September 1989 former President Carter began a series of peace negotiations between EPLF and Derg representatives that had U.S. government blessing. The issue of food aid for the liberated zones was the opening wedge for this new diplomatic initiative, but there was clearly a new recognition among U.S. policymakers, led by Herman Cohen, that the EPLF and TPLF would soon be equal to the Derg, while the role of the USSR in the region was fast diminishing. In January 1990, U.S. congressional staffers visited 426 liberated Eritrea, and in February Cohen testified at a Senate hearing that Eritreans had the right to self-determination, marking a complete change in U.S. policy. Immediately after this, the EPLF was given access to U.S. diplomats and established a mission in Washington, D.C. In February 1991, Isaias Afwerki visited Washington and discussed peace negotiations with Ethiopia. In early May, the Derg, EPLF, and EPIRDF, Tigrayeen People's Liberation Front, agreed to hold a peace conference in London, but when it took place during May 27 to 29, the Derg had already collapsed, and instead the conference was used to organize a U.S. sanctioned transition to power for the EPLF and EPIRDF. United States support for the 1993 referendum helped smooth international acceptance of Eritrea's independence, and it marked a new and increasingly close relationship between the United States and EPLF. During the transition to independence, the U.S. provided food aid to sustain the population and the beginnings of a military aid program based on mutual interests in protecting the region against the spread of Islamist movements based in Sudan. Eritrea supported the United States in the 1991 Gulf War against Iraq, and U.S. diplomacy was involved in the development of relations between Eritrea and Israel, culminating in the U.S. airlift of Isaias to Israel for emergency medical treatment in 1993. Beginning in 1992, the United States was also interested in obtaining Eritrean diplomatic aid in Somalia, and in 1993 Eritrean intervention helped extricate U.S. troops. A U.S. representative was posted to Eritrea in August 1992, and after some heated discussions the former U.S. consulate in Asmara was returned for use as a new embassy, which opened immediately after the referendum. U.S. aid programs opened offices in the summer of 1993, and in August a U.S. military mission visited to discuss military aid and port visiting privileges. During September-October, President Isaias visited the United States and held diplomatic discussions concerning further bilateral ties as well as a public meeting with the large Eritrean diaspora community. During 1994, U.S. Navy 427 teams cleared wrecked ships from Massawa Harbor and helped rebuild the hospital there, while on May 20 an agreement was signed to re-establish the Peace Corps in Eritrea, with the first group of 25 volunteers arriving in June 1995. In 1995 the U.S. Navy returned to help reconstruct some Misawa industries, while the United States pledged $13.2 million in development aid and a further $6.2 million in food aid. In September 1996, the U.S. pledged a further $20 million in food aid through 1998. Today cooperation and development agreements in a number of fields link the United States and Eritrea, including the University of Asmara and refugee resettlement programs, while both military aid and diplomatic cooperation mark a joint policy to counter the National Islamic Front government in Sudan. University of Asmara. Eritrea's national university since 1992, the University of Asmara, UABE, was originally founded in 1958 as the Catholic College of Santa Famiglia on the grounds of an existing Catholic women's high school. The college was staffed by Italian teaching sisters and served the Eritrean middle class until 1967, when it was incorporated into the Ethiopian national university system as the University of Asmara. But it continued to be staffed largely by Catholic sisters, and until 1972 the language of instruction was Italian rather than English. The university had a mediocre reputation, and Eritrean students who could pass the entrance qualifications preferred to attend Haile Selassie University in Addis Ababa or other Ethiopian technical colleges. The UABE's religious orientation and mediocrity was clearly preferred by the Ethiopian government, which had no intention of allowing the university to become a center of Eritrean intellectual activity or nationalism. Nonetheless, during 1972–74 many UABE students joined nationalist student organizations, and in 1975 many left to join the liberation fronts rather than serve in the Derg's rural reform campaigns, Zamecha. The university was largely closed during 1977–79, and reopened in 1980 as part of the Derg's educational 428 system, which attempted to obliterate its Eritrean characteristics by replacing much of its teaching staff with Ethiopians and importing non-Eritrean students, 75% by 1990. The university declined until its own staff described it as a glorified high school, and in September 1990 its staff, students, books and equipment, computers, laboratories, etc., were all transferred to southern Ethiopia. When the EPLF arrived in 1991 all that was left were the buildings, which were used to provide extension courses for fighters, many of whom had left their studies in 1975. By 1992 a number of Eritrean and expatriate Catholic staff had returned, including Eritrean academics from other Ethiopian institutions, and in the fall the UABE began to offer its first regular classes. In the meantime the PGE government had taken a strong interest in rebuilding the university as the core of a national education program designed to provide teachers for secondary schools and to increase Eritrea's self-sufficiency in technical and scientific fields. In 1992 an international symposium brought together Eritrean diaspora academics and concerned foreigners to develop a long-term institutional plan. Unfortunately, conflicts between staff and administration marred much of 1993, but in September a new president, Dr. Wolde Isaac, was appointed and began implementing the International Symposium's recommendations and obtaining international support for academic development. UABE reopened in January 1994 with over 800 full-time day students and a larger number of night students, largely ex-fighters and government employees. Linkage programs were developed with various foreign universities to give Eritrean academics access to overseas training and provide funding, equipment and expatriate staff for the university. As of 1997, linkages include German and Australian university connections with engineering, Norwegian and Finnish links with education, Dutch and Italian links with agriculture, American links with archaeology, law and health, and Swedish links with natural sciences. 429. By 1996 the university had over 2,500 full-time students, and in 1997 520 students graduated with bachelor's degrees. Problems still facing the university include the poor level of education among entering students, the small number of female students able to pass qualifying tests, only 11.7% of students in 1994/95, the overwhelming preponderance of Tigrinya-speaking Christian students, over 90% of full-time students in 1993/94, and the continuing shortage of academic staff and equipment. But the enthusiasm of Eritreans for higher education, the high level of foreign interest, and the government's strong support, promise a bright future for the university. W. WALA Betgirgis, Tigran, Betgirgis meeting. One of the key events in the development of Eritrean nationalist politics, the Betgirgis, Alt, Betgeorgis, meeting was held during November 22 to 23, 1946, in the forested eastern suburb of Asmara named for its Orthodox church dedicated to St. George. The meeting was organized during early November by Abdul Qadir Kabir, Gebremeskel Woldu, Mohammed Omar Khadi, Woldeb Woldemariam, and other moderate leaders of the Mahaber Fikri Hagar, MFH, Nationalist Front in an attempt to avoid the organization's permanent division into hostile pro-independence and pro-Ethiopian unionist factions following widespread sectarian violence, see Touret's-Senegal War, and in anticipation of the British administration's moves to legalize political parties. In a 12-point draft submitted to the WALA, Woldeb proposed to bring the two sides together with a compromise plan for conditional union, Tigran, Hibret Biwal, between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which in many respects prefigured their later federation. Woldeb's proposal was rejected by the pro-Ethiopian faction, led by Orthodox Bishop Abuna Marcos Tidlaberu and the Ethiopian liaison officer, Colonel Nega Haile Selassie. The extreme unionists favored 430. Unconditional union, and on the night of November 22 organized a virtual coup against the moderate MFH leader Gebremeskel Woldu, replacing him with a pro-Ethiopian faction that formed the leadership of the new Unionist Party. On November 23, Woldeb and the moderates were confronted by the new leadership, supported by armed members of Andinet, and Tidlaberu launched a vicious personal attack on Woldeb. The WALA then dispersed, with Tidla supporters forming the Unionist Party and independentists joining the Muslim League or, a little later, the Liberal Progressive Party. Woki Duba, Hamasin. A small village in Deqi Teshim district, today numbering about 900 people, Woki Duba has a tragic place in Eritrean history. On July 17, 1877, it was the site of the battle in which Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon defeated Dej Halutwald Methin of Tsazaga, killing him, his sons, and massacring a Swedish missionary and several others in the village church. A century later, during the armed struggle, Woki Duba was held jointly by the ELF and EPLF in October 1974, when it was the site of an important gathering of civilians and liberation forces during negotiations for a ceasefire in the First Civil War, Tsazaga. But on February 2, 1975, during an engagement with the liberation fronts, the Ethiopian army massacred 103 villagers who had taken refuge in the church, prompting most of the villagers to flee to Sudan as refugees or join the EPLF. Woldeb Woldemariam, 1905 to 1995. The leading Tigrinya-speaking Christian figure in the early Eritrean nationalist movement, Woldeb was born at Adi Zarna in Sirte on April 27, 1905. His parents were immigrants from Tigray, his father from Adi Kalit near Aksum and his mother from Shire, but they had a relatively prosperous Risti farm on which Woldeb worked as a boy. His father sent Woldeb and most of his 8 siblings to the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, school at Menfera. 431. Where Woldeb excelled and consequently attended the SEM seminary at Baleza from 1926 to 30. In 1931 Woldeb was assigned to teach at the SEM school in Susanna, among the Kunama people, where he remained until 1935, when he returned to Asmara to direct the SEM school system in Eritrea. During this period Woldeb worked to regularize and popularize the writing of Tigrinya, and in 1932 he published the first Tigrinya grammar, Fidel Tigrinya, followed by his Architemhire, Student's Friend, in 1942, both of which became standard textbooks for the Eritrean school system through 1960. He remained director of SEM schools until 1942, when the British administration enlisted him to direct and edit its Tigrinya language newspaper, the Simuna Gazeta, published weekly by the British Information Service. Woldeb was already a leading Eritrean figure in the influential Protestant community, and the newspaper increased Woldeb's political stature. He was a founding member of the Mahaber Fikri Hager, MFH, but unlike most Protestants, Woldeb hesitated to support calls for Eritrea's unification with Ethiopia. His fears of Ethiopian domination were confirmed when he visited Addis Ababa in 1943, following his marriage to Abarish Yidigo. Although both he and his wife had many relatives in Addis, including leading members of the Protestant community of Mikan Jesus, Woldeb was dismayed by the corruption and poverty of Haile Selassie's state. He returned to Eritrea determined to find an alternative political future involving independence, perhaps in some form of union with Tigray. Pan-Tigrine sentiments were encouraged by some British administrators and Ras Tessima Asperum, and in 1945 Woldeb edited articles in the Simuna Gazeta supporting this policy. By 1946, Woldeb advocated a British trusteeship for Eritrea, followed by independence. But in October, as the MFH was splintering following intercommunal violence and Ethiopian support for a pro-unionist faction, Woldeb brought together both Muslim and Christian nationalists for the Wa Bet Girgis meeting, where he 432 advocated a conditional federation between Eritrea and Ethiopia in an attempt to preserve the movement's unity. After the failure of this compromise, and the founding of other political parties, in February he co-founded the Eritrean Liberal Progressive Party, LPP, but continued to edit the Simuna Gazeta until 1948. His pro-independence stand, which he returned to following the Wa Bet Girgis failure, alienated Woldeb from much of the Christian community and made him the target of 7 unionist assassination attempts during 1947–53, the first 2 in June and July 1947. But Woldeb continued to advocate Eritrean unity and independence, working closely with Abdul Qadir Kabir and Ibrahim Sultan Ali. In 1949 Woldeb founded the Independent Eritrea Party and joined the Independence Bloc, participating in the delegation which argued Eritrea's case at the United Nations. In 1950 he became editor of the bloc's Tigrinya newspaper, Hanti Ertra, One Eritrea, and suffered 3 more assassination attempts. Following the UN decision to federate Eritrea and Ethiopia, Woldeb became Vice Secretary General of the Eritrean Democratic Front, successor to the Independence Bloc, and began working to create national labor organizations as a means of building a mass party capable of resisting Ethiopian encroachment on Eritrean autonomy. He suffered another attempt on his life in 1951, but continued to work for Eritrean autonomy under the new political regime, authoring constitutional provisions safeguarding freedom of assembly and labor organization, translating the new constitution into Tigrinya, and in November–December 1952 organizing the new Syndicate of Free Eritrean Labor Unions, which elected him president. Woldeb represented a serious threat to Unionist and Ethiopian domination, and in February 1953 he was attacked again, this time sustaining serious wounds which left him hospitalized for 5 months. Nonetheless, he was elected to the Eritrean Assembly in a by-election for his Asmara district of Gazakenisha, but his election was annulled by Tidlabaruk. In the summer of 1953, under intense political pressure, Woldeb sought asylum in 433 Egypt, leaving his wife and 4 young children in Eritrea. In Cairo he had difficulty continuing his political activity until 1956, when the Nasser government, see Egypt, enabled him to make Tigrinya radio broadcasts into Eritrea for a few months beginning in early June. In 1957 he worked with Mohammed Omar Khadi in a vain attempt to bring the Eritrean case to the UN's attention, but the sectarian politics of most of the Muslim exile community in Cairo left Woldeb isolated until 1959. With the rise of the secular Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, whose labor-oriented political program coincided with Woldeb's own political vision, he returned to political activity, serving as the ELM's Cairo representative from 1961 through 1964, when he criticized the leader's decision to send a separate military force into Eritrea in rivalry with the ELF. Woldeb then participated in the Eritrean unity movement of the late 1960s along with Mahmoud Said Nawd, but his was a relatively isolated political voice until 1970, when Osman Salih Sab invited him to join the Foreign Office of the newly formed ELF-PLF. He remained associated with the Foreign Office, along with other prominent nationalists of earlier generations, until its demise in 1976, after which he was again isolated during the struggle between the ELF and EPLF. The EPLF leadership, however, recognized Woldeb, as well as Ibrahim Sultan, as heroic figures of the early nationalist movement, and during the late 1970s won Woldeb over to their views on internal politics. In 1982 the EPLF assisted Woldeb to move from Cairo to Rome, where he helped with EPLF public relations. In 1987 he returned to Eritrea for the first time to attend the Second and Unity Congress of the EPLF in Sahel, making a moving speech on the need for national unity. His eulogy of Ibrahim Sultan a few months later reasserted Woldeb's commitment to national unity, which he had made the cornerstone of his political career from the 1940s. In a 1983 interview he told this author, "I always said, I am not a Christian, I am not a Highlander. I am an Eritrean." 434. Woldeb rejoined his wife in Asmara following liberation, where he died May 15, 1995. His funeral was attended by the president and hundreds of thousands of mourners, who all lauded the man who many see as the father of both modern Eritrea and modern literary Tigrinya. Wolde Mikael Solomon, RAS, 1823–1906. Leader of the House of Hazaga in its power struggle with Tsazaga, RAS Wolde Mikael, Woldenkiel, spent much of his life as a rebel shifta in an attempt to maintain his claim to local power caught between competing imperialisms. He holds a controversial place in Eritrean history, for he represents both the quest for independence in the pre-colonial period, but at the same time his personal ambition created many blood feuds, and his own cruelty led to the destruction and depopulation of much of Hamasien and Sinhit. Wolde Mikael was born to Ait Solomon, Lord of Hazaga, and Ilni Hagos, who struggled to maintain power over Hamasien after her husband's death. In 1850–51 Ilni's attempt, aided by Wolde Mikael and his brother Murid, ended in disaster, and the brothers fled to Tigray, returning in 1855 for revenge in their blood feuds with Dambezan and Tsazaga. In 1856 they allied themselves with Aganegusi, nephew of Dej. Wube, and Murid briefly ruled Hamasien while his brother served as military leader in continual battles with the forces of Tudros and Dej. Halu of Tsazaga. With Negusi's fall the brothers lost power, Murid was imprisoned at Magdala, and in 1860 Wolde Mikael submitted to Dej. Halu, receiving the lordship of Minabizire, Hazaga, without its traditional district of Amatsi. In 1864–65 the loss of Amatsi caused Wolde Mikael to rebel against Halu and burn his rival's village, but in January 1866 he lost to Halu in a battle at Asmara. Wolde Mikael then turned to the rising Tigrine leader, Kassa Murtcha, Johannes IV, for aid, and in 1868, following Britain's defeat of Tudros, his alliance, sealed by marriage to Kassa's cousin, gained him the lordship of Hamasien. Wolde Mikael's attempt to 435 break free of Kassa in 1869 led to his arrest, however, and he was retained at the new emperor's court for much of the period through 1875, while the Tigrine leader, Wagsham Gabru, governed the Eritrean highlands. Wolde Mikael fought on Johannes IV's side against Egypt at the Battle of Gundet in 1875, but fell out with the emperor over his general Alula's confiscation of the 700 rifles Wolde Mikael's followers had captured. Wolde Mikael then turned to the Egyptians, who raised him to the rank of RAS in 1876, but after their defeat at Gura, Woldemikael retreated to Hal, raiding Ras Alula's governorate of the Marab Melash with an army that numbered some 7,000 Highlanders, 3,000 armed with Egyptian-supplied rifles. In 1877 he retook control over Hamasien, killing Dej Halu at Woki Duba. Woldemikael established Hazaga as his administrative center, but his independent rule of the Marab Melash became a crucial diplomatic issue in negotiations between Egypt and Johannes, with the former abandoning him in May 1878. In September, Alula returned with the Tigrine army and forced Woldemikael's submission, but allowed him to remain RAS of Hamasien until 1879, when he tricked him into coming unarmed to his camp at Gura, arrested him and sent him to Johannes IV, who imprisoned him and his sons on Amba Salama in Tigray. Ras Alula kept him in prison even after Johannes's death, but in 1891 Woldemikael escaped and was pardoned by Ras Mengesha, who hoped to use him in his struggle to regain the Marab Melash from Italian rule. He fought against the Italians at Quadi and Adwa, but failed to receive the compensation he expected from Menelik II, and died in 1906 at Adwa with his family's fortunes unrestored. Women's organizations. One of the more profound social changes wrought by the nationalist movement has been the struggle to liberate women from the inferior status forced on them by the traditional laws and customs of all Eritrean ethnic groups except the Kunama. This struggle produced the women's organizations which first 436 developed in the liberation fronts during the 1970s, and has been led largely by urban Eritreans whose access to modern education had inspired them to reject oppressive customs. The struggle for women's emancipation has involved attempts to change both specific traditional legal disabilities against women, and to change the even more pervasive cultural norms which required women to remain in a social position inferior to men. The most important legal disabilities were those regarding the rights of marriage, divorce, and inheritance. In the traditional legal systems of both the highlands and lowlands, among both Christians and Muslims, women's marriages were arranged shortly after puberty by their male guardians, were subject to the payment of dowries and bride prices, and involved the transfer of property, whether land or animals, between males only, so that unmarried or divorced women were largely excluded from property ownership. Among Muslim people, divorces were also legally difficult for women to obtain, while among all traditional cultures the alternatives for unmarried women were continued control by their father/guardian, extreme poverty, or prostitution. The primary function of women in all societies was seen as the production of male heirs, while both Christian and Muslim customs requiring a woman's deference and subservience to male family members, seclusion or avoidance of male company in public, and widespread female circumcision all reinforced women's legal disabilities and kept women from taking part in family or community decisions or most aspects of public life. And even when education did become more widely available to women in the 1940s, the maxim of education for boys, marriage for girls continued to prevail among most families. In the 1950s, increasing urbanization and access to modern education produced the first generation of Eritreans to criticize the effects of women's inferior social status, but even the relatively progressive First Eritrean Constitution, 1952-62, reserved the right to vote to men. During the 1950s, the early nationalist movement provided one opportunity for urban women to take part in 437 community political activities, and women were conspicuously involved in early student protests and labor strikes. Women's cells were organized by both the ELM and ELF, with the first ELF women's cell formed in 1963 in Kassala. Women participated in sabotage and assassination activities carried out by male Fedayeen, urban guerrillas, often by luring Ethiopian military officers into traps using sexual enticements. But when women attempted to join ELF fighting units, they were humiliated and rejected. Women did join the non-combatant departments of the front, however, and by the late 1960s there were hundreds involved in underground urban cells or working in ELF offices, healthcare clinics and education programs in Sudan. During the 1960s, student organizations began to discuss women's emancipation, and through the nationalist movement's student cells women came to the ELF and PLF during 1972–73 demanding to be given military training. In 1973 both fronts accepted their first women fighters, all of whom were students. Interviews given by the first women fighters reveal that the early EPLF, PLF, was more sensitive to integrating them into combat units, and by 1975 the front had decided to give women separate military training, while by the same year in the ELF women fighters complained of sexual harassment. The EPLF also recruited women's cells in towns and villages, and women participated in the same types of intelligence gathering, sabotage and assassination activities as they had in support of ELF Fedayeen. These women's cells formed the foundation of the women's associations created by both fronts, including the General Union of Eritrean Women created by the ELF in 1975 and led by Ama Melakan, a Bilan graduate of Cairo University. But in the ELF there was resistance to substantive women's participation from the many traditionally oriented Muslim men in the original leadership, and the front was never completely committed to supporting women's equality in the Western Lowlands and Sindh where its main base of support lay. In contrast, the EPLF leadership viewed women's emancipation as a fundamental element of the social 438 revolution it was implementing in the rural areas of Eritrea during 1975–78, and its women's association members took an active part in village social and economic reforms, while thousands of uneducated rural women joined the front during the late 1970s, often to escape patriarchal social controls. In 1978 the EPLF abolished child and forced marriages in areas under its control, guaranteeing women the right to divorce and equal rights to family property, while political organizers and health workers tried to change people's attitudes concerning customs such as seclusion and female circumcision. Although many of these social programs were swept away by the Ethiopian offensives of the late 1970s, the EPLF's commitment to women's emancipation was a key element in its successful mobilization of the Eritrean population in support of the nationalist movement, while gender relations within the front itself provided a model for a future egalitarian society. In November 1979, the EPLF Women's Association held a national congress in Sahel and created the National Union of Eritrean Women, NUEWMN, covering the diaspora community, Ethiopia, where many EPLF women fighters were recruited, and its branches inside Eritrea. Askalu Rios was elected chairwoman of the organization. Although she sat on the EPLF Central Committee, CC, women remained poorly represented in the front's leadership, due to lack of education, according to the front, with only 6 on the first CC and none on its ruling political committee. But the number of women fighters continued to increase during the 1980s, until by liberation roughly 35% of the EPLF's 95,000 fighters were women, and women had risen from early positions as squad leaders to become platoon commanders. After liberation the struggle to emancipate women became more complicated, despite the new government's support for continuing reforms and national laws guaranteeing economic and political equality. Eritrean civilian society remained largely attached to traditional attitudes towards women's social status, and the alternative model presented by EPLF fighter culture was somewhat eroded. 439. By the disproportionate demobilization of women fighters, 20,000 of whom left the EPLA by 1995. The NUEWMN was also reorganized as an independent, non-governmental association in September 1992, when its 120,000 members, 45,000 in Asmara, sent 509 delegates to its 4th Congress. Although the government initiated programs such as the reservation of seats for women at all levels of political representation and the application of national service laws to women as well as men, other aspects of post-liberation Eritrea disturbed women's rights advocates, including the pressure on women fighters to return to traditional civilian roles, the increase of divorces among married fighters as relatives put pressure on men to have children, and many women fighters found the years of brutal combat had left them sterile, and a general retreat from the activist social programs of the war years in rural areas where tradition was most deeply embedded and over 95% of women remained illiterate. Confronting these issues, the NUEWMN was racked by internal conflicts over whether its role should be that of a service organization and activist political movement. At the local level, however, there has been a resurgence of grassroots women's organization around economic and cultural issues, while several groups of former women fighters organized their own self-help groups outside the NUEWMN, including the Women War Veterans Association, WANA, whose 1,000 members established several successful cooperatives during 1995–96, before their organization was deregistered by the government for relying too heavily on foreign NGO funding. Although legal guarantees of women's rights are implied in Eritrea's new constitution, the reality of the situation is that it takes many years to change deeply rooted cultural traditions, and only universal education and economic development will completely transform traditional attitudes. Wube Haile Mariam, D. Jazmatch, c. 1800–1855. Ruler of northern Ethiopia and central Eritrea from 1831 to 1855, Dej. Weub is still remembered in Eritrea for the 440 cruelty of his raids and for his imposition of a Tigrine military government in the highlands. Beginning from his base in Simeon, Weub conquered Tigray in 1831, and received the submission of Halutwald Methin, lord of the Merab Melash in 1832. Haile rose against Weub in 1838–39 in alliance with Ras Ali of Ethiopia, but Weub defeated and imprisoned him. He then imposed a military government on the Eritrean highlands through the 1840s, using a policy of divide and rule that set Akele Goze against Sire, Tsaziga against Haziga, and the highlands against the lowlands, leaving a legacy of bitter feuds and warfare that divided Eritrea for a century. In 1840 Weub raided Sinhit with Ras Halu, deliberately dividing the Mensa and Bilan Christian population of the Upper Ansabo from the Kabesa highlands. In 1843–44 he conquered Akele Goze and imposed a military governor, Tigran, Shumnigarit, on the central highlands, Blada Kokob, who installed an Ethiopian-style administration. To obtain arms, Dej. Weub tried to establish direct relations with Europe via Misawa. He made diplomatic overtures to Britain and France during 1841–49, and he repeatedly raided Semhar to control the Naibs and forestall occupation by Egypt. His last raid was in 1850 against Sinhit and Barca, again to block Egyptian expansion, and to seize Kunama and Bilan slaves. His power then declined as he struggled with the aspiring Emperor Tewodros, who defeated and killed him in 1855. His nephew, Aga Negusi, rebelled against Tewodros and gained control over parts of the Eritrean highlands in 1858–59, attempting to revive Weub's alliance with France, but was killed in 1860. Why? Yemen. The peoples of the Arabian and Eritrean shores of the Red Sea have maintained close relations since ancient times, see South Arabia. From at least 700 BC, immigrants from what is today Yemen settled on the Eritrean coast and central highlands, while Habesha people from the Eritrean region also settled and mixed with the 441 population of the Tahama coastal region of Yemen. Yemeni and Afar fishermen have both fished around the islands and along the two coasts since ancient times, while many coastal Eritrean Muslim tribes claim Yemeni Arab ancestors. During the 10th to 12th centuries AD, Yemeni rulers struggled with a local dynasty for control of the Dahlak Islands, and during the 16th to 17th centuries Ottoman Turkey ruled both Yemen and coastal Eritrea. In the early 19th century the South Yemeni port of Aden was occupied by Britain, which used it as a commercial base for the region, and Yemeni merchants settled in Eritrea in growing numbers. By the mid-20th century Yemeni Arabs were the largest non-Italian foreign community in Eritrea. After 1923, when Turkey renounced sovereignty over North Yemen and Red Sea Islands, Italy attempted repeatedly to acquire a protectorate over North Yemen. Italian missions, using Eritrean interpreters, were sent to the North Yemeni capital of Sana'a during 1930–34, but fascist attempts at intimidation were countered by British support for North Yemeni independence. In 1967, after a long anti-colonial struggle, the British colony of Aden became the Independent People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, PDRY, and its leftist government became a key supporter of the Eritrean liberation fronts. During the same period, the Ethiopian government harassed Yemeni residents of Eritrea, who dominated the middle levels of commerce and were accused of supporting the ELF. During 1968, thousands of Yemenis were expelled from Eritrea following Ethiopian-incited riots against them in Asmara. This increased South Yemeni support for Eritrean nationalists, and particularly Osman Salih Sab. During 1970–76, the PDRY allowed the ELF-PLF to use Aden and islands in the Red Sea claimed by both Yemen and Ethiopia, see Hanish Islands, as bases for a Navy supply operation that ferried arms, supplies, and wounded fighters across the Red Sea. But in 1977 the PDRY broke its relations with Eritrean nationalists under pressure from the USSR, and during 1978–82 several thousand South Yemeni soldiers supported the Ethiopian 442 offensives in Eritrea, where they piloted combat planes, drove tanks, operated artillery, and supplied technical support. PDRY support for the DERG declined in the late 1980s, as the USSR withdrew financial support and the PDRY began to negotiate unification with conservative North Yemen. In May 1990 the two countries were united as the Republic of Yemen, which established diplomatic relations with Eritrea after 1991 and recognized the new government soon after the 1993 referendum. Despite professions of friendship and important commercial links, the two new countries have had several disputes regarding the Red Sea. The first, concerning Yemeni fishing in Eritrean waters, was settled by an agreement signed November 14, 1994. The second, concerning the Hanish Islands, led to a brief war in December 1995, but has since been submitted to international arbitration. Yeshaq, Bar Negashi, Alt, Isaac. The Tigrine-born ruler of the Eritrean Kebessa during the tumultuous 16th century, Bar Negashi Yeshaqu's career epitomizes the pre-colonial struggle of Central Eritrean political leaders to maintain their autonomy when caught between foreign powers on the coast and Ethiopian rulers in the interior. For a comparison, see Wolde Mikael Salamun. Yeshaq was appointed Bar Negashi of Tigray and the Marib Melash sometime before 1520, when the Portuguese Alvarez expedition met him at his capital of Diberwe. Yeshaq led Tigrine and Kebessan resistance to the Muslim armies of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazali, Gran, during the 1530s, but was driven into hiding. In 1541 he allied with the Portuguese expeditionary force led by Cristóvão da Gama to defeat Ahmed Gran's troops in Akele Goze, and he participated in Emperor Galaiduas campaigns that overthrew Ahmed Gran's rule. In 1558 Yeshaq defeated Ottoman Turkey's first invasion of the highlands, but in 1559 he rebelled against the new Emperor Minas. Following his defeat by Minas in Adiabo and failure to gain Portuguese support, Yeshaq in 443. 1560–61 allied with the Turks, whom he invited into the Kebessa. When the new emperor Sirsa Dengel, Malek Segd, came to power in 1563, Yeshaq attempted to play him against the Turks to retain his control over Tigray and parts of the Kebessa, and in 1567 he drove the Turks out of Diberwe. But Sirsa Dengel's attempts to subjugate him turned him back to the Turks in 1578, when both he and the Turkish Pasha were killed in battle against the emperor's army at Adi Koro, Tigray. Johannes IV, Emperor, 1872–89. The Tigrine-born military leader Kassa Mircha rose to power in Tigray and the Eritrean Kebessa during the late 1860s, receiving crucial arms supplies from Britain's Napier expedition in return for his support against Emperor Tewodros in 1868. He was crowned Johannes IV, Emperor of Ethiopia, in early 1872 following the defeat of his rival Tekel Georges at Adwa in July, 1871. During the mid-1870s he struggled to control the Kebessa by playing the rival houses of Hazaga and Tsazaga against each other and defeating 2 Egyptian invasions. After Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon killed Johannes's military governor of the Kebessa, Veru, in 1878, Johannes appointed his leading general, Ras Alula, as military governor of the Eritrean Marib Melash in 1879. Alula ruled central Eritrea for Johannes until 1889, and participated in Johannes's expansion into the Karen region following the 1884 Hewitt Treaty with Britain, which recognized Johannes's control over most of modern Eritrea except Misawa. Alula also led Johannes's successful defense of his Eritrean holdings against the Egyptians, see Gundet, Gura, the Mahdaists, see Kufit, and Italy, see Dogali, Saati. Johannes was killed March 10, 1889, at the Battle of Metema fighting the Sudanese Mahdiya, soon after which his successor, Menelik II of Shua, approved the Italian occupation of central Eritrea. 444. Zigar, Hamaseen. An important site for nationalist political conferences in the mid-1970s and a model village for early EPLF social reforms, Zigar and its sister village Waki, often linked as Waki Zigar, is located in the Karnishem district just north of Asmara, on the edge of the Semenawi Bari escarpment. The village was founded in the 15th century by Tigrinya-speaking Christians, whose 3 Enda groups traditionally oversaw periodic redistribution of village land. By the 1960s Zigar had a population of about 3,000, but the land redistribution system had broken down and much of the best land had fallen into the hands of the descendants of Italian-appointed colonial chiefs who collaborated with the Ethiopian government. The ELF made little impact on the area, but in 1974 the emerging EPLF established a base at Solomuna, directly below Zigar, and the village became the site of clashes between the ELF and EPLF as the rival fronts moved into the highlands around Asmara. In August 1974 a clash between guerrilla patrols escalated into a series of pitched battles between the EPLF based in Waki and the ELF in Zigar. In September the villagers intervened, pleading with the fighters to negotiate a ceasefire. Because the civil war between the 2 fronts was raging across Eritrea, the Zigar negotiations soon attracted civilians from all the highlands anxious to stop the fighting, including the Catholic prelate of Asmara, Abuphis Hatzion. During October an estimated 30,000 civilians, largely from Asmara, converged on the village urging the fronts to make a peace settlement, and on October 13 the ceasefire was signed, ending the First Civil War. The EPLF remained in control of Waki Zigar, and during 1975 it became the front's headquarters in the Kebessa. On November 12, 1975, a meeting was held at the village where EPLF leaders decided to reject the merger plan proposed by Osman Saleh Sab with the ELF, CLF-PLF, and on April 21, 1977, the first negotiations leading to a unity pact between the EPLF and 445. ELF occurred at Zigar. The EPLF presence also led to sweeping social reforms in the village as EPLF cadres organized the villagers according to their wealth and helped the poor majority to oust the wealthy former colonial appointees and redistribute their land. Zigar's new village council, see local government, then became a model for EPLF reforms in other villages. This ended in November 1978, when the DERG retook the village and many EPLF activists fled with the front to Sahel. The DERG attempted to win over the villagers with its own reforms and social programs, but when some of the wealthier villagers cooperated with the Ethiopians in an attempt to recoup their position they were assassinated by EPLF commandos and the DERG turned increasingly to repression. This, combined with famine in 1984-86 and a military garrison during 1988-91, caused much of the population to flee. By 1991 the remaining villagers were reduced to living on food aid and the model village was a remote memory. But the villagers formed a new council, built a school and community center, and by 1993 agricultural outreach programs were improving crops and Wakizagar was experiencing a revival similar to that throughout rural Hamasine. Zara Yakuobi, Emperor, 1434–68. The most powerful emperor of Ethiopia in the late medieval period, Zara Yaqub's reign marked the high point of Solomonic, Amhara, political control over the central Eritrean region. Early in his reign, Zara Yaqub led military campaigns in Tigray and the Kabesa and strengthened his direct political control through the settlement of military colonies, Sichua, in the highlands. He reasserted Ethiopian control over the coast around Misawa, where his administration undertook harbor improvements at Gerar and created a new naval force. In 1450 his settlement of the Orthodox Church's schism in favor of the followers of Iwostatus, combined with his large land grants to leading monasteries in the Eritrean highlands, Sidaburbazan, appeased the regionalist religious movement that had threatened to detach the Tigrinya. 446. Seeking areas from the Amharic-speaking south. Zara Yaqub created the new governorate of the Bar Negashi to rule central Eritrea and northern Tigray, and much of the administrative system of the Merab Melash dates from his reign. This system lasted until the 1520s, when the conquests of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazali, Gran, and the inroads of Ottoman Turkey eroded Solomonic power in the region. Zilambesa, Akele Goze. A village lying between the Shimazana district of Akele Goze and Tigray, sea borders, its lands were split between Eritrea and Ethiopia in 1991. Italian colonial forces fortified the main track from Tigray, and customs posts and a roadside village grew up as the trunk route from Ethiopia to Asmara developed. The fortifications were taken over by the Ethiopian military in 1952, and the roadside village became an administrative post that was eventually associated with the governorship of Tigray following Eritrea's annexation. The older village remained under Eritrean administrative control, however, and this situation has produced a dispute between Eritrea and Ethiopia over control of the roadside village and customs post, which the Ethiopian government retained after 1993, but appears to be on Eritrean land. In 1976, Zilambesa was also the site of the defeat, verging on a massacre, of the peasant Red Army recruited by the DERG in a vain attempt to use a traditional Ethiopian mass levy of untrained farmers to overwhelm liberation forces in Eritrea. A few thousand peasants from Wello camped on the Zilambesa plateau in late May, in preparation for an invasion of Shimazana, but they were routed with an estimated 1,500 casualties by a combined dawn attack of Eritrean and Tigrine fighters, after which the peasant army campaign collapsed. Zero School. The EPLF School for War Orphans and the Children of Fighters, Zero School was founded at ADI-0 in the Semenawi Bari with 90 students in 1976. The school was moved to Sahel during the strategic 447 withdrawal and in 1982 was settled in camouflage buildings along a valley in the Arareb area, code-named Orita. The school provided innovative teaching for a growing number of students, pioneering new Tigrinya texts developed by the EPLF's education department. Despite its camouflage, the school was bombed on several occasions, including an attack in 1984 that killed 6 children. As the students grew, higher grades were added and in 1989 the new junior school was moved to Nakfa. By 1991, when the school closed, it had 3,000 students from 1st to 8th grade. The experience of EPLF children's education provided at Zero School has now been incorporated into national education programs, where many former Zero teachers work. Zonal Commands, ELF. In May 1965 the ELF Supreme Council reorganized the front's military forces in Eritrea into 4 zones modeled on the Wilaya, Arab, administrative district, of the Algerian Revolution. The zones were intended to provide more effective organization for the fighting forces, but they contained the seeds of division as they were organized along existing ethnic/regional lines. Zone 1 covered the western lowlands of Barka and Gash Seti, and its commander, Mahmoud Dina, and deputy, Saleh Hamid Idris, were members of the dominant Beni Amr tribe, Zone 2 covered Sinhit, whose main ethnic groups were reflected in the commander, Omar Eziazi of the Bilan, and deputy commander, Mohammed Omar Adam of the Marya. Zone 3 was intended to cover the Kabesa and its escarpments, but because of a lack of Christian support the zone became de facto a SAHO zone, as reflected in its commander, Abdelkrim Ahmed, and deputy, Hamid Saleh. Zone 4 covered the coast from Sahel and Semhar to Denkel, but was centered around Misawa, as reflected in its commander, Mohammed Ali Omro, and deputy, Abdullah Barrett. Although the new zones led to an expansion of ELF activity during 1965–67, they also reinforced the personal power of the Supreme Council, whose three dominant figures patronized their specific zones of origin. 448. By providing outside military supplies, training, and funds directly to zone commanders in return for their political support. Idris Madem supported Zone 1, Idris Osman Galidua supported Zone 2, and Osman Salih Sab supported Zone 4, while Zone 3 was left with no patronage and consequently became the weakest zone. In an attempt to remedy the problems of Zone 3 and recruit more Tigrinya/Christians into the front, the Supreme Council in 1966 formed a fifth Christian zone around Asmara and the central Kabesa, whose first commander was Wolde Kasai, a Christian unit leader from Zone 3. The military successes of the zonal system and particularly the extension of ELF recruitment into the Kabesa under the new Zone 5 alarmed the administration of Haile Selassie I and prompted the first major Ethiopian counterinsurgency campaign in 1967. But in the campaign's aftermath the inter-ethnic tensions within the system came to head when the Muslim deputy commander of Zone 5, Osman Hishal, executed 27 Christian fighters whom he accused of dereliction of duty, leading to the defection of Wolde Kasai to the Ethiopians along with 19 other Christians. This incident combined with the problems of patronage politics and ethnic division within the zonal system led in 1967 to the creation of the Eslah reform movement. In an attempt to remedy some of the zonal system's problems, the ELF leadership appointed political commissars to each of the zones with responsibility for improving the fighters' sense of commitment to a national struggle, rather than narrow ethnic interests. The commissars were the 5 fighters initially trained in China, and included Musa Hamid Hashim, Zone 1, Mohammed Chika, Zone 2, Ramadan Mohammed Nur, Zone 4, and Isaias Afwerki, Zone 5. But conflicts between the commissars and zone commanders added to the growth of the reform movement, which finally succeeded in a partial reorganization of the zonal commands at the Itabaha meeting in 1969, when Zones 1 and 2 became Sectors 1 and 2, while Zones 3, 4, and 5, led by the tripartite 449 unity forces, were merged into Sector 3. This modified zonal system remained in effect until early 1972, despite the defection of most of Sector 3 and elements of the other two sectors to the ELF-PLF during 1970–71. In February 1972 the old system was finally scrapped when Abdullah Idris reorganized ELF military forces into 12 sectors of 1 battalion each, which proved far more effective in prosecuting the armed struggle. Zula, Akele Goze, C. Atulis, Foro.